Hello, my name is Kaceli. The following is a comprehensive tutorial on Word 2019, which is part of the Microsoft 365 apps. This is a concepts-based tutorial, which means that the concepts you'll learn here, you'll be able to apply them in other versions of Word. I will start with the very basics and then move to the more advanced features. The tutorial is designed for those who want to be proficient in the workplace, interviewing for a position, or students who are wanting to learn Word. So let's get started. In this segment, I'm going to go over the process for opening the application and identifying some of the key components of the application interface. So to open Word, once we have it installed in the computer, we click here on Start and then locate it under the list of our programs here, or we simply type Word and then hit Enter. Once we open Word, we are presented with these options here. On the left, we have three tabs. We have the Home tab, New, and Open. On the Home tab, we have the option to create a blank document or some guides and templates directly from Microsoft. Then further below here, we have an option to open recent documents that we have been working on, or pinned documents, or documents that are shared with me. Further down here on the left, on the next tab on New, we have here the option to create a blank document or to create a document from a template. This is so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Let's say you want to create a resume or you want to create a brochure and what. And I'll go over this in a moment using templates. The next option here is to open a document, where we can open from the recent documents or OneDrive or files shared with me or files stored on this PC. Further down, we have also the account option. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that I'm using Office 2019 and Word 2019 as part of Office 365. So the way you know that it's Office 365 is by clicking here on the account. And then if you're logged in under account information here, that means that you have Office 365 in your computer. The advantage of Office 365 is that you'll be receiving the latest enhancements and updates from Microsoft from month to month or every so often. So at this point, let's say that we wanted to create a new document. We can do that either by clicking here under the Home tab. We click on the blank document option, or we could go here under the New tab and we click on blank document or use one of the templates. In this case, first I'm going to click on blank document. So once we click on blank document, then we are presented with the option to simply start typing away and start working on this particular document. Now, this main area here is where we type the document. Now, a couple other interface components here. On the very top left, you'll see here this quick access toolbar. This is basically an area for you to place in here commonly used commands in Microsoft Word. So you can click on the drop down, and let's say you're emailing a document or you're opening documents all the time. You can enable those buttons by just simply clicking one of those, and it will add the open button here. Another way to add those buttons is that if you are in a specific tab, and I'll go over the tabs in a moment, and you want to insert, let's say, pictures all the time, you can right-click on this and choose to add it to the quick access toolbar. So in this case, it will always show up here. You don't have to go under the Insert tab and then Pictures, but you can simply use it from here. Now, if you want to remove it from here, you can right-click on it and choose to remove it from the Quick Access toolbar, and it will remove it from there. So that's the Quick Access toolbar on the very top. On the left-hand side here, the first option is File. File is basically bringing you back to work with anything related to the file in the computer, whether you want to create a new file, open an existing file, or information about the specific file that you're working with, or saving that file, or printing it, sharing it, and things of that nature. So that's your File tab. The next thing here is the Home tab. So these are the different tabs actually. So if I click on Insert, you'll have a different set of tools within that tab. If I click on Design, again a different set of tools. So under the Home tab, you have various commands or various options for you to work in this application. So these are the most commonly used tools for you to edit a document in Word. And these are referred to as the groupings. So you have the font grouping, or the group for font-related commands, or paragraph, formatting the paragraph grouping. So these are all the functions related to formatting paragraphs, or styles, applying a style to a document and so on. All the style stuff is over here, editing over here, and other options. So again, just a key concept here, this stage is to understand that there are different tabs. Each tab has groupings. Within each grouping, there is a set of functions or commands grouped together related to that function, to, let's say, paragraphs, modifying the text and stuff. Then you have the inserts, and these are designed intentionally this way. So you initially type your document with a bunch of text in here. Then once you have typed that document, then you can apply formatting to it. You can change the paragraphs, you can apply styles, and we'll learn about all of these different functions in this tutorial. Once you have done these basic things with your document or your report, then you can go here under Insert, and that's where you can insert cover pages, blank pages, page breaks, tables, pictures, icons, 3D models, and smart art, and all of these different functions, comments, headers and footers, and things of that nature. So you are inserting, enhancing your original document. Under the Design tab, now you go into a different layer of enhancing this document. So you're kind of applying a theme, and we'll learn about the themes in depth later, but you're making all the components in this document uniform. The next component here is the layout. You're changing the layout of the document, whether it's the margins for the document, or the orientation from landscape to portrait, or the size of the document, or adding columns, and things of that nature. Now, then you move to the references. This is like where you're taking it even farther. For example, you have a long report. Now you're creating a table of contents. You're adding footnotes, and you're researching and finding and applying citations and captions for various images and things of that nature. So you're kind of refining it at this stage. Then you have the Mailings tab. That's kind of by itself. That's just a separate function for you to do mail merges, whether it's creating envelopes, labels, or letters, or emails, or a directory, and so on. Then under the Review tab, this is kind of one of the last steps. Let's say you finalized your report. Now you need to review it. So you go under the thesaurus, you check the word count, you check it for accessibility, you add comments to it and collaborate with others, and track changes when you're collaborating with others. You can even compare documents and restrict functions within this specific document. And then finally, within this application, then you can also do a final review of your document, where you're going here under the View tab, and then you can do a reading mode where you're viewing the document, just reading through to make sure it's what you intended it to be. And this is kind of how you can customize the application for various views within your computer. And we'll get into this more in depth later. And you also have the help option, where this is where you can learn about training, or what new features are there and things like that. But also, along with the help here, notice that on any of these tabs, you have this option here under on the top here, and you can type, let's say, margins. You are not sure how to set the margins. You can simply search in this area for that function, and it will take you to that specific command. So you don't have to know where that command is, under which tab or which grouping. You can simply search it here. So footnotes, you want to know how to add a footer and such. You simply start typing and it will take you directly there. So those are the components here on the ribbon. This is the Office ribbon with the various components. Now, you also have the option here, since this is part of Office 365, you can share this document with other individuals. Of course, you have to be connected with OneDrive for this, and you can comment with other individuals as well on this specific document. Now, on the bottom right area here, this is where you can change the zoom for the document, like not necessarily the font size, but the display, just the zooming in and out of the document, basically. You can change the views here to have this in reading mode or to have it in print layout mode. Typically, you want to have it in print layout mode. You also have the focus mode here as well. Basically, it's hiding everything else, but it's displaying you only your document. Then you can adjust display settings to optimize it for various options here. Then on the left-hand side, you have the number of words and various statistics about this document, and then the number of pages and navigation here as well. So these are some of the general components of Word, and in the next session, we are going to learn how to create a document, some of the very basics, which I'm sure you're familiar with, but just before we move to the more advanced features of Word. So stay tuned for the next session. In this segment, we are going to go over some of the very basic functions which most likely you know how to do already in Microsoft Word. We're going to simply create a basic document, do some very basic formatting, and then save it. And then also we're going to learn how to use a template instead of reinventing the wheel. So we go here under Start, and then we can open Word from recently used applications, or simply type Word here, open it up. At this point, I'm going to first create a new blank document. So simply start typing. Remember the functions on the menus here and on the Office ribbon. So we simply start typing. And then typically, as you are typing and the cursor or the words reach the end of the line here, of course, the content will move on to the next line automatically. This is very basic, but I needed to kind of mention it just for those that are very new to Microsoft Word. Now, additionally here, you can add various items such as bulleted lists, numbered lists, and format things a certain way. So now that we created some text in this document, we can format this and work on this. So let's pretend this is our document. At this point here, we can make this, let's say, bold, make this bold, and change the font type. Let's say we want to change the font size. Now notice as you're changing the font size, you have these two icons in here as well to increase the indentation and decrease it as well. You can also have other options such as uppercase and lowercase. So we are basically selecting the text first, and then you're making these modifications to that selected text. Now, besides using these functions here under the font, Obviously, you can go and change the color once you select it as well if you wanted to. Additionally, let's say that down here in these list of items, we want them to use bulleted lists. So you can simply click on this section here under bullets, and you have the bulleted list. If you click on the drop down, you can select different types of bullets if you prefer. Or you can choose numbers, or if you wanted various lists, such as you have multiple layers for specific lists, you can utilize one of those options from the lists option. Now, as far as formatting the text here, once you select it, you can have this centered by using those buttons right here, or indented to the right, or typically, as it is the standard, to the left. Now, for any of this text, once you select it, you can also change the spacing. So let's say I wanted this double spaced. One of the options here is to use line spacing and change it to double spaced from here. So for those that are college students and you need to do double spaced papers, you change it directly using this function right here. If you needed to undo a function, a specific function, you can either use the undo option from up here on the quick access toolbar, or you could press Ctrl Z on the keyboard and that will undo the last function that you performed. Now at this point, let's assume this is our whole document. Of course, stay tuned for the additional modules for this tutorial on the enhanced editing and formatting and creating a report and things of that nature that we'll cover shortly in the tutorial. But for now, let's assume that we are done with this document and we want to save it. You can press Save up here on the Quick Access toolbar, or you can click on File and choose Save. Now, at this stage, we are prompted to save this, and by default, it will ask us to save it, or it will try to get us to save it on OneDrive. So if we go back and press Save here, notice it's trying to save it to OneDrive. But you can either click File, Save, and choose this PC, and then save it wherever you want to save it in this PC. For example, in My Documents, where I can go here under Browse, and then go and browse for my documents under Documents here, and say using Office 365, and then give it a name. Now, saving it on OneDrive, it's advantageous because in case something happens to your computer, you can recover this file by simply accessing the file on OneDrive. So that's how you save the document on your computer, how you create a document, and how you save it on your computer. I recommend that you save your document unless you have the auto-saved enabled automatically, that you save your document every 2 to 3 minutes by simply pressing Ctrl S on your keyboard. Now, before I finalize this segment, one other thing, if you go here, instead of you creating a document from scratch all the time, you can also go here under File and New, and that will bring you to a similar screen like what we had seen earlier, and use one of the templates. So let's say I wanted to create a brochure. By the way, notice there are all kinds of templates here automatically. But let's say I wanted a brochure. You simply search for it and simply go and download one that you prefer from online. Double click on it, press Create, and then Word will download this, and now here you can simply modify key components of this brochure, add and change various headings and so on, but you basically have the complete layout of the document, and you don't have to spend a lot of time on the design. You can simply use a template that already exists in the computer. You can do this for resumes, reports, or brochures, or all kinds of other stuff. So this is a quick tip on before you proceeding with the other functions of Word in this tutorial. and I hope that you'll find it helpful. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the dictate option in Microsoft Word. So as you're creating a document, instead of typing it, if you're a slow typer and that type of thing, you basically can go anywhere in the document, and as long as you have a microphone in your computer, you can come here under the dictate area, and you can click on the drop down and choose the language that you prefer to do the dictation with. Once you're ready, you are going to need to click here on dictate, and then everything that you say, the system is going to transcribe it for you. So in my case here, I'm going to simply, let's say I want to type right here, and I'm going to actually start reading this paragraph in a moment. So let's say I want to type in here, and I click here on dictate, and at this point, everything that you say, it's going to be transcribed, period. New paragraph. Notice that you can also give commands to the system. Period. New paragraph. As computers become better understood and more economical, comma, every day brings new applications, period. Many of these new applications involve both storing information and simultaneous use by several individuals, period. When you're ready to stop this, you press stop the button, and then the document has been transcribed, or the content that we wanted has been transcribed. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to format a document, how to use some of the basic features of Word and apply the tools in Word for formatting a document. So instead of us creating a brand new document here, for the sake of time, I have an existing document. We can click here on File and then navigate to the document and simply click on it, or you can click on Open and then go and browse for the document, locate it wherever it is on your computer. Now, or if you can go to the actual folder wherever your files are and simply double click on that document and open it up. And then click on the document and then open it up. Now in this document, it's just a generic one. I am giving credit to the website that I copied it from. I modified a couple things in it, but basically this is not really my typing here. So we have this long document. Now, a couple things. We're going to learn how to change the formatting on it. Let's assume that we typed what we needed to type. Now we want to learn about some of the formatting capabilities. So in this case, first, to select a section here, we can double click on that heading and it will select the whole section. Or we could simply drag it from beginning to end, or from end to beginning, hold down the mouse, and you'll be able to select that particular section. You can do the double clicking also for paragraphs. It will select the whole paragraphs. If you go outside of the document and you triple click, that will select the whole document. Now for this document, let's suppose I wanted to change the font on this document. I select the whole thing. I can either hold down the mouse in the beginning here and drag it down like this, or triple click outside of it and select the whole thing. Now at this point, I want to change the font to Calibri, and simply I clicked here on the drop down, chose Calibri, and it applied the font. Now under the size here, I could change the size as well directly from here. If I wanted to increase the font size, I can use this icon over here. To change the font type, italics, or apply additional properties, just simply select any of these options in here. If you want to get very granular about the font functionality and that type of thing, you can click on this down arrow here next to each group of icons, and it will give you additional functions for those settings for the font. So if I click here on this expansion arrow, this is where I can make additional modifications. The other thing to learn here as a concept is that if you always want any new documents to start with a particular font or a particular font size, you can come to this screen, adjust the properties, and then set this as the default. That's how you set the default font for all documents in Microsoft Word. Then you click on OK, and it'll apply those changes. Obviously, in this case, I didn't make any changes here. So let's say I wanted to make a change to this, and it's basically done. Now, one of the observations for you here is that once you select a bunch of text, whatever that may be, notice that this quick toolbar will show up right above the text that you selected. This is just a bunch of the tools, commonly used tools, so that instead of you having to reach out all the way here to the ribbon and the various functions, this is quicker for you to access and apply a specific property from here. Now, let's say that I selected this text and I applied various properties to this text, to this heading, and now I need to apply it to another section here. Let's say I need to apply it right here. Instead of me having to go and change the properties and apply red and so on, and apply whatever 5 different properties that I'm changing, I could actually copy the properties of the formatting from here, apply it to a different section of the document. And that is referred to as the format painter. So this is, we're copying the formatting of a specific section and applying it to a different part of the document. And the way that works is that we make the modifications in one spot. We go here under the Format Painter. And notice it doesn't seem like much happened except for the icon that changed, like this paintbrush. Now we go to the other section of the document, select it, and let the mouse go, and it will apply the same properties of that item that we selected earlier. So that's how you apply the Format Painter tool in Microsoft Word. Now, as far as copying and pasting, of course, you can copy here a segment of it, and you can click on copy over here on the top left, or press Ctrl-C, go to another section of your document, and then press Ctrl-V, or press paste. Notice here under the paste option, you can do to keep the source formatting, you can merge the formatting. That means it's going to apply it with what your document has, or it's going to paste it as a picture, or it's going to paste it as a text, only removing any formatting. Typically, you want to merge the formatting, or typically you simply want to press here paste. You use those other functions and particular advanced features that I might cover later in this tutorial. So now that we pasted it, it's right here. So that's the Format Painter, copying and pasting, changing the font, and so on in the document. Now, one other thing for before we proceed here, sometimes when you're doing fancy formatting of your document, you might need to see where the extra spaces are, or what's behind the scenes that are hidden, or areas that are hidden, or extra spaces in the document, and so on. One way to identify those hidden characters or hidden areas is to click on this little paragraph mark here. So it says show paragraph marks and other hidden formatting symbols. You click on it and it'll display all the hidden, the spaces are represented with a dot here. And if there is more than one space, notice there are 2 dots here, so you could remove that other one. And then notice here, right before the paragraph mark, there is another dot or an extra space in there, and this means that there is a return key or a paragraph mark in there. So that's using the hidden codes or symbols in a document. When you're done with it and you don't want to see this anymore, you can simply press it again to remove those hidden characters or to not reveal those hidden characters. Now, other things that you can do here before we move into more advanced features, you can also apply one of those styles. So styles are pre-formatted text, basically. So you have, and we'll get into this in the next session in more detail. But basically for now, you can just go in here. You want to apply heading 1. It has this pre-formatted style. It's in blue, it's all caps and so on, and it's centered as well. If you choose to have a different one, you simply click on it and it will apply it as needed. Now notice as I'm simply navigating or browsing through those various styles here, notice that this is referred to as the live preview in Microsoft Word. So it's basically giving us a preview of what it will look like before it will apply that specific style to this text. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the Format Painter. Basically, you can format a bunch of text a certain way to look a certain way, and then you can copy the formatting and paste it to another section of text. It's very similar to copy and paste, but the difference is that it's going to copy and paste the formatting properties. So let's assume that we have a bunch of text here, and we have this blue color, and it's underlined and all that type of stuff, and I'm going to change the font as well to a different font here. Now let's say that I wanted to apply that somewhere else in the document. You go to the area which has that specific formatting. You select it and then you click on Format Painter. It's going to seem like nothing happened. Now notice it has this broom type of thing. You select where you want to apply it, and notice I'm leaving out a couple words in the end here, and then you let the mouse go. As soon as that happens, notice it copied all the properties from the first area here to the other section where we applied the format painting. So it's just as easy as that. In this brief video, I'm going to explain how to change the default font for any documents in Microsoft Word. This is so that whenever you open a new document or create a new document, the font will be a different font that you specify and also a different size as well. So here's how it's done. Basically, you go into Microsoft Word here, into a document or open Word, and then basically go under this area right here where it says font, and then click on this little icon. Now change the font to whatever you want. So for example, we want it here Arial, and let's say size 12. And then all you have to do is you click on Set as Default. Click OK. And then you want to change it to all documents based on the normal template. Click OK. And now, anytime I open a new document and create a new document, it's going to be using that specific font. So notice now it's Arial 12. If I opened Microsoft Word again from scratch and changed it and such, it's going to always be Arial 12. Now if I want to change it to something else, of course, or to change it back, you need to go back here to under the font area and then choose the font that you want. Change the size as well, other properties if you wanted to, and then choose Set as Default. And then click on the same settings again. Click OK, and that's how it's done. So now if I go to create a new document here, notice the font, it's going to be Calibri size 11. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to use search and replace in a document in Word. So let's say we have this document, and let's say we want to replace all the protection words with the word security. Of course, one of the ways is to simply locate them and type them, but that could take quite a bit of time, plus we could miss some of the instances of this. So one of the options is here to click on Find, and we can, let's say, search here. Notice it says protection. We just search the word protection, and it gives us all the instances where this word is used. So it's used 57 times. We can click, and it will take us to that specific area in the document. So this is just finding the words. But let's say now we want to replace those words. So we go to the top of the document, and then we click here on Replace. Now we're going to search. So instead of finding, we are just simply going to go to Replace. We're going to find the word protection, and we're going to replace it with the word security. Then we click here. We can leave all these other options blank, and at this point we can either choose Find Next, and it will show us the next word, the next place that this word appears at. And then we can either choose Replace or Replace All if you want to replace all instances of it in one shot. Now, one thing to keep in mind here as well is that you can replace words with other words, or if you click here on More, you can also match the case and replace them on specific case, how it's spelled. Or you could use wildcards, or you could even replace the formatting, so you can select something that is formatted a certain way. It'll find it based on that formatting and replace it as well based on that specific formatting. You can also search for specific characters or digits or any type of characters or paragraph marks. So let's say I want to search for anywhere where there are 2 paragraph marks and replace it with only 1 paragraph mark. Then we press Next, and it's going to locate. So notice it found one right here. I can choose to replace it, and so on. So I had, in this case, I had only a couple spots here, or I can choose to replace all of them. So that's how you replace or clean up a document using search and replace. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use formatting styles in a document in Microsoft Word, and then from these styles, how to create a table of contents. So formatting styles typically save you time. They're designed as a tool to save you time, particularly in formatting long documents. So it saves you time, and also it provides consistency throughout the document for you. So the styles, you can access them from here. Notice you have the title style, and you have the heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4 styles, and other ones as well. Plus you can create new styles if you want it as well, or clear the formatting for specific styles in a document. So in this case, let's say this is the title of my document. At this point, I can go here under the title, and that has been applied by simply tapping on title here. Now, if I prefer to modify the title, typically it's best to modify either the style itself by clicking Edit, Modify here, and then change this to be, let's say, bold, and make it 14 and things of that nature, like whatever you prefer for this style, basically. And then click OK, or you could change the style by formatting things the way you want over here. So I'm cleaning this up a little bit. Let's say I want it this way. Once you have the style applied or changed how you want it, you can go back here under that style and choose to update it to match the selection. So you're updating the title style here so that in the future when you apply it, it'll always be that type of formatting. So if I typically don't want to apply the title style elsewhere in the document, but let's say I wanted to, click on it, and now it has been modified to those types of properties. So let's say that I want to format now this heading. So this would be heading number 1. This is level 1 of my document content. While you can create your own personal styles, I suggest that you modify the style how you prefer. Let's say heading 1 here, I click on it, and let's say I didn't like it the way it looks right now. Change this to whatever you want it to look like. Let's say I want it bold, and I want it to be indented all the way to the left here. And I want this style to be Calibri. And let's say for the sake of emphasis, I want it red. So I'm modifying, I initially applied the heading 1 style. Now I'm modifying it. Now I'm updating this style to how I changed it, how I like it. And then I go elsewhere in the document. Notice this is size 16, and this one I want to apply it right here. This is size 11. It's similar, but it's not the same. I click here on heading 1, and notice it's applying it just right away. The next one, let's say this should be a heading 1 as well. Click on it, it's applied. Let's say this needs to be heading 1, and so on throughout the document. Now you can do the same thing for the other headings as well. So you go here, let's say this you want it to be heading 2. So in the table of contents, you'll have the title, then you'll have the first level heading, which would be considerations, the study of security. Then you have general observations right below that as another heading. You can choose here heading number 2. You can choose here heading number 2. And again, you can modify this style to what you want. Let's say I want this to be size 14, bold. And once I have applied it once, I want to update heading number 2 style so I can reapply it to other areas of the document. You can right-click, choose Update it to the selection, and then I go elsewhere in the document here, and choose heading number 2. Notice it saves you time, and it provides consistency throughout the document for you when you apply it. Obviously, this has to do also with layout of the document, so you don't want to just select those levels randomly, but you want to apply it depending on how the document has been organized. So now, if I go to the top, and let's say I want to apply heading number 3 to another area of my document, let's say I have here this heading number 3. Now, if for some reason you don't see heading number 3 or heading number 4 in the document, that means that you have to apply it first, the previous heading. So let's say you can't apply heading number 4 unless you have something with a heading number 3. So now I have here heading number 3. I want to change the formatting as well to this. Make it, let's say, 12, size 12, update it, and then apply this same heading to other areas in my document. Now that I have applied the headings, notice it saved me time, it provided consistency. The application of these headings can help us in creating a table of contents. So the table of contents, typically it's at the beginning of the document. So for the sake of time and typically you'd have a blank page in the beginning and so on, but for now I'm just going to insert the table of contents right here. Now the table of contents, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but yet since we are learning about the application of styles in the document, it's helpful to kind of tie those two together with the table of contents. And it's best to learn that now. So here we want to insert the table of contents. Table of contents, it's a reference tool that we want to insert. So you click here on references, you click on table of contents, or you could have typed up here under search, and it'll go to table of contents. That's the other way to do this as well. Under table of contents, you have various options here that you can utilize, or different templates basically. So here you can pick whichever you want. I'm going to take this first one, automatic. And now the table of contents will be created automatically. Notice I have level A, considerations about security, then the general observations. Notice it's level 2 right below it. It has put the page numbers automatically, and so on. Now, if for some reason you go and change one of those levels here, or apply a different, let's say in here I change this to apply level heading number 2, or let's make it 1 for easier identification. Once you make changes, whether to the page numbers or to the application of those headings, you can update the table of contents by going here to the table of contents, click once on it, and then choose Update Table. And then you choose to update the entire table. And then you'll notice that we'll have a new heading 1 here in a moment. Notice this just changed, and it was just updated. So that's how you apply styles to a document and how you create the table of contents for a document in Microsoft Word. As you're learning about the table of contents and these tools and the styles, one thing to understand at this stage is also that you can define styles a certain way to your liking with various properties, and you can create your personal style of formatting as well. So you click here on the drop down and choose New Style. Give it a name, click OK, and now I have the Sally style here. If I go somewhere else in the document, I can go and apply this particular style. The word of caution here is that you can't apply these personal styles that you created. You can't apply them very easily to the table of contents. So therefore, I strongly recommend that you utilize one of the heading styles. Then you modify that one, particularly if you're planning to create a table of contents. If you're not planning to create a table of contents, then you can create. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we are going to learn about using the editor tool in Microsoft Word from Office 365. This is a new tool in recent editions of Word. So let's say we have this document or report, we have made changes to it, we have applied some formatting to it and things of that nature. And now we want to check it for certain functionality and grammar and other options. Now remember, some of this grammar and is also covered on the review area, and I'll try to cover those later. But since we are early on in the Home tab here, we are presented also with this tool for the editor. If you click on Editor, it's going to check for spelling in the document, and it's going to identify the grammar areas and also various refinements such as for clarity, for conciseness, formality, punctuation, and things of that nature. Now you'll notice here that certain things are with a check mark. That's because this was a document that I retrieved, so it was a published document basically. A research document, it was published, so therefore those issues are fixed. Now here under spelling, if you click on the spelling area, it's basically saying there's no reference for this first one. Let's go to the next one. Again, there's no reference here as well, and no reference. So there are no spelling errors. It's just bringing things that are not normal. Notice that you may want to fix here called space virtual, or so you may make changes in there. The other thing is, so you can ignore those or ignore them all the time and then move to the next thing. Then you return back to the editor here, and then we are going to check it for grammar. You click on grammar. Notice thus the program, so this it's recommending or it's suggesting to use thus comma, so put a comma in there. And basically you're making those changes and applying them directly by simply pushing those suggestions or acknowledging those suggestions here. Then you come back to the editor, and then you go under the punctuation conventions or clarity, and you make those changes as well. And once you deal with these suggestions, then you can close the editor, and basically you have applied some of the tools, the editing tools. So it's kind of Word here is acting as your personal editor or professional editor to your document. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to insert images and how to manipulate those images in a document in Word. So we basically go wherever we need to insert an image in the document. We assume now that we have this report and we want to enhance it. So we have gone through these common tools here in the Home tab, and now we want to make enhancements to it by inserting various components to this document. So let's say we want to insert, in this case, images to this document. So we go here under Pictures. After we click on Insert, we choose Pictures, and then you can choose a picture from this device, which means your computer. You have to locate the picture, or stock images online or from the office, or online pictures where basically you have to be connected to the internet to download those pictures. So first we're going to apply an image from this PC. So we go here, we go under either Pictures or we go under Documents, wherever you have your picture. And let's say I want to use Office 365. Notice you can resize this image by using one of those handles on the corners. Notice there is also a place here for alternate text. So you can type. This is for screen readers and for accessibility purposes. Now that you click on it, notice you have these tools that show up after we inserted the picture. We have these tools. Those are called contextual tools. It's tools that show up in the context of what you're doing with a particular item from your document. So if you're working on a table, it'll give you the table tools or the contextual tools for tables. If you're using images, these are the contextual tools for pictures. If you're using smart art, you'll get the smart art contextual tools and so on. Now here you can apply some of those themes. These are very similar to the styles for formatting documents that we learned earlier. You're applying particular themes or styles for formatting a picture. Notice here it's adding gray edges on the bottom and the right hand side, or this is formatting, it's slightly different and so on. Notice there's a drop down here. You can modify this however you please, and you can apply borders. You can also apply shadows and reflections and 3D and all that type of stuff if necessary, if you prefer, with a simple click. I'm going to undo that. Now, the other thing for you to understand here is that you can select here also the position for this tool. So you have the alternate text that we just entered earlier. You can choose to change that from here, but also you can go under position and pick a different position where this should show up in your page. So you could have it in the middle of the page, the right-hand side, bottom, and so on. So let's say I want it on the right-hand side automatically. Notice it's changing it with a text. Also the positioning, so that's the positioning there, but then also the text wrapping. This is where you can specify how you want the text to wrap tightly through it, over it, and so on. So I'll suggest that you play with this, but it's one of the functions that's commonly used with an object that you insert in your document. The other concept that I wanted you to understand at this stage is also how to crop this picture. So once I have it, of course, we learned earlier how to resize it from these handles. Of course, you can also choose to spin it from this handle here on the top and change the layout of it or spin it around. Now notice that under the wrapping of the text, we can actually change it so the text can come against it. So if we choose tight, notice we can make the text tightly fit around this image. Now, from here, if we wanted to crop this, just simply double click on it. You go under the crop tool here, and then you move these handles. You can crop it from one of the handles in the bottom. Let's say I want to bring this up like that, and then this down. Or you could use the corner ones like that as well. And then once you're done with the cropping, you press crop again, and that will apply those cropping properties. Now, once you crop it, notice this doesn't look too great. You could go and apply a different theme to it or a different style and then adjust it slightly. And maybe even change the positioning of it and so on. So basically, that's how it works for any objects that you insert, whether from the web or from your computer or any of those objects that you'll insert from here, and how you modify those objects. Remember also one other thing under the image here, you can change and remove the background if you want it. You can change the color, you can add artistic effects and things of that nature by applying these tools here in the color area. Now, inserting images from other locations. So if we click here on Insert, we go under Pictures and then Stock Images. This is going to connect online and it's going to give us stock images, I guess, from Microsoft in this case. At this point, you'll select the image that you would prefer to utilize in your document or in your report, press Insert, and then further modify it using the tools that I explained just a moment ago. And then under Insert here, Pictures from Online, of course you have to be connected to the internet here, and then you choose, this is searching online, like using Bing. Simply type what you want to search for, click on the image that you prefer, insert it, and then modify it. Notice here it's also giving us where it was taken, this image from, where it was downloaded from, and things of that nature to give credit to it. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to insert icons in a document in Word. So we have a document similar to this, and now we want to enhance this further. We have inserted pictures in the document, we have inserted a table of contents and things of that nature. And now we want to go in and insert or learn how to use some of those additional tools, such as inserting icons in this document. So you can go, let's say, to a specific area of your document, and then click here on Insert tab, and then choose Icons. This is a new function in the later versions of Word for Office 365. We click here on Icons, and basically you can pick the category of icons. So these are kind of black and white, but they are designed so that you can have consistency throughout your document. So let's say I want this. You can search for keywords as well, or notice you have illustrations here, you have stickers that you can utilize, you can have specific icons and things of that nature. So under Technology, let's say I want to use this icon in my document. You click on it, click on Insert, and it has been inserted at this point, but let's say I want to put it right in front of Complete Mediation. Bring that down, resize it. So that's one way I can have this to kind of make it slightly fancier. The other thing that I can do is go here under Icons again, and then for the next heading, I could have some other icon related to technology. And you basically are resizing it. Of course, the icon has to match the concept that you're trying to demonstrate, but it makes it a little bit more visually appealing when you utilize one of those icons to represent or to present the content to your viewer or your audience. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert 3D models in a document in Word. So we have here a Word document, and for the sake of demonstration of the functionality of Word, we're going to learn how to add 3D models. So we are in Word, we have the document, we go here under the Insert tab, and then we go under 3D models. Here you can search for a keyword, or you can use one of those categories, or simply click on any of those items in here. So let's say I want this all animated. And then at this point, just simply pick any of the animations or any of the objects here. Click on Insert. And very similar to a document, you can kind of spin this, adjust how it will display to the viewer by using those controls. This is a new functionality. Obviously, you want to use this intentionally to make a point, and you don't want to overuse this to annoy the users. Remember, the same functionality applies to this. So if you go here under and double click, you have the various views that you can apply to it. You also have the text wrapping functionality, the concept that we learned earlier. So you can have this so it wraps tightly against the text. And you could pan and zoom and align it and all kinds of other tools. So keep in mind here to utilize these contextual tools that show up for this object. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to insert and use shapes in a document in Word. Now this function is not used as much, but at least for the sake of functionality of the product here, it would be worth covering. So we go here at any place on the document, then we click on the Insert tab, and then we go under Shapes. Now you can select any of those shapes. Of course, this is just to make a case. They have to be used purposefully for your document. And in this case, let's say I wanted to use one of those shapes. Now, one thing, unlike inserting a picture where the picture would be inserted automatically, or icons and other components in the document, here we have to draw how big or where we want this object to be inserted and how large. So we select it, and now at this stage notice that contextual tools show up. So it's tools related to the shape component. Now here we can apply various styles for this. We can apply various animations. And we can apply here the text wrapping to make it tight, and other components, and edit this. If you don't like this, you can change the shape from here using this tool, and it'll change it to something else, and so on. Now, one thing to keep in mind as you're working with the shapes, and this is just for the sake of learning about another thing here, is that if you go under Insert, you can actually, on top of this, you could insert a text box. So you could actually type stuff on top of this object. And you do that by clicking on Insert, choosing Text Box. And we are going to draw a text box directly as part of this. You can format this how you prefer. And then you can even change the background under the shape fill here to make it to no fill. And then you can make the text color, make it white, and in that way it fits the text a little bit better. So in this case, we are learning about two concepts. One, inserting the shape and adjusting it in the document. The other one was inserting a text box that we embedded on top of the shape. Now, sometimes in order to move these are two separate objects, and this is another concept. You can actually click on the text box, hold down the Control key, click again on the larger one, the outside one, and if you right-click, you can actually group those together. It moves as one object rather than two. And that's how you work with shapes and how you modify them. In this segment, we're going to learn how to insert a table in a document and how to modify that table in a document in Microsoft Word. So we go here to any place in the document, and we go under the Insert tab and then choose Table. If you click on the drop down here, you notice that you can draw a table, pick how many columns and rows you want, or you can draw it from here, or use an Excel spreadsheet, or use quick tables, very similar to this for calendars or things of that nature. In our case, we are simply going to select how many columns and rows we want. So let's say I want 3 columns and 2 rows. Notice as soon as I select it, it's entered in the document. Now I can resize those columns as needed. And also notice on the top, we have the table design tools. If that gives us the various styles related to tables and tools related to tables. Notice also that next to table design tools is also the layout tab that gives us another set of tools related to working with tables. Now, if those tools for some reason do not show up for you, you may need to click out, click somewhere else in the document, and then click back on the tools or double click on your table, and then you should be able to see those table tools on the top. So next, you typically enter the information in each cell. Now, in the cases where you need to add additional columns or rows to your table, you can simply right-click and choose Insert, and then choose Insert Rows Below. And this is how you add additional rows. Now, for these table tools, as you can see here, notice that you have options also such as the total row. So you can click on Total Row here. And if I add another cell or another row below, now at this stage, if I go here under the Layout tab and go under Formula, I could add a formula to give me the sum of all the cells above this. And I click OK. All I have to do is click OK, and it'll give me the total for those numbers. Now at this stage, let's suppose that we want to make this table look better or more professional. We go under the Table Design Tools and then pick one of the designs from here. If you click on the down arrow under the Table Styles, we can select from one of the styles here. To add and make additional modifications, I would suggest that you check out these other options, and notice that also you have these tools for adding rows and columns below. Also, another key concept to remember here is and sometimes it gets tricky, is how the text is going to be indented in that specific cell. So right now, notice for a firewall device, it's at the top of the cell. Let's say we wanted that centered. You go here under the Layout tool and you choose from one of those the Alignment area. This is where you can define for that to be centered, or if you want it to right side or left side, but yet centered, that's where you change this. Obviously, you can change also the text direction and additional components here, as you can see as well. In this segment, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert hyperlinks in a document in Microsoft Word. So let's suppose that there's a need from time to time where you need to link to different supporting documents or external websites or a video somewhere from your Word document. So to hyperlink, you simply select the words that you want within your document, and then you go under the Insert tab, and then you go under the Link option. From here, you could link to a document in your computer, or you could link to an address or something on the web. So here, for example, I'll link to my YouTube channel. and then you press OK. Now at this point, this has been hyperlinked, and the user, if they hold the Control key and click on it, it will take you to that specific hyperlink on the web. Now you can also link to a document in your computer. And if you select the words that you want in your document, then you click on the Insert tab, and then you choose Link, and then you go and select that specific document. Then click on OK. Now at this point, it will be clickable. So you hold down the Control key, and this is linking to a document on the computer. This is a PDF. And it'll launch the PDF file. Now, obviously, the document that you're referencing has to be in the same computer when you're presenting this. So be careful when you're sharing the document with somebody else that they will have access to it. It's best to share it, upload the document somewhere on the web, and then link it that way directly from the website. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert a signature in a document in Word. So we go here under the Home tab, and then we click on Insert, and then go under Signature Line. Click on it. Now the first time you run it, you may be prompted to enable the Microsoft Signature tools and just proceed with anything positive for it. That's because at one point in the past, I had clicked to enable it. Now here, you simply put in the information that you want, the email address if necessary, and so on. And then you can allow also the signer to add comments in the dialog box as well. So typically, you might want to fill out these, and then you click OK. Then it'll add a signature line very similar to this. At this point, the person signing the signature or signing this document will be needing to double click on it and then type their name. And then they can also include comments in here, so they can they created this document, approved this document, whatever the type is of commitment. Then you can have additional comments added in here, and then click on Sign. It will prompt you whether to use the certificate. And there you go. So it puts some additional properties behind the scenes, and it kind of connects with Microsoft Digital ID services to make this supposedly legit. It also collects additional information as to the time and date and so on from the user. So it's kind of half official, I would say, when it comes to this. But it's a tool that for internal use could be utilized by organizations or users out there to collect somebody's signature or approval on a specific document or a process. In this next session, I'm going to talk about inserting or using the screenshot feature in Microsoft Word. So let's assume we have this document here, and now we want to insert a snapshot, whether we are doing documentation on how to do something or whatever the case may be. So what you do is you go under the Insert tab, you click on Screenshot here, and notice you can either clip the screen or you can pick from one of the available windows. So in my case, I'm going to do a screen clipping first. So I click on Screen Clipping. And now at this point, I could pick part of my screen. And now that has been inserted in my document. Now this, you could use it for creating a manual or creating directions or whatever it may be within your document. This is basically just like another image that I inserted in the document. I can go here and customize this and make it look differently and so on, and apply the various different styles related to the images in the document. The other thing you can do is if you go here under the insert, under screenshot, so you have to have something opened in your computer, and then you can take a screenshot of an application that you may have opened in your computer. And then, of course, resize this however you need to. Another cool feature in Word 2016 is the ability to insert media such as video from online. So to insert video from online, you click on Insert here, you go to Online Video, and then you can search for videos, whether it's from Bing or from YouTube and so on. So if you go here, you're searching for a specific video, you click on it, and then click on Insert, and there is the video from YouTube. Now at this point, of course, you could customize this if you needed to and format it differently, just like an image in your document, including the positioning of it in the document. In this next session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use a text box in a document. And let's say we want to insert a text box. So you go under the Insert tab, and then you go under Text Box. Now here you have different types of designs that you could pick from. So let's say I like this kind of design here. Notice it has a cool design there. All you have to do is just put some text here. And there you have your text box. If you wanted to change it or make adjustments to it, again, remember the concept is that you can double click on it and click on the various tools related to this particular object, and of course using options within this. Remember, you can always resize it and move it wherever you need to move it. In this very brief session, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert a caption for a specific object in a document in Microsoft Word 2016. So suppose you have all these images or charts or objects within your document and you want to reference them through your document. So what you do is you click on the object here, you go under References, and then click on Insert Caption. And then you just choose Figure 1 or whatever the label that you want, and let's say you want it below the item. Just click OK, and now notice it says Figure 1. Now you come to the next thing here, and you do the same. That says Figure 2. You can also type it right here, and simply click OK. And you can further customize it if you need it. So that's basically how you insert captions for various objects within your document in Microsoft Word. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create columns and basically format your document to use columns. The way it works is that you can go to here, the Layout tab, and then you go under Columns. And if you wanted just columns throughout your document, let's say 2 columns or whatever you need, you simply click on 2, and then it's going to apply it throughout that section in your document. If you don't want that, and I'm going to undo this part here, you can simply go to a specific section, select it, and then click on Columns, and then click on More Columns, or you can just choose 2 for that here, if you wanted just 2. Notice once we selected it, it applied it to just that specific section. The other thing you can do is you can go under Columns, More Columns, and this is where you can customize it even further. Let's say you want a line in between, and you can how many columns you want and that type of thing, and then also where it applies, whether it applies to the whole document or to the selected section or to the whole document. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use citations and bibliography and managing sources for references in a document. This is a very powerful tool, and I strongly suggest that if you're a student anywhere, take advantage of this. This tool allows you to insert sources of information for a book or article or other material, where it came from, and then as you're utilizing it for multiple papers, it also builds a repository of those source resource manager stuff within your master list here. Let's say this is something that we are citing. So let's assume we copied this and now we want to cite it. You first have to determine what your style of writing is, whether it's APA or MLA. So I'm going to pick at this point APA. Basically, you just have to do this once for all your papers or for that course or whatever you're for that document. And then you click here on Insert Citation. You could insert an existing one or you add a new source. So in this case, let's say it's a book. And the author here, you can click on Edit or you can simply type it here. You enter the title of the author and then you put the year when it was published, the city, and then the publisher as well. You could also insert here additional fields if you needed to as to what volume it is, the number of volumes, the title, pages, and so on. Then you click OK. Notice for the APA style, this is how you would cite this source. Last name, comma, 2016. Now we go to another part of the document, and let's assume that this was another section that we want to cite. We put in parentheses, and now we go here under citation, and then add a new source. Notice that under the new source, you can pick other things as well. So for example, you could pick a journal article, you could pick a periodical, a conference, or a report, a website, a recording, and so on. All of these are the small technicalities that are complicated to remember, but this is a tool that makes it easy for you how to cite it. So for example, an article from a website, you could simply click to a document from a website, and you put in the author. Notice you also have examples here. So in this case, we are going from to the web. So we go here to the website, and let's say this is the article, Can Laws Keep Up with the Tech World? And it was written and published on such and such a date. So now the author, in this case, it would be Bruce Schneier. And then we go to our document, and then we'll just put the author in there. The name of the web page is the title of the article. The name of the website, so this would be, for example, cnn.com. The year, 2015. So actually we want to put the year in there, the date that it was published. So notice it was updated on November 21st, 2015. So we put here year 2015, the month, December, and then the day, 21. And then you also need to put in there the URL for this article. So we copy it, and then we'll paste it in there. And then we simply click OK. And it's good to go at this stage. Now, let's say that somewhere else, now notice I'm going up in my document here. Let's say that this is my other section that I want to cite. And now, let's assume that I'm simply citing this for now. I can go ahead and click here on Insert Citation, and I could even pick an existing citation. Now notice here under Manage Sources, I used two of them in this document, those that have the check marks. Those are new ones that I just entered. But basically, this is a list of other sources that I have done other research, for example, this first one. Now, what I could do is I could utilize this in my document here, in my paper. So all I have to do is I go here under Insert Citation and pick that source to be included. Now, Let's suppose that I'm done with all my citations for this paper, and now I want to insert the bibliography or the works cited. Go here to my document and insert a new page. I go and insert, let's say, a page break or whatever. Basically, I'll just do a page break for now. And now on the next page, I want to insert the bibliography. I go under References, and then I click on Bibliography. And notice it gives you multiple options here. You have Bibliography, References, and Works Cited. That will depend on the type of research that you are doing and what your paper or professor requires. So for example, if I wanted bibliography here, here's my bibliography. And it has the word bibliography. By the way, it's putting everything also alphabetically, automatically, and it's formatting and italicizing and doing all that redundant work automatically for you. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to insert a cover page in a document. So here we have a document that we have manipulated and added a bunch of stuff to it. We have inserted various components on it, and now we want to change under the insert area. We want to insert what's called a cover page. You can click here on the Insert tab, click on Cover Page, and then choose from one of those templates that will display automatically here. Note that there are additional templates that you can download from office.com and embed them in the document as well. So I'll click here, and let's say I'll pick this one. And then you give it a document title. Fix the font how you want it. Add additional properties if necessary. Or delete areas or components that you may not want. Notice that it's smart enough to insert the cover page at the top of the document for you automatically. Now from here you could add a different image if you'd prefer and change this and modify this as needed. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert a page break in a document. So let's say we have this document and we want this to always start on a new page. So this heading to be always on a new page. So we go here under the Insert tab and we choose to add a page break. So we basically click right in front of that heading and then go under Insert, we choose Page Break, and from now on, no matter what you type or how you type this, so let's say I copied a bunch of text here and I keep on adding to it, and notice pretty soon it's going to jump into a new page. Notice that even though it's only one line or two lines here on the next page, notice this got pushed down to a brand new page. So that's the purpose of a page break in a document, is that you specify a particular heading or a particular area of your document to always be on a new page. Now, for most users, the difficulty is, how do I remove that page break? To remove it, you need to go under the Home tab here, then click on this icon for the paragraph to show and reveal the hidden symbols. Then you scroll down and notice that at the end of the page where it ended from the previous section, notice there is this page break area. So you want to select it and then press delete on your keyboard, and then it will bring everything up. Then you can unhide those hidden characters and you're all set. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use Smart Art in a document in Word. Smart Art is used to quickly and easily make a visual representation of your information. So basically, we go here to our document, and let's say we want to outline the research paper writing process. So typically you can represent this in a document very similar to this, like selecting a topic, then identifying the research problem, then collecting the relevant data, then analyzing the data, then writing the research paper, and proofreading it as well. So this is one way that historically most have done it. So you simply list these topics or these areas, and that is basically how you're outlining it. However, you can take this same information and convert it into Smart Art. So unlike PowerPoint, where you can select the information and convert this into a Smart Art, unfortunately in Word you have to retype this stuff all over again. So we go here under Insert, we go under Smart Art, and then pick one of the processes from here. So let's say I'll pick this first one. Click OK. Now I have these options. Now it's asking me to type those processes. So in this case, I'll simply copy them and paste them in here. So I don't have to re-type it from scratch. And I'm clicking down here where the Smart Art area is. Obviously, you want to do this from the start rather than the way that I did, and I did that for demonstration purposes. Now that you can kind of see that the Smart Art, it's more visually appealing here. Now to take this one step further, you can double click on the Smart Art that you just created, and notice that the Smart Art design tools show up. Now you can change the design if you prefer to something different. And notice you get the live preview. And once you select one of the designs that you prefer, now you can select also various color schemes as well. And furthermore, you can adjust the design of the Smart Art as needed. So basically, instead of you representing that topic by just a bunch of bullet points, you're now using a Smart Art object to represent the same idea, but it's more visually pleasing. Now here, obviously, you can modify this further and adjust certain areas of your Smart Art image. Under the formatting, you can then adjust other stuff here related to it, including the text wrapping if necessary. In this segment of the Word 365 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use the design feature in Word. So we have this document, and the document, we have a cover page, we have a table of contents, we have images, tables, objects, and charts, and things of that nature, and Smart Art. Now, here, you can go and apply a design theme to the whole document so that objects and components within that document, they flow from a design point of view. So you go here under the Design tab, and then you can select from one of those document formatting styles if you prefer, or you can go under the Theme area and select from one of those themes. And notice it will give you a preview a live preview of what the document is going to look like once that theme has been applied. Notice it changes the font style, it'll change the color combination, and things of that nature. So pick one of the styles that you prefer, and then notice that the various objects that we have inserted throughout the document have been modified to apply the same color scheme across the whole document. Now those colors, you can further modify them if you prefer. So if I go here and change it to Office 2007 or a different color theme, that can apply again. So if you like the font, you like the additional properties, but don't like specific color schemes, you can modify it from here under the colors option, and also you can modify the fonts as necessary. So that's how you apply a theme throughout the whole document for your specific report. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert headers and footers in a document. So let's suppose we have this document. It's a pretty long document, 16 pages, and now we want to insert a footer. We go here under Insert, and then go under this section for header and footer. So under the drop-down for footer, we can select the type of footer that we want to insert, and notice there are different designs that you can apply to this document. So simply select one of those designs, click OK, and notice it gives you the type of footer that you selected automatically. Now in this case it's selected to page 2 out of 15. Now here you could format this text to be a different color if you prefer, and to make it larger or smaller and things of that nature. Now notice also, as you're dealing with headers and footers, now in our case we have a cover page, but if we didn't have a cover page, typically your first page, it will have the page number. In that case, you want to select that option for different on first page. That's what makes the page number not show up on that very first page if you had a cover page, or if it showed up. From here, you could add other field types under the footer, such as, for example, if we go down here, let's say to the left of this footer, I want to insert the file name. You can do that by going here under Inserting Document Information, and you could choose the author or the file name or the path, or you can even insert a field name and get more granular, such as the date created and table, all kinds of areas or data from this specific document. So I'll choose here file name, and that's my current file name. Of course, I want to make it smaller. I probably want to change the type of font. And notice that has been applied to the rest of the document. If I want to get out of the footer mode, just double-click anywhere in the text, and that will bring you back and take you off the footer mode. If you want to go back into it, double-click on the footer, and it will bring you the tools related to header or the footer. Now the process works the same way for the header. So if I go under the document here and choose Insert, then Header, and then pick one of those header types or header templates, and then I chose to have the document title here, you can adjust the formatting of this as needed and apply the same kind of tools and layout. You have three different tabs of contextual tools in this case, and the reason for that is because we are working with a table within our header area of the document. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to insert a footnote in a document in Word. So let's say we have here this specific document, and in a particular area of the document we want to insert a footnote. All you have to do is you go under the References tab, and then you click on Insert Footnote. So it will insert the footnote at that specific location within the where you have clicked or placed the mouse. Once you press Insert Footnote, then you can type those explanatory notes for that document. Now, typically, if you move this paragraph to a new page, then it will move that footnote with it automatically as well. Now, that was the footnote. Now, in some other cases, you might need to insert what's called an endnote. The endnotes will be displayed at the very end of the document, just like its name states. So we click here on the specific area in the document, then we click on Insert Endnote, and then type in there the notes that you would prefer to insert in there. And that's all that there is to it. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we are going to learn how to change the margins and the layout of a document in Word. So we have this document that we have been working for a while here in the Word 2019 or Office 365 tutorial, and now we want to change the margins. By default, the margins are at 1 inch on all sides. So you access those properties by going here to the Layout tab. And then the first option is Margins, and notice it's 1 inch on the top, left, bottom, and right. If you prefer a specific, let's say narrow margins, 0.5 inches on all corners, all you have to do is press narrow and it will apply to the whole document with that single click. If you prefer custom margins, you scroll down to the bottom, you choose custom margins, and then that's where here is where you can change. Let's say on the top I want 0.7 inches and I want to apply it to the whole document. Then you press OK. Now, if you want all your documents to start a certain way, you can choose to set this as a default with those margins, and any new documents that you create in the future, if you choose this set as default and you press OK to this, any new documents will start with those dimensions. Then you'd press OK, and those margins have been applied, or those settings have been applied. Now, under the custom margins area, notice also one other thing. You can apply specific margins also to a part of the document or to the whole document. So right now, since we did not select anything, we have the option for this document or this point forward. So let's say I want 1 inch on all sides here, or let's say on the top, I want 1 inch for this document from this point forward. I can select that option and click OK. And now from here and on, it would be 1 inch, but from the point prior to this, it would be whatever we had specified from earlier. If you select a page in a document and you go under Custom Margins, notice that you can apply specific properties to something. Now we have the option to the selected sections of the document. And then you press OK, and it will apply to that particular section of the document that you selected. Now, as far as the orientation, you can apply the orientation to the whole document, or to a particular page of that document. And to change it, so here under orientation, we applied it to the whole document. So let's undo that, and I'm going to do Control Z. So now to apply a specific page, to change it to landscape for a particular area, let's say we had something that we wanted to present in a different way, you can go to that particular page and go under Margins, then Custom Margins, and then choose Landscape from this point forward. Then click on OK. And now the previous page, notice it's in Portrait, but this page and the content following it is in Landscape. Now let's say we don't want the subsequent pages to be in Landscape. You can go back to Margins, Custom Margins, Portrait from this point forward, and click OK, and that the rest of the document will be in Portrait. Now you could change it, but you'd have to apply sections to the document if you wanted to apply it to only a specific section, so you don't have to do this point forward from here, and then you'd have to go back to change it again from this point forward to Portrait from the next page. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use a couple of the research tools built into Word. These come in handy particularly for students as they do research papers. So this is under the References tab. So let's say we have this document and we are in the References tab here, and then we click on the Search option. So basically, this tool is enabling us to use Bing, the Microsoft search engine, to research specific topics or items or tools over the web while writing our paper. So here we can specify that we want to select, we are interested in searching the web, not pictures and things of that nature. And let's say we want to research computer security. You simply type the words and you're basically doing the search directly from here without being bugged with other stuff there. And then this link, it will open the web browser at this point, and you can perform or read the content and so on from your website. So that's one of the tools that you can utilize here. The other one is this tool called Researcher. So if you click here, it says you find sources, you research, you add sources to your document, and the sources are automatically cited and repeat. So you type your topic, and let's say you utilize the resource from this site. You can choose to open this in the browser so that you can read it. And this is the article. Now let's suppose that you're using this in your paper. You go to your paper here, and you can choose to add this as a citation. So let's suppose that I cited certain things from this document here. Let's say this is part of what I cited from that particular document. Now you go in here, you choose Add this source as a citation. Now notice up here I have chosen the APA style for my citations. If you're undergrad, typically you'd have the MLA citation standard. In this case, I'm choosing APA. You click on Add this source as citation, and that's all that there is to it. We can click on to create a bibliography, and it will add it at the bottom of the document with all the references and all that stuff without us having to know how to do this appropriately for this resource. And as you add additional resources in your document, so let's say we are over here, and now I go and use another article. Let's say I like this one. You choose here, add this as a citation, update the bibliography, and now the bibliography has been updated accordingly with the proper standards and that. So those are the researcher tool. The finder tool is something that you can utilize. The other thing that you can do while you're writing your paper or research paper and or a document of some sort or a report, instead of using let's say you want to find synonyms for that word, you can go to a word in order to find the proper meaning of it and so on. You can go to the word, right click on it and choose synonyms, and notice you're presented with a bunch of other options for your paper. As soon as you select it, it's going to replace it. So basically, this would be a great tool while you're writing your paper or a report to make sure that you're using the right word for the right context. In this segment of the Word tutorial for Office 365, I'll demonstrate how to insert comments in a document. So let's suppose that you're collaborating with others in your office or with your team, and somebody sent you this document and now you want to make comments in this document. So one of the options is, as you're reading the document, you can select specific words or paragraphs for that matter. So then you can go under the review area here, the review tab, and you click on new comment. And then on the right hand side, this is where you can type your comment. So this is simply adding comments to a document. Now the other thing that you can do is you can actually enable track changes in this document. So you click on track changes, and at this point, if you prefer to delete certain areas, and then you simply type whatever needs to be changed, the system at this point will track all the things that you are changing. So you can choose to show the track changes. Notice by default it will be in red here on the left, and it will highlight by you clicking on to show the track changes. And you can add new sections as well. Now, the reviewer, on the other end, when they receive or they review these notes from you, they have an opportunity to go through each one of them, and they can accept those changes or reject those changes. So accept and move to the next, accept and move to the next, or they can accept all of them as well if they just previewed them first. Or they could reject and move to the next. And that's how you can collaborate among other users. Now, typically, those changes on the right here, it would have the name of the individual and the time when they edited that item. You can also reply to their comments or resolve those comments. This is kind of very similar to the Google Docs functionality. Now, notice as you're working on this, notice that there are a couple other options here. To view the document with all the markups, meaning all these notes and content and suggestions and modifications and that type of stuff, or you can view the original without any of these changes, or just a simple markup here and there without too many notes. Now, before you send the document to somebody else, you need to make sure that you clean all of those markups and approve them so that the comments do not get sent to the final reviewer or whoever is going to access this stuff. And in order to clean up the document of any personal information or any of these comments, you can do that by clicking here on File, and you go under Info for the file, and then you choose to inspect the document. Choose Inspect here. You need to save the changes first. And then here, we can inspect it. Let's say you don't care for these other document properties, your name and that type of stuff, how long it took, but yet we want to remove all the comments, revisions, and so on. We click on Inspect, and then remove all the comments and notes about the comments. Reinspect it again. And now it is safe for you to send this document to your audience, and they will not be able to view any of those comments that you had made while working with your team. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to save an existing document as a PDF file. The advantage of a PDF file is that the user or the viewer that you're sending this document is going to access it exactly how you have saved it, and they also cannot modify it, and they can open it in multiple devices as needed without needing Microsoft Word. So to convert this document into a PDF, there are a couple ways to do it, but one of the simplest ones is to click here on File, and then choose Export. And then under this option, Create PDF or XPS Document, you simply click on Create PDF XPS and then give it a name. Take note where you're saving it and then give it a name. Press Publish, and that's all that there is to it. And now the document has been saved into PDF. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I will demonstrate how to protect a document with a password and how to encrypt it with a password. So we have here this existing document, and then we go here under File, and then we go under Info. From here we have this option, Protect Document. Click on it, and then choose to restrict it with a password or to encrypt it with a password. Click on Encrypt with a Password, and then enter a password that you'll remember. Notice that the passwords are going to be case sensitive. We need to confirm the password again, and now a password will be required in order for us to open this document. Now if I go ahead and close this document, and I had saved this as a working document for videos number 3. This was the document I was working on earlier. Double click on it. We'll be prompted to use a password. And then we'll be able to open it. Now to remove the password, in case you needed to do that, you click here on File again, and then you go under Info, and then under Protect Document, we need to click on Encrypt with the Password. Just click on it again, and then we erase whatever the password is that we had from earlier. Then go back, save the document, reopen it, and it should not ask us to open it with a password again. So that's how you set a password on a document and how you remove it. In this segment of the Microsoft Word tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to remove personal information from a document. So we have this document, and if we click here on File and then we go under Info, it shows us how long we worked on this document, who worked on it, who created it, who modified it last, and also the date and time it was printed and modified and things of that nature. And then you can also click here on Show All Properties and see additional properties for this document as well. So there are a couple ways to clear this personal information. This would be helpful if you're sending this document outside of your organization and you don't want how long it showed your total editing time or other properties as well. You don't want that part of information sent to whoever is receiving it. So to do that, one of the options is to do it directly here from Microsoft Word by using the Inspect option. And the other option is to go under File Explorer and remove the personal information from there as well. And I'm going to show both of those in a moment here. So to remove the personal properties from here, we click on Check for Issues, then we click on Inspect Document, and then you can leave the comments, revisions, and that type of stuff checked. But the one that you want to make sure to remove is this Document Properties and Personal Information. But for now, we're just going to remove the personal information, Personal Document Properties and Personal Information. We click on Inspect, and then choose to remove them all. Then re-inspect it again, inspect it until you get a green check mark from here. If we go back, notice it will not have the author, it will not have the total editing time and all that type of stuff, but basically it has removed any of this personal information. So that's one way to remove it. The other way to remove the personal information is to go to your files here, right-click on it, and then choose Properties, and we are using Windows Explorer. So to get to it, we just go to Explorer, to File Explorer here, go to the file that you want, right-click, choose Properties, and then click here on the Details tab. And right now it doesn't have the author and all that stuff because I just removed it from a moment ago. If I go to this other one, click under Details, notice that it has all these different pieces of information. We click here on Remove Properties and Personal Information, and you can select to remove any of these items. So we select all, click OK, and it's going to clear all of these properties from that document. So that's how you remove personal information both ways or either way here in Microsoft Word. In this segment of the Microsoft Word tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to protect the document to allow only specific permissions for editing the document. So we have here this document, and we click on File, and then we go here under Info, and then notice under Protect Document, we have these options. So we can change it so that it's always read-only. So whenever this document is opened, it will be opened only as read-only. Or you can restrict editing for this particular document. And you can also grant only access to a document to a specific user. For now, we are going to work only on restricting editing. So we click on Restrict Editing, and then we choose here what to allow or disallow. So you can actually go here in Formatting Styles and restrict it so that users cannot change the theme, or they can block the quick style editing, or allow only specific styles to be used in this particular document. Next, we can allow only, for example, only tracking the changes in the document, or only commenting in the document, or only filling forms in this particular document. And then you can set these permissions for everyone or for specific users. So for specific users, you have to be connected to a domain within the company, and then basically specify the name of the domain in your company or the email address of that user, and you separate those users with semicolons. And then you simply click on Start Enforcing Protection, and that's all that you need to do. Now, to modify those permissions, in case somebody needs additional access, they'll need to enter a password. If the user enters a password, then they can make adjustments to the permissions of this document. I open up the document again, and at this point, when I come back here to make any modifications, notice that I have been restricted to making any modifications to this particular document. So I can either go here under Review tab. Basically, I'm allowed at this point to make only comments in this document. Now, if I wanted to stop the protection of this document, notice I'm prompted to enter a password. So as the owner, I can go in and enter the password and then remove those restrictions in this particular document. In this segment, I will demonstrate how to share a document with other users. One way to share it is in a network drive on your network. So it could be a K drive, J drive, or whatever it is on the network. The other option is to share it by clicking here on File and then choose Share. Now you can share it using the OneDrive option, and you're signed into OneDrive, or you can share it as an attachment by copying this, and it will prompt you to send a copy of this document provided you have Microsoft Outlook configured. If you have Microsoft Outlook configured, it will open Microsoft Outlook, and I don't have that configured right now on this for this tutorial, and it will put it as an attachment. If you choose the PDF option, it's going to have it as an attachment. It's going to open your email and have it as an attachment as part of that email. Now, if you want to use OneDrive, you simply select the OneDrive option here, double-click on it, and now you can choose anyone with a link can edit it. You can enter the name of the user, select the name of the user, add a new message, or you can copy the link and just send them the link to that document via an email. So you just click on Copy now, and you simply, in your email, you copy this link and you send it to them as part of your email. So that's one way to collaborate with one of the users in sharing this document. Now, notice that instead of clicking on File and then choose Share, where we come to these options, you also can do the sharing directly from up here on the top right. So you click on Share, and basically it will give you the same options as before. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to open a PDF in Microsoft Word so we can edit it. Typically, when you have a PDF document, you cannot modify it very easily. With Word 2016 or later, you can actually open a PDF document in Word and then modify it from there. So we have this document here that, as you can see, it's in PDF. And let's say we don't have the Word version of it. Now, what we can do is open Word and then simply go and locate the document. if you don't see the PDF option, we want to choose the All Files option. Then click on the PDF file, then click on Open, and then it will prompt you that it will convert it into an editable Word document. It'll take a while depending on the length of your and the complexity of the document. Click OK here, and then simply wait for it to open. Now at this point, notice I can go and edit and add more stuff here. Once you have opened the document, then from here we can save it and then return to it at any point. So notice I have it here working with videos, and modify it as you need. In some other cases, you might have documents which are a little bit more complex. So we go here under Open, browse for the file, and then let's say I have this document that has columns and that type of stuff and images. Click on it, and let's say I have it only in PDF. Click on Open, it'll prompt us, and then you can still modify it as you need. And then simply save it, and then you have a Word document to work with. Now, if you want to convert it into a PDF file, again, to share it you can simply click on File, press Export, press Create PDF XPS, and then this will save it in PDF again for sharing. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to perform a mail merge. The process is actually very similar to other versions of Microsoft Word as well. It's not identical. So let's say I have this long document here, and I want to do a mail merge and send this to individuals. For now, I'm going to create a new page here. I'm going to insert a new page, and I'm going to put their information in there for my clients, let's say. So in this case, I'm going to go under Insert, and I'm going to insert a page break, just so that I have a blank page here to start with. And then in here, I'm going to make it so that this document can be customized for each individual. It has their address and their name and some kind of information as well. And by the way, this doesn't have to be a document like this. It can be a blank document, a letter that you sent. It could be invoices. It could be whatever notices that you send out there. It's very similar to letters that you receive from various companies out there that have your name on top of it. You have to have a document in Word, and you have to have an Excel document as well, and that's best to use Excel. Let's assume this is the list of my customers. I have their first name, last name, the street address. Of course, this is all fictitious, the zip code, and then a bunch of email addresses, and you could have also comment 1, 2, 3. So this would be personalized comments. So this is what the comment that I could write, for example, for customer 1. Now customer 2, I would say, and so on. Now one key thing to remember as well as you build your list in Excel is that the first row here needs to have the field names, or it's best to have the field names. So first name, last name, telephone, street address, and keep those separate as well if you can. Keep as many fields as you want here, or columns with comments, because you can utilize this for multiple mail merges. And the way you'll be doing it is that you can link the same data file, and you keep on updating this from month to month, and you link it to the same report or the same mail merge that you do for your customers. So in this case, let's say we are all good to go here. We have maintained this list. This is our customer list. Notice that the tab here on the bottom, it says customer. So now I'm going to save it. Now in here, I want to create a new mail merge. So I go under Mailings, and then I go under Start Mail Merge. And the best thing to do is, or what I'd suggest that you do is, click on Step-by-Step Mail Merge Wizard. In here, notice that there is pane in the right-hand side shows up, and it asks you, do you want to create letters, email messages, envelopes, labels, and so on. You can do emails, and that's a powerful feature, and I'll try to demonstrate that in another video here. Or actual letters like the old days that you used to do, print them in a paper and stuff them in an envelope and send them and that type of thing. So for now, we're going to learn how to do letters. We click on Next Step to start the document. It says, do you want to use the current document that we have opened here, or do you want to start from a template, or do you want to use an existing document that you have from some other time? So I say I want to use the current one, and then the next step here is to select the recipients. Now it says, do you want to use an existing list, or do you want to create a new list? In our case, we are going to use an existing list, that Excel file that I opened a moment ago. Also, you can use Outlook if you use Microsoft Outlook as well. Now, type a new list. You can do it from here from Microsoft Word. However, I'd recommend create a list in Excel if you're going to have to create a new list, because it's much easier to manage in the future and update. So we click here on use an existing list. We click on browse, and then we have to find the file. And this is my customer list for the mail merge. I click on open. That's my Excel file basically. And here is my customer table. Notice there are two sheets in there, but I want to use, remember I mentioned earlier, customer. Click OK. Now notice this is the list of all the customers in that Excel spreadsheet. You could also sort them a certain way if you wanted, so you can sort them alphabetically by first name, by last name, and all that type of thing. And then you can also filter them if you needed to. So let's say you want only by a specific zip code or by a specific criteria and so on. You could basically simply click on filter and choose the field name. And let's say here's a zip. And you would say zip equal to some number or greater than some number and so on. So in this case, I'm going to cancel that. You could find duplicates to avoid sending duplicates. And then you simply click on OK here. At this point, we are ready. We have told the system that we're going to use the existing document and an existing list. Now the next thing it says, write your letter. Now in my letter here, it's saying, well, put in your address block. I could put this by clicking on it, or we could insert the fields manually. I would recommend that you tinker with it manually. So you could say, dear, and then choose here the insert field option. So dear first name. The computer will put the first name in there. Then you go to the next line here, and then you start writing your letter basically. Now the other thing that you could do is in here you could put their address so that it will be part of the envelope. So we click here under insert field, first name, space, last name, and then insert field, street address, city, comma, state, and the zip. Now those look coded, but computer is going to pull them one by one and match them with the Excel spreadsheet, so don't panic on that. Now in here you would write your letter. You'd say below is the annual report for your investments. Let's assume this is an investment report. And you could also insert here, remember in Excel we had a comments field. You could put a comments field in here. Now at this point you put your name there. You could also insert an image if you needed to, or a logo, or whatever part of your, it's going to be duplicated across all the pages. Now at this stage you could simply actually save this. If you were to save it at this point and you'd give it a name, the reason why I saved it is because you could at any point open this and it's going to pull your data automatically from your Excel file if you needed to do another mail merge in 6 months or whatever. Now the next thing here, notice it says preview your letters. So notice it says this is the address, Alex, and so on. And you could kind of preview them right here. Next, next, next. Now, a lot of people, they stop here, but you need to finish to complete your merge. You can click here under complete merge, and then you can either choose to print them or edit individual letters. Notice there's also a finish and merge option on the top here as well. So in my case, particularly what I usually prefer to edit individual letters, and then I'm going to choose all of them. Now it's going to take a little while because I had 29 pages here and I have a lot of customers. So notice now we have one letter or long report for every one of the customers here. So notice we had here, the first one is for Alex. And now we have to keep on scrolling because this is a long report. And now here's Amber. That's the next customer. And again, like I mentioned, it's going to be a long one. So suppose you have 2 or 3 pages, and this would be much more meaningful. But basically, we're creating a personalized report here for each one of the customers. And here's for the next third one. Keep in mind, again, the key there is that this is the output at this stage. If we were to look at the documents that I have opened here, and apparently I have many of them, but this is the one with merged results. It says letters, one word. This we can actually trash it after we are done with it. We don't need to save it unless you need it for documentation purposes. This is our form. So at this point, if I close this and I save the changes, if I go to open this again, so this was the one for mail merge form, notice it prompts you, it says opening this document will run the following commands. Select from customer order by first name and last name. Do you want to update it? Yes. And now it's linking it to the Excel file. Now at any point we can go here under mailings and it's ready. We can simply click on finish and merge, and it's going to merge all of those just like it did earlier. So hopefully that is helpful. And keep in mind, again, before I end this session, that you can always update the Excel file and you can always reuse the form file. The results page, the merged results, you don't necessarily need to save them unless you need to keep them for documentation purposes as to what you sent out. In this brief video, I'm going to demonstrate how to create an email merge to contact customers via email and send them customized emails with their name and specific information pertaining to their account or pertaining to them. So the way it works is that you have to have an Excel file where you're keeping track of the data. By the way, this does not have to be just Excel. It can be data in Access database. It could be data pulled from another system and so on. It could be data from Outlook and so on. But the simplest way is to have it in an Excel file. It's important that on the first column here you'd have the actual field names for what they stand for. For example, this column stands for first name, and it has all the first names and the last name and then telephone number and so on. The labels here on the top, we'll use them from within Word when we do the email merge. The other thing that you will need to have in order to do an email merge is that you need to have an email address or a field with the email address for each of the customers. Of course, the email shouldn't be exactly the same for all the customers, otherwise it will not really work the way you intend it to. In order for this to work is that you need to have Microsoft Outlook installed or a MAPI compliant email application installed. And usually if you have Office on your computer, the Microsoft Outlook client application comes with it, and most likely you are using it. Or in a business environment, you'd be using that. So the way this works is you'd go in Microsoft Word. So we can close the Excel file at this point. We go into Word and we'll create a new document. It doesn't have to be a new one. You can use an existing email or an existing template from Word that you are using. Again, this works in conjunction with Excel and Outlook and Word. So we are using 3 applications from the Office suite. So in this case, we go under Mailings, and then we click on Start a Mail Merge. Then we go under Mail Merge Wizard, and then we go under Email Messages. The process is exactly the same as for creating labels or creating regular mail merge for letters. The only difference is in the very end when it initiates using Outlook. So in this case, we'll go to next step here. We chose email messages, then start the document, and we are going to use the current document. If we wanted to use something else, we can pick one from here. Then we click the recipients. We have to tell the computer what the recipients. We're going to use an existing list, and we're going to click on browse to find the list. Then we'll go under wherever we have our Excel file, so you'd know wherever you saved it, and you'll pick the first field that shows up from your Excel file. If your Excel file has more tabs and you're using those tabs, then of course that's what you'd be picking here as well. Notice here it says first row of data contains column headers. You'll click OK, and then this is our data. We can filter it, we can sort it, we can do other stuff here, but for the sake of simplicity, we're not going to tinker with that, and then we're going to click OK. The next step here, it is to write the email message. So we click, and then we go to start writing it. We can say dear, and then insert the field, dear first name. And let's assume at this point that the order number was actually this one under customer ID. We're going to mix it at this point a little bit. So you put in that, and then you can put in other comments, and you can put in whatever other fields that you might be keeping from your data file. So now if we wanted to insert a coupon or whatever it may be, we go online here, we search under Bing for a coupon code. Let's assume that's the coupon. We can format this a little bit better if we wanted to and customize it further. And the next thing is we can click on preview your email. Notice it says Dear Owen, thank you for a recent order 1105, and then we can go to the next customer here, and you can see Dear John, Dear Harry, Dear Kathy, and so on. So you can see it. It's going to send them exactly the same email, but it's going to be personalized with their own name and also some kind of pertinent information related to them. Now in this case, we can click on complete the merge, and then the option here, which is different from regular mail merges, is that it's asking us for electronic mail. Then we tell it that the to field is in the email column for the Excel file. So if we had that labeled somewhere else or something different, then you would choose whatever the name of that column is. So in this case, I'm going to choose email, and then you can put a subject line. This will be the title of your email, as just like your regular emails. Then the format, you want to have the format, if you're going to use pictures like this, you want to make it HTML format. And then you'd simply click OK. Now at this point, the way it works is that the system is going to connect and utilize Microsoft Outlook, and it is going to send those emails one after the other. It's not going to be like a distribution list. It's going to be just one email after the other. Now be cautious and careful here that you don't blast everybody with this type of email or send the wrong email and you misuse the list. So basically, if I were to hit OK here, it is going to send those emails out based on the Excel list. Now at this point, I'm not going to do that because we get the idea, I hope. And what you can do at this stage, if you go back to where you have the codes here, if something is not correct, you can always go back and correct it into the Excel file and then rerun it again. Now what you can do as well is that you can save this file. Notice with the codes here, and if I save it, I'll give the name here on, and then if I'm to go back here after 2 weeks or 2 months or whatever, and I come back to Word again and then go to open it, here's my sample email. Notice it's going to come up and ask me, do you want to link to the customer's file in Excel? Of course I want to say yes. And then from this point on, we can go here under the steps and then choose just next, basically. And here they are. And basically just complete the merge and do the electronic mail again. So basically you don't have to redesign the form all the time. It works exactly the same. You can save the form both in regular mail merges, in label mail merges, and email mail merges, and reuse the same form multiple times, and you just keep the Excel file up to date. In this brief session, I'm going to explain the process on how to create labels. The process is actually simpler than one thinks, or they are used to probably tinkering with it. But basically, all you have to have is Microsoft Word, and then the best is to use an Excel file. The Excel file could be a list of names. On the first row can be different labels, for example, the customer number, the company, the first name, last name, telephone, street address, city, zip, and so on. You could have here any other new fields as well. So this list, as you can see, you can create it by either extracting it from an existing system, or you can simply type those addresses and keep those in a list somehow, somewhere, by simply typing them one after the other. So then the next step here is, I'm going to close this. You don't need the Excel file open when you do this. And we need to go to Microsoft Word. Under Word, we need to click on Mailings tab here. So we click on actually a mail merge option here. And then we go under step-by-step wizard. I usually recommend the step-by-step wizard because it takes you step by step, as it says, in order to generate those labels. So we click here, and then we tell the system that we are going to create labels. Then click on Next to start the document. Then the next here is telling us that we are going to use the current document layout, or you can use an existing document if you want, but in this case it's going to be labels, just populate it with the basic names and addresses. If you wanted something where it says labels with other information, then you can simply type it here on the left hand side. Then the next option here is to choose label options. We need to tell the system what kind of labels are we using for this mail merge. Then here under label vendors, unless you have Microsoft, you need to change it to something else. And usually the most common one is the Avery US letter. Under Avery US letter, notice there are a lot of different ones. And usually when you go to the store and buy those, you'll have the number directly on the label. So it will tell you on the box of labels as to which number it is, which product number. So one of the common ones that we use is the Avery 5160, which tells me it's 1 inch in height and then 2.63 inches. So we click OK here. The next step here in the bottom, notice it says go to select the recipients. So we click on select recipients, and then you can use an existing list, you can use the contacts from Outlook, or you can type a new list if you wanted as well. But like I said earlier, it's easier to just type the list first in Excel and then you just utilize that list. So we go here under use an existing list, and then we go and find it and locate it. Click on browse, and then we are going to go here under week 3, and this is the customer list for mail merge. Now in here there are 2 tabs or 2 sheets in this spreadsheet. Now when I had this earlier, it was the first one, so basically I'm not going to open it again, but it's going to be one of the first ones. Usually when you open Excel, it's going to have 2 to 3 tabs that it starts with. So we'll pick the first one, and these are all the names. You could filter those names if you wanted, but for now we're going to leave everything alone for the sake of simplicity. Then we're going to go, and here on the first one we're going to click on Insert Merge Field. So we go here to the first label, and then we click on Merge, Insert Merge Field, and we say Insert First Name, a space, Insert Last Name, hit Enter, then Insert Street Address, hit Enter again, and then we are going to insert the city, comma, state, and then the zip. Now here is where pretty much everybody has problems because the labels don't populate through all the fields. So the next thing what you need to do here is we click on Arrange Labels, and then the next thing what you have to do here is click on Update All Labels. So before you go and preview them, you want to update the same information that you see here to all of the labels all over in that same sheet. So the computer will do this automatically for you, and this is just for the labels. You click on Update All Labels, and notice it's a whole bunch of stuff in there. Then we click on Preview Your Labels, and notice the information is posted. If for some reason we want to change something here, we could go back to the previous step where the code stuff is, highlight it, let's say the first and last name, we want to make it bold. Click on bold there. If you want to put the word to, we could do that right in front of it. But then remember to update all labels again, and that will populate all the labels. Then preview your labels, and then complete the merge. You can preview them, how it's going to look page by page by page, but basically the last step what you want to do is complete the mail merge. You complete it, you could print it, or you can click on Edit Individual Labels. If we click on Edit Individual Labels, click on OK, this is the final product. So the final product here basically, it's the whole merged results. This you shouldn't have to tinker with it. If something is not correct, it is recommended that you go back to your Excel file. I'm not going to save the results here. You go to your Excel file, you change whatever you need to change, and then you come here to the previous step, which by the way, you can save this form, and you can save it particularly with the codes at this stage, and anytime you run it in the future, it will actually pull from the same list of addresses and list of information. You just have to keep the same file, the data file, and the form, this is referred to as the form file, in the same folder. It's basically the same folder or linked it, the same structure that it was to start with. And then once you change something, you just go back to preview the labels and complete the merge all over again. Hello, my name is Kaceli. The following is a comprehensive tutorial on using Microsoft Excel 2019, which is based on Office 365. We will start with the very basics, and then we will go into intermediate and advanced features of Excel. This tutorial is designed for business professionals who are looking to advance in their career by sharpening their Microsoft Office skills, and is great for students to learn Excel. Please also note that if you would like to follow along, the accompanying working files are located in the video description. I have designed this tutorial to be concepts-based, which means that most of the features covered here apply to previous versions and even later versions or newer versions of Excel. So let's get started. This assumes that we are using the installed or the desktop version of Microsoft Excel in your computer. So we're going to go here under Start, and then we are going to look for Microsoft Excel. So we'll just type here Excel and then hit Enter. Let's just get acquainted a little bit with the application interface so that we know what is where. As soon as we open the application, on the very top we have the option to create a blank workbook or an Excel spreadsheet. We have some quick guides here from Microsoft, and then further down here we have a bunch of templates that Microsoft has included in this version of Excel. There are various categories that you can pick. On the left-hand side under the Home tab, this includes any of the recent spreadsheets that you have been working on. Here under Pinned, this would show the files that you have pinned that you want always to show up in this list. And then under shared with me, in this case, you'd need to be signed in to Office Online. And this is where the documents that have been shared with you are going to be available. On the left-hand side here, we have the option to create new documents. So the new documents would be whether it's a blank worksheet or use one of those templates from here. Keep in mind that you can search for new templates on the very top and also use the categories over here. Under Open, this is the option where you can choose to open an existing file in your computer. Now notice that you have a whole bunch of other options here, but the easiest, the best would be to just simply choose this PC and then navigate under this PC the various files and directories wherever you have your files. Further down here, you also have the account that has been associated with Microsoft, basically your Microsoft 365 account. Then under Options, this is where you can customize the various options related to this application, whether it's the general options or formulas or data and how to save and how often to save your documents and things of that nature. And now it's important to understand as well that those options are going to be under File here on the Home tab as well. And then if you scroll down, you will see them in the very bottom of the screen. Now let's go back home here. And let's suppose that we wanted to create a new document and also at the same time keep on looking again at the interface of this application to get an understanding as to how this application works. So if we click here on the blank document, which I just did, notice that in the very top here you have these tabs. So you have the Home tab with all of these sets of icons here. And those are kind of called groupings of icons. So Microsoft has tried to group things of or functions or similar functions together. For example, for the alignment of the content, it would be under the alignment grouping on the Home tab. Then you have the Insert tab here, and that has new sets of groupings and icons and functions here as well. Then under Draw, you have additional options, and then Page Layout, another tab, and Formulas. And this is where the beauty of Excel is, or the major functionality of Excel is under the Formulas area. Then you have the Data tab, View, and Help as well. Keep in mind that on the top right here, you also have the Tell Me feature in Microsoft Excel, where you can simply, if you don't know how to or where a particular function is, for example, footer, you can simply type it in here and then click on that option and it will take you directly to that particular function. So you technically don't really need to know where something is as long as you know what you're looking for. Then further down here you have these sheet 1. So notice each Excel file starts with one sheet, and you can add as many sheets as you want to it by using this button here on the bottom right. Notice now we have sheet 2, sheet 3, and such. Think of those just as pages on a notebook. On the bottom right hand side, you have some options here for the layout. So this is the normal layout of this document, or of this spreadsheet in this case. You also have the page layout. If you prefer to look at that, that's how the document or the spreadsheet would print out. You also have the page break. So this is if we are using page breaks in this document. Notice you can zoom in and out here by pressing this plus and minus sign here in the very bottom. Now, a couple of things before we get into the actual, to using the application and some of the functions in the application here. So you'll notice that you have all of these blocks here or cells, and then you have these numbers here on the left. And obviously, I'm going on with the very basics of using Excel. So we're just starting as basic as it can be in this case. So you have these rows here and you have these columns, and then you also have these little blocks. So those are referred to as cells. Those horizontally, those would be your rows, and then these would be your columns. And then each one of those blocks has a reference to it or an address for it. So for example, if we were to type something in here, let 10 in there, let's add a value of 10, this cell we'd reference it by using the column and the row number. So it would be B3. The reference for this, or the address for this, would be B3. Now, the nice thing in Excel is that when you do calculations, and that's the whole point of using Excel, you usually use those references or those addresses. So we don't say here, for example, if we wanted to get the total here, and we will get into these in a little bit in more details as to what I'm doing here next as far as the sum and such. But let's say if we wanted to add those two numbers, yes, you could say 10 plus 5, and then the computer will give you the total, but you typically use in there sum of B3 colon B4. And for now, just focus on the reference for it. So now notice the total is 15 once I hit enter. The nice thing about using references is that if I change one of those values, let's say to 10 here, now notice the total will be updated automatically. So the key here to remember is that in Excel you have those rows and columns and these cells. Each cell has a reference to it, and it's best to use the reference for that specific cell, which then contains the value. Now the spreadsheets are of course used for calculations, for budgets, anything financial related. The spreadsheets are very powerful and can be very useful in a business environment, whether you're a professional that you want to advance in your career and get the right skills for the job and such, or the jobs and the employment opportunities, but also as a student. Now, those sheets, we started with one sheet here, but as I mentioned earlier, you can add as many sheets as you want by simply tapping on the add icon here. Now those sheets also can be renamed. So if you right click on this and choose rename, you can call this week 1 or month 1 or whatever you want to reference it, or the year. It's also important to understand that you can perform calculations between sheets, and we'll learn about this. And then finally, as far as the interface here and some of the generic components or general components of Excel, notice that you also have this formula bar here, or this area where you enter the formulas. And the formulas, we'll learn about them in a little bit, are basically what perform the calculations in Excel. So stay tuned for the next session here, where we are going to learn about doing some of the basic functions and calculations using in Excel, now that you have some of the foundations on a spreadsheet, and also you have the foundations on the layout and the components of Excel. And as we finish here, just for terminology, you'll hear the term spreadsheet and worksheet. Typically, those will be the worksheets here. So you have each sheet here. The spreadsheet is the whole file here with all of these worksheets. Like I said, stay tuned for the next session, where we'll get study and learn about basic functions related to Microsoft Excel. In this session, I'm going to go over some of the basic functions in Microsoft Excel 2019, which is part of Office 365. Remember, those functions are not tied only to Excel 2019. They are useful also for previous versions and also later versions of Excel. If you'd like to follow along, you might need to download this accompanying file that has a whole bunch of those tabs here, and basically all the various components that we'll go through in this tutorial. So now that we opened Excel, we understand the various interface components of Microsoft Excel 2019. Now we'll go under the Basic Concepts tab here in the bottom and perform some specific and basic functions. Let's say we wanted to calculate the office expenses. We have all of these cells. In each one of those cells, you can type texts, numbers and values and such. It can be a general number, it can be a specific number, currency, accounting type of format numbers, dates, percentages. You can format these cells or the values in the cells in percentages, fractions, and scientific notations and text. So here we basically want to calculate the expenses for our office. Supposedly we have office supplies, computer expenses, photocopying, printing, travel expenses, service contracts. Now for each month we have recorded the amounts, and then we want to get the total for the training for each category. Also we want to get the totals for each month down here. First, we want to format these currency. We simply select those specific cells, go up here under the number grouping, and then click on the drop down and we choose currency. Currency is going to put that dollar sign in front of it and the 2 decimal points. You can do it from here, or you can click on this dollar amount in here. If you're using various other currencies, you can pick those in here. Now let's say that we wanted to get the totals for trainings. All of those calculations are performed by using formulas. To perform any calculations in Excel, start with an equal sign followed by some kind of function. Now the function itself can be any of those in here. So if we click on the formulas, click on function, the functions can be financial functions, any of those that you see right here, logical functions, lookup and reference, math and trigonometry. So if we wanted to look at the whole list of them here under all, notice that there are hundreds of functions that you can utilize in Excel. Now for the purpose of this tutorial, we are just going to learn about some of those functions so that you get the concepts, and then once you know how this stuff works, then you can go and explore this even furthermore on your own. So for example, here I clicked here under formulas and I chose insert function in case you wanted to find what sum does. Typing in there, click go here. Notice it says it adds numbers in a range of cells. So if we go back here to get the sum of those numbers, like I mentioned earlier, you need to start with the equal sign, the word sum, and then you can open parentheses, and then here you can reference the actual starting point, which would be B6. Notice you have column B, and then the row is number 6. So you type in there B6. This is the manual way that we are learning to do this at this point. And then colon. This means anything from that starting point to, let's say, D, to where it says here for March training, which would be D6. And then close parentheses and hit enter. So that's one way to do this. So notice now the calculation, it's 700. If January's training expenses were 250, notice the total will change automatically. And that's the beauty of Excel. That's why you use formulas and calculations and you use this tool. So that's one way to enter the formula in here. Let's do this another manual way here. So here we say sum, and you can press tab and it will put the capital letters and also the parenthesis thing. Then you can either tap in here, the starting point, so notice it's 300, and it puts B7 automatically, so you don't have to gauge it where it goes horizontally and vertically, where they meet. And also you can put there colon and then the end point, or you can simply select the cells that you want to add up, and notice it will put the colon in there automatically, and then all you have to do is you hit enter. So again, before I hit enter, to summarize it, you press the equal sign telling the computer that you're going to calculate something in there to start a formula. Then you put the function, which is in this case, it's the sum, adding those numbers. And then we simply selected what the range that we want it to select. Then hit enter, and notice the amount here has been calculated. In most cases in business, most individuals also use this function here, the automatic calculation. So let's suppose that I didn't have either one of those and I want a calculation in here. Notice that under the Home tab and then under Auto Sum, it automatically will add up a bunch of cells and the values in them. You click on it, and the computer is going to select those items automatically. You hit enter here, and it gives you the calculation. Now, what about if I wanted to do the calculation over here? Notice it's going to try to do this selection as well. Now, of course, you could adjust that selection before hitting enter, and that's another way of doing it. Now, I showed you the manual way before because that's going to be more accurate, and it also gives and reinforces the concept as to how this works. So now if we wanted to get the totals for January here, we could do it either way. We could either use the automatic calculation here on the top right on the Home tab, or we could do it the manual way and select the range and then hit enter. Next here, how can we populate the same formulas here that we entered in this cell for these other ones without having to do it manually for each one of them? Instead of us spending time to enter the formulas here in each cell, we can simply replicate what's entered in this cell, which, by the way, here's what's entered in that cell behind the scenes. This is the formula bar here on the top. Now to replicate it, notice there is a little dot here on the bottom right. All you have to do is you hold the mouse on that dot on the bottom right and then drag far down you want to go. And notice the computer is going to calculate everything for the subsequent rows. Whenever you do this, try to double check the work. And the way you do that is that you click on any of these calculations, then you come here under the formula bar and then see what's being calculated. So it's getting us a sum of B12 all the way through D12, which is B12, it's the 13 here, and then all the way to D12. So spot check that work before you submit something that you'll later regret that it was not calculated correctly. If we wanted to do the calculation here as well for the totals for each month, you can do it the same way. So you can go to the bottom under this dot and then drag the mouse to the right. This works vertically top down and horizontally from left going to the right. Notice we got a bunch of these number signs in here, and this is a very common thing. That means that the column is not wide enough, and all you have to do is either drag this to the right a little bit manually, like that, or by double-clicking between the columns here, C and D, and the computer, it's going to adjust it exactly to the widest value in any of the cells. And we do that for the next one as well. The autofill feature works for anything sequential. It can also work for days of the week or a specific sequence of numbers that you have. So for example, if we have here Monday, and then we want to replicate the other days of the week, you can simply drag this down and you have all the other days of the week. If you wanted to do it for months of the year, just type the name of the month, drag it down, and it will replicate the months and keep on going. It can also work for sequences of numbers. Now you can drag this down by selecting those two values, and notice it'll do 5, 10, 15, 20, and so on. Let's say we wanted to learn about formatting and making this look slightly nicer. You can select any of those cells, and then notice you have these styles. It's very similar to the styles and formatting styles in Microsoft Word. We can either click on the drop down and pick any of those designs, and notice it's giving us what's called a live preview. So you can do this for all the cells in here. The other thing that you can do is you can simply select here the whole table, and you can choose format as a table, and then you can pick one of those designs and click OK here, and now notice applied that specific design in there instead of us doing it manually. And I just undid it for now. The other thing to keep in mind is conditional formatting. Conditional formatting is a tool that you can utilize to easily spot trends and patterns in your data using bars, colors, icons to visually highlight important ones. So in this case, we just want to pinpoint which ones were the highest expenses in our data set here. So we go here under conditional formatting, and you have all of these different rules. So you can choose to show anything greater than a specific value, anything less than, anything that equals, or duplicate values to highlight them and things of that nature. Also the top 10 and the bottom 10%. So if you wanted to identify the top 10 items, top 10 sales and such, all you have to do is you just pick any of those. You can do data bars, so basically it'll give you a little chart similar to that. Or you can do color coded, and you can create your own rule as well and your own criterias. So for now, I'm just simply going to use the color coding, and this basically puts a little chart within each cell to give us the definition of the items with a higher value in them. So if we change this to 5,000, notice everything else will be readjusted. Now we can do it for the total conditional formatting, and let's say we want color-coded for a range of cells. In this video, we're going to learn how to use some additional basic functions in Excel. We want to find the highest value of a data set. Let's say we have these expenses for January, and we want to post the highest value of all the numbers in that column. So to do that, you can either go here under the Home tab, under Auto Sum in the drop-down, you choose Max, and notice it's going to select a bunch of the cells. Now in this case, we don't really want the total here, so all we have to do is we select the values that we want to be included in that selection and simply hit Enter. That's one way of doing it. I'm going to delete it. The other way to do this is by simply start with the equal sign, and then we want to find the max, and then press Tab, and then just simply select the references, the numbers that you want to include in your calculation, and then hit Enter. Notice the highest number is 5,000. If we change this to 12,000, we're going to readjust the column. Notice that it's posting here that that's the highest number. Now you can repeat this in the other columns here as well for the other months, or you can use, as we learned in the previous module, you can replicate this formula that is in this cell by using the autofill feature. So we hold down the mouse on the bottom right, drag it to the right here, and it'll give us the actual values. Now you'd say, well, how do I calculate the minimum, the lowest number among all of those numbers? You can either go under the Home tab here and then choose this Common Functions minimum, or you can simply type in here equal sign, MIN. So formula start always with the equal sign, then there's the function, in this case is the minimum, tab, and then put in the range. So there are 3 components to each formula. Hit Enter. Notice the lowest number here is 13. If we wanted to find the same thing for the other months, simply drag this to the right, and you'll have this posted with the numbers. Now let's say this was $1. Notice that has been updated here in the bottom. Again, try to get the concept of how this works. Even if you're trying to figure out some more advanced function, you can look it up. You can use a Tell Me feature up here for that particular function. You can search the web and such, but the concept is going to be very much the same. You're going to look through a set of data within the ranges of the data, performing a specific function relating that data. So in this case, we want to get the average. We don't know what the average function is in Excel. We can simply start by typing equal, start typing whatever it is that you're trying to do. In this case, we want the average. Notice it gives us an explanation as well next to it. Double click or simply press Tab and it selects the range of data. Hit Enter, and this is the average for all of these values. Now, if I wanted to count how many items do I have in here. So if you look here on the top right under the Home tab, you have Count Numbers. Go right here, click on Insert, and then Count Numbers. Notice it does count, and then select your data. Notice there are 9. If we go to the right, notice in this case there are only 8. And the reason for that is because there's no value in C14. This should give you a very basic overview of using Excel, just the basic functions. That's what functions you typically use to calculate taxes or calculate budgets and things of that nature. You might use multiplication and division, which we'll cover it in just a moment here. You could use this in business, for example, to calculate the expenses for various sales of cars and such. So in this case, we simply do the equal sign there, sum, the range, and then replicate it for all the other ones and such, and then find the average as well in a similar way. In this session, we are going to perform additional functions using Excel. This would come in handy in financial or budget calculations. So let's say we have here the monthly pay for each individual or employee, and then we have the various deductions. Now we want to find the total deductions for that particular employee, their net pay, what's left over after paying for the deductions, the annual net pay, so we want to learn how to multiply it and what their net pay would be annually, and then weekly pay. So to get the totals, we're going to use a concept that we already learned from the previous sessions. We're simply going to get the sum of those two values, deduction 1 and deduction 2. So we do that by using equal sign, sum, press tab to autofill that part of it there, and then those two references, so C6 all the way through D6. Then hit enter. Now we can replicate that by using the autofill feature that we learned earlier. Next, we want to calculate the net pay. So the net pay would be the gross pay minus the deductions. That would give us the net pay. So in this case, you're learning how to subtract two values. So in this case, we can do that without using a function, and we can simply put the initial amount. So this would be B6 minus the total deductions, E6, and then simply hit enter. Now those numbers mean that the values didn't fit in that cell, and we simply need to resize the column here. So it was like that. We can double click here between the columns, which I covered also in the previous section. So the net pay for this individual, which was basically taking their gross pay minus deductions, and then we got the net pay. We can use the autofill, and we have the totals in here. You could do it by having that 12-month value as part of the formula. So to do it as part of the formula, you simply enter the equal sign, then you take the net pay, just click on it, F6, times, which is the asterisk, and then 12. Hit enter. That would be the annual pay. So that's one way to do it. The other way to do it would be to use a reference point. So we have the equal sign, the net pay here, F7, times, and our reference point will be 12. In this case, this 12 on the top. Hit enter. The advantage of this method is that, okay, let's see how much this employee would be paid in 2 years. So you simply change that value to 24, you hit enter, and notice that will be their 2-year salary. Or let's say for 6 months, you simply enter and change the value. So that would be a good use if you're doing projections. If we use the autofill here with a reference point, there will be an issue, and I'm not going to go into that at this point because I'll cover it in the data types in just a little bit, but that has to do with using absolute references. So for now, we're just going to use it embedded into the formula. Now, supposedly, we wanted to get the weekly pay. There are 52 weeks in a year. We know that the net pay per month is $3,400. Per year, it's $41,000. But now, per week. There are 52 weeks in a year. Equal sign here, the annual net pay divided, which is a slash, by 52. And there is your weekly pay, or this individual's weekly pay. So far we learned about using the sum to add the deductions. We used subtraction to take off the deductions from the pay. And then we also focused on multiplication and also division. And then earlier we learned about a few additional functions that are still on the basic nature of using Excel. In this session, we're going to learn about using the quick analysis tool. Let's suppose we have a bunch of data very similar to this, and we want to find out and utilize some quick analysis tool. All you have to do is select the data, click here on the very bottom right under quick analysis. This will show you live previews with the data. So for example, conditional formatting, it's going to format the data within the cells and using bars. So notice it uses to highlight interesting data. You can do it color-coded, or icons, whether the values went up or down and such, or greater than a certain amount, or specific text. You can create charts based on this data. Cluster chart, so it would look like this. Also, you have the tab here for the totals. Basically, the system is going to add another row. It's going to give you the sum or the average or the count of them or the percent total or the running total here, and sums as well. Notice it added another column on the right hand side. You can also create additional tables. For example, if you want to create a quick pivot table from here, and then spark lines. These are some types of charts to display the data. So suppose we wanted the data charts. There it is. We just simply select it and then apply the values. If we wanted to create a specific chart, click on it, and notice we have the values right here. Let's say that we are going to create a pivot table. Notice it will create a new worksheet here in the bottom. You can unselect certain items from our table and it'll keep on giving us the various values. Or here on the right hand side, you can customize whether you want to show specific sales, whether you want to display the company, and whether you want to apply filters, and then you want to sort it by various values or industries and such. So if we go here under filters, now under the industry, we can choose to display only those specific companies within that selection. You can customize this even further by adding more than one criteria. So this has to do more with pivot tables and working with pivot tables and such. But the idea is that you can go here to quick analysis and create whether it's charts and such or trends within your data by having the computer analyze it quickly for you. It's a very similar idea with the charts. In the charts, it will create again a new worksheet and it'll work in conjunction with the pivot tables. Notice with a chart, as we change the criteria, it'll update the chart automatically. So let's say we don't want medical listed, then it'll update the chart in an automated way. So that is quick tools. The idea here is to select the data, go under quick analysis tools, and explore these features. In this session, we're going to learn about the types of references in Microsoft Excel. If you go back to the previous sessions on learning Excel, we have been using what's called the relative references. If we were to look back here under the basic concepts, when we calculated these values and I entered the amounts, Notice that the reference here is B6 through D6, but then when I used the autofill feature to get those formulas populated, notice that it went to B7 to D7, and then the next one it went to B8 through D8 and such. So anything sequential, it did it automatically. And those are what's referred to as relative references. Now in Excel, there are also absolute references and mixed references. Let's reference in here B8. So we do equal sign B8, enter, and that just says $4,000. It's posting in here whatever is on B8. Now that currently is a relative reference. If I go down, notice it replicates what's here on the left-hand side. It went from B8, so it started with B9 and such. If I were to change this to an absolute reference, which is by pressing the F4 key on the keyboard, notice it puts these dollar signs. It's locking it to this specific cell, to both the B column, and it's locking it also on the 8th row. Now, if I have that as an absolute reference and drag this down, notice it will always give me what's on B8. Basically, it will keep staying at 4,000. And that's because we are using absolute references. There are also what's called mixed references. So mixed references are those that have only $1 sign. So we are locking it either by the column or we are locking it by the row. Let's say we want the dollar sign to be locked on column B. Either take away this dollar sign in front of 8, of the row 8, either by erasing it on the keyboard or by pressing the F4 key until the right mode is selected here. So we have B8 there. Hit enter. Now notice the values are going to change. That's because we are not going to column C at this point. We are just going down. So we basically, it's still on column B. By the way, here's how you insert a new column. Right click, choose insert. So now let's say that I wanted to go from left to right. Notice I have it locked on column B. If I go left to right, remember it's going to keep on posting the 4,000 value. That's because we have it locked on column B. If we did not have it locked on column B, it will give us a blank cell here because there's nothing on C or D. So anytime you want to lock a reference by a specific row or column, that's when you use a mixed reference. Anytime that you want to lock it by a specific reference point, that's when you use the absolute type of reference. Let's do an actual example here. So let's say we had a $20,000 budget for this year for our department. There's going to be a decrease by 5%. We have all of these categories, and we want to first find out what the difference is for the 5% decrease, and then we want to determine what the new budget is. So in this case, put in here equal sign, and then we'll take the 4,000, which is our current budget, and multiply by 5%. Then hit enter. And notice we have to give up $200. You could keep on doing this manually for the other cells in here, and it would be just fine. It would work just fine. So if we go here and then B9 times the percentage, hit enter, notice it works just fine. However, let's suppose that we have 2,000 rows here. That would take forever to do. So if we're dragging this down and using the autofill feature, now notice, first it came up with these number signs, which means just we need to widen the column here. But notice that we had computer expenses by $8,000 to start with, but now the difference is $32 million. And if you look at the formula, it's basically multiplying 4,000 by 8,000. If we look over here, it started with B8 and B6, this times that. It went to the next one, 100 times 0, so it moved 1 for each of them down from 5% to the next row down. Then when it got to the 32 million one, it ended up multiplying 8,000 times 4,000 because the reference kept on shifting downwards. So to lock down that reference for this B6, the decrease, the percentage item, and that can be any number, it doesn't have to be percent, it can be number of students or number of enrolled individuals in a project or whatever. You want to make B6 an absolute reference. Stay locked down to that point of reference. To do that, as I mentioned earlier, you use the F4 function key on the keyboard, and that, notice it puts a $2, or you can enter those dollar signs manually by simply typing them in front of each reference. Hit enter. Now notice it's still going to be a $200 difference, but when we drag this thing down, it's going to give us the proper calculations because each one of them, it's locked. Of course, you can do additional calculations here. You could say, okay, give me the totals. Okay, and you can format that here on the right-hand side if necessary and such. Of course, those are things that you're going to explore on your own. And then find the totals. Press tab there after I typed sum and then hit enter. Notice we have to give up $1,000. Let's say that you're the manager and you say, what about if we decrease the budget expenditures by 6%? How much will we save? So you just type 6 in here, hit enter. Notice you'd be saving $1,200. The idea here is that by using absolute references, you can use it to make projections. The new budget, you can calculate that very easily by simply equal sign the original amount minus the difference, hit enter, and those will be your new numbers. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to filter and sort data in Excel 2019. The process, by the way, is the same for other versions of Excel. We have this data and we want to sort it, let's say, either by date, or we want to sort it by product or the region or the sales rep. So to do that, you go to the field that you want to start sorting by, go here under sort, and then choose the option that you'd prefer. It's by date here, or I can go here under sort by product alphabetically, A through Z. Notice that you can also right click on this and choose sort. Let's say I wanted to sort by the region. Right click on it and choose sort, and then you can sort by clicking on the specific field that you want to sort by, and then either right click or go up here on the top right hand side. So let's say we had this initially sorted by product, A through Z, and then we want to do multiple level sorting. So right click, choose sort, and then choose custom sort. Now here we have product first, so you could change that to region or whatever you want. And then the cell values, we want to do them A through Z or whatever that you want. That's one level, so we're starting with the product. Now let's say we want to add another level. We want the regions to be sorted next. So we go here, then sort it by the region, and then sort it in ascending order. A through Z, click OK. Now notice that we have all the Eastern region, the products, and then we have the Midwest region. Then it moves to the next product, Quad. We have the Eastern, then we have West and such. If you go here under sort, custom sort, you can add the third column, for example, the sales rep. Add a level. Choose sales rep next, and then let's say you want A through Z. Click OK. So you have the product. For that specific product, then it's by region, and then the next one is by sales rep alphabetically. And you can do sales and any type of customization that you want for the sorting. Next, let's learn about filtering data. Filtering is going to display only what we have chosen to see. To do that, we can go here under the Home tab and then choose Sort and Filter. and then click on the filtering option. And now notice we have these drop downs next to each label or the top of the column where our data is. We could have enabled this as well by right-clicking and choosing filter. Let's say we want to filter for a specific product. Unselect all of them and we want to see only the Sunshine product. Click OK. It's going to display only that particular product. You can also do multiple level filtering by going under the region and then choosing a specific region. And let's say we want to choose only the East and Midwest. Click OK, and notice only those records are going to be displayed. Obviously, you can add additional criteria by a specific amount and such. And you could use, under the number filters, you could say, give me only those items above the average, or give me only those below average, or you can create your own custom filter. So let's say those above the average, and notice it's going to list all of those criteria for us. So we started here with a whole bunch of data, and we are narrowing it down to what we prefer. Now, if we wanted to clear the filter, you can simply go to the particular item where you have the filter applied. Notice there's a little icon in here with a drop down. And then you choose to clear the filter from product. That means that all the products in this case are going to be displayed. However, the other filters are still in place and applied. Notice we don't have all the data back yet. You can go ahead and clear the filter for all the other ones as well. One of the nice things is also if you right-click or if you choose the drop-down, whichever you want, under the number filters option, you can create a custom filter. So you can go in here and we are looking here at sales. You choose the drop-down, and notice we are choosing the option for equals, but you can say does not equal, or is greater than, or equal to, or is less than. So let's say we say greater than, let's say show us all the sales that are greater than $1,000. And then you can have another criteria if you prefer, and then click OK. So that means for the sales field, we're able to apply a specific criteria. Now, of course, you can go into any of those. Let's say for the sales rep, you can create another text filter that, so the name begins with G, the name of the salesman. Click OK. Notice it's listing only those sales personnel G. So it's fairly easy for both the data filtering and also the data sorting. In this next session, we're going to learn how to create charts in Excel. We have here a variety of data options in our worksheet, and we want to create charts for them. So the concept of creating charts is pretty simple. Basically, the way it works is that you select the data, and then you click on charts. Now, the option to create the chart, you can either use this option right here in the bottom under charts, the quick analysis tool that we saw from earlier, or the other option that serves as a better concept is by going here under the Insert tab and then choosing Recommended Charts. Notice there are all kinds of other charts here as well, such as column charts, hierarchy, pie charts, and so on. The idea is to use the right chart for the right type of data representation. Sometimes it's very easy to skew the data by representing it the wrong type of chart. So typically, if you're dealing with percentages, you want to use a pie chart. If you're dealing with a long date range, which includes a lot of values and such, then you probably would use a line chart and so on. In Microsoft Excel here, there is also this option of recommended charts. So based on the data that you have selected, it's going to give you what Excel recommends in this case. So notice here I selected part of the column here in the first row as well, and I click OK, and that's the chart for just this set of data, just toys, boomerangs, and this in-store sales. If I want to tweak that chart even further, all I have to do is go and pick some other different designs from here on the top. I could also go and pick and change the colors to use a different color scheme. And you can also change the layout if you prefer a different layout. Notice how it's putting the numbers in various areas here through the live preview. And you could add different elements as well. Notice the contextual tools here on the top as well. Under the format, you could tweak the formatting, change additional properties for this chart, and also additional options to the right of this chart. Those are some of just the basic concepts on how you create the chart, how you kind of tinker with it. Now, the next thing that I'll try to show you here is that in some cases, you might have in-store sales, website sales, and you have 3 sets of data. So how do you apply that in a chart? Well, it's the same concept. You select the range of data here, and you go under Insert, and then Recommended Charts as well. And then pick the recommended type of chart that might come in handy for you. You click OK, and here is the grouped chart for this set of data. Now, of course, you can drag this and move it elsewhere in your worksheet where you're working with and customize it even further. The other type of chart that you could create here's another example of sales, for example, across multiple years. So in this case, you want to select the data, and then you go under Insert, and then Recommended Charts again. And notice the first recommended chart that Microsoft recommends here is a line chart, because you're dealing with multiple years. You want to see the pattern within those years. So pick the one that you prefer, and notice you have the chart right there. Now at this point, as we mentioned earlier as well, you can customize this with various other designs to make it more visually appealing for your audience. Notice you can also switch the rows of the columns, and you can change the data selection as well, including the changing the type of chart. Notice under the quick layout, as we discussed earlier, you can include additional values and options within your chart. The next example here, it goes against a year or a complete item. So now we can select this set of data and then go under Insert, choose Recommended Charts, and then at this point, the first option that Microsoft is giving us is the column chart. Because notice if you chose the pie chart here, it would probably not work quite as well because everything gets pretty much very closely together. So click on it, and there is the column chart for this specific year. The next option is multiple tests. This is very similar to what we used earlier in this one. And this type of chart, you can simply select it, the data, and then again insert the type of chart. Notice it's a column chart. In some cases you might want a line chart so that you can see the interactions or interfacing of them accordingly. Now, in the cases where you want to skip a specific area of data in your chart, what you can do, and this is kind of a neat little trick here, is basically, let's say I want to create a chart only for test 1 and test 3, and notice you have test 2 in the middle. What you can do is you hold down the Control key while selecting the data range, and then at this point you go under Insert and then insert some kind of chart that you may prefer here. So let's say it's a line chart, and I want to compare how 1 and 3 is doing, and that generates only the tests 1 and 3, in this case skipping test number 2. So again, the key there was to hold down the Control key while selecting the data range. So that's charts in a nutshell. Feel free to tinker with them. Of course, they can customize them even further and utilize them even more effectively. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate very briefly how to utilize a couple of the new types of charts. These charts are utilized to visualize hierarchical levels of data with ease here. So we have this data, and what you need to do is you go under Insert, and then you go to these new types of charts. For example, the hierarchy chart is to compare parts to a whole, or when several columns or categories hierarchy, or when several columns or categories form a hierarchy here. So we have, for example, the major company here, then you have the sub-companies, and then the subdivisions as well. So what you do here is you click on it, and notice you click on the tree map, and the tree map, as you can see the description right there, it highlights the specific companies and sub areas to them. It gives us a visual representation based on the data. And notice at this point we can customize this however we want as well in new ways, all automatically. So that was one of the types of charts. The other one is, if we go back here to the chart type, or we go back to insert chart again, the other one is the sunburst, which compares values across hierarchy levels, shows proportions within the levels as rings. So this is another pretty cool one as well. Additionally, there are a couple new charts for financial analysis that you can utilize to visualize the profits and losses across financial data. For example, let's assume that you have this financial income statement here, and we select the data, and then we go under Insert, and then we go under the waterfall or stock chart. So we choose this one here, the stock chart, and we'll make this slightly larger. And now notice that the gross profit here is the total. So we go here under the profit, this one, right click on it, and choose to set it as total. What that'll do is it'll bring it down to the bottom of the chart. Then we notice also we have operating income. That's another total. So we find operating income, right click, set it as a total. And then the net income, it's another total as well. Right click, set it as total. And this gives us a visual view of how everything is performing in our income statement. And this is a new type of chart starting in Office 2016 or Excel 2016. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the flash fill feature. As we were tinkering earlier with data here, we noticed that, for example, to calculate the annual income, it would be the net pay times 12, for example. So it would be F6 times 12. That was our example from earlier. We hit enter, and notice this whole area got automatically filled. So the calculation that we're going to perform later, it got done automatically by the autofill feature or the flash fill feature in Excel 2016. So that was one of the functions of it, in flash filling some kind of range of cells that we're potentially going to autofill manually later. Now in this case here, we have the email address of a bunch of individuals, and we don't have their first and last name. Let's say we need that for building spreadsheet of sorts, so we want to separate those. So in this case, what you can do is you can start typing here, for example, the first name. So we want to do Nancy, and then the next one we type Andrew. Now notice as we are typing Andrew here, it's flash filling. Notice it's matching the rest of the rows, so it's determining what we are doing here in this cell and looking at other subsequent cells and whether it could save us time. And now if we are happy with it, we simply hit enter, and notice it's all complete. Now the next one here we put, we say last name, and then we want to do as well the same thing. So we put free, and notice I just started type the next last name here from this area, and I hit enter, and notice it filled it out automatically. So it's pretty cool, pretty powerful. Now we have two separate columns here that we could use for a mail merge or for other functionality, and that's the flash fill feature. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how we can utilize formulas to get values or calculations from another worksheet within a spreadsheet. So basically, we want to calculate, for example, the training expenses, get the totals from another worksheet here, for example, under January. We want to get this total and present it and post it on the main worksheet. So we are creating a summary worksheet from values and references from other worksheets. So here's how it works. So you basically have the summary worksheet here. You have the training for January, March, April, and all that type of thing. And also we have these worksheets for each month, for example, January expenses. And you're keeping track of all of these expenses throughout the month in here. Then you also have the one for other months. So the way it works is that typically, let me first illustrate this in a different way. In H6, let's say, we have a value of 55. Now under here, let's say anywhere else here on the right-hand side, I want to post this value via formula somewhere else. Now take note of the steps that I'm performing here. It's very easy. To post this value, other than typing 55 in there, I'll need to do the equal sign and then the reference. So equal sign, I go and click on the reference, and then the third step is I hit enter. Again, equal sign, click on the reference, hit enter. Now, here it works the same way. We have the training expenses, and those expenses are under this other worksheet for January called January. I go here, I put the equal sign where I want my formula posted. That's step number 1. I go to wherever the value is. For example, this would be for training. This is the total. I click on it. And then the third step is hit enter. I can repeat this process also for office supplies. Again, equal sign. Go to wherever the worksheet is. Choose office supplies here, hit enter. It's just as easy as that, and you can repeat that process. Now what happens is that if I went here and on my office supplies, let's say they spent more than that, and now it came to $7.99 instead of $5.99. If I go back to my summary worksheet, notice that those totals are automatically updated, and that's the beauty of using this functionality. You can do this also another way by using what's called named references. So the way that works is that, for example, here under computer expenses, this total here, I want to name it. I want to give it a name so I can reference it in the future in other locations. And this comes in handy for large worksheets where you could say 2016 budget total. You could name that total, and then you can call it from anywhere else in the worksheet. So here we could say January computer expenses. So what you can do is you go here to where you have the formula or the total, an existing formula within that worksheet for January, and then you go under formulas here and you choose define name. You're just giving it a name. So you're saying this location with this formula, I'm going to call it something. So I click on name and then call it January expenses. And notice what it's doing is it's referencing this specific worksheet, a specific cell, and notice it's also using an absolute reference. So I click OK. So we name it something meaningful here. It has to start with a lowercase and it can't have special characters and any of that type of stuff. And then we click OK. Now notice here in the top left, it's actually now for this reference, it's not going to be D7, even though you can reference it by whatever D33 here, but it's actually giving it a name. Now if we go here to cross-sheet calculations and we want to post the computer expenses, we could even do it simpler than we did it for these other two options by using the name reference. So now at this point we are ready to use the named reference that we saved from earlier. Let's assume we want to go here and call the January expenses, and what we can do is we can simply go under the formulas area and then we choose use in a formula and then call the January expenses from here and then just hit enter. The other option we could have done was we could have hit the equal sign and then just start typing, and notice it will pop up as January expenses. Double click on it, hit enter, and it will pull the value that you had from here. Now if we changed one of those, as this total changes, notice that the total here will change as well. So this is a great way to call references across the worksheet or other worksheets within your workbook or spreadsheet and populate that data for a summary or for various calculations within your spreadsheet. And that was using the two methods, one of them manually by pulling the values. The other one was by defining a name for those references. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to calculate percentages in Excel, and I'll have a couple of scenarios here. So the first calculation would be calculating the percentage where a part is calculated against a total amount. For example, in the case of student 1 scored 87, and there were possible of 100 points. Now what is the percentage there? The other one would be the example of a return on investment. For example, you invested a certain amount of money in the stock market or whatever, and at the end of the year you got a certain amount. Now how many percent did you gain or lose there? And then the third part would be to calculate the percentage of sales increasing or decreased sales, and calculate the percentage, for example, on a discount or on an increase toward a whole. So let's go with the first example first here. So we have, for example, student 1 here. They scored 87% or 87 points, and the total number of points is going to be against 100. So in this case, we want to represent what was the percentage that they got in this. Of course, we could do this without using an Excel formula, but it's on purpose in this case. So we do equal here, and the way you do that is by the first number. In this case, I'm going to do it manually here, B7 divided by the possible points. So in this case, it will be C7. And then all you do is you hit enter. Now, one thing to remember as well here is that when you're doing the calculation, you need to also format this into a percentage value. And this I had done it earlier, so that's how you do it. Basically, just click on the percent item formatting, select the range, and then choose the percent formatting, or under here, percentage. So that's the first example. So that came to 87%. So this student scored 87%. Now, this is a little bit more complex. We want to calculate the return on investment percentage. So let's suppose that in the beginning of the year, we invested $1,000. Now, at the end of the year, we got $1,200. And we want to determine as to what percentage did we get at the end of the year. What was the return of an investment? Again, format this to be percentages, and then you put in the formula. In this case, we're going to do equal sign. Basically, the way we calculate this, if you remember your math and such, we do the end of the year minus the beginning of the year divided by what we invested initially at the beginning of the year. And we have to put that in parentheses. So basically it would be C16 minus B16, or you can click on those as well if you wanted to, divided by the initial investment, which would be B16. And then we hit enter. Notice the return of investment on the first one was 20%. And then if we wanted to calculate the next one, you could do it manually, or you can do it using the autofill, or you can just let Excel 2016 do it for you like it did a moment ago. So another way to do this would be open parentheses, initial end of the year investment minus initial investment, and notice it's taking those labels from here, from my table here. That's why I did it manually the first example. Then divide it by the initial investment. Hit enter. It's 25%. And you could repeat this. So in this case, they lost 20% of the investment. So that's how you do the return of investment at the end of the year. That's example number 2 for calculating percentages. Now in the third example, we want to calculate, for example, we have these employees, and this is their annual salary that they had, and now we want to give them a bonus, or we want to increase their salary. And for example, for the first employee, we want to give $1,200 in addition to what they currently had. So now we want to calculate what was the percentage of increase that they got this year. The way to do that calculation would be very similar to the first example. You just do the equal sign and then the bonus divided by the salary, and then hit enter. So they are getting 12%. The first employee is getting 12%, and the other ones are getting accordingly, as we see here. So that would be the percent plus or minus here. The other thing to keep in mind as well, as you are working with these percentages, and besides formatting them in percentages, you might want to have the decimal points to at least 2. So we want to increase this by 2 areas. So format all of this by increasing the decimal points for all the cells. So now this is more accurate. For example, employee 2 got 5.95% increase in their salary. If you had to figure out as well, for example, you are increasing the salary of employees by 15% or 12% or whatever, here's how you can do it as well. So basically, this will be increase, and we're going to put the number statically at this point, but we're going to do the equal sign here, the value times, and then the percentage point. So the percentage point in this case, it is going to be 0.7%. So that would be 0.7 would be the calculation. Now, if we were to increase everybody's salary by 7%, this is what it would be for each one of them. Now, if we wanted to know how much is their total salary going to be, we could go back and modify our formula to be the salary times 1.07, because we just want to see what it went above what they are earning earlier. So hit enter there, and notice now the new salary at 7% increase, it's going to be 10,700 here, and so on. So the idea that I wanted to demonstrate here was how to calculate it by a specific percentage, so you can see just the increase, and this would be by adding the 1 in front of it. That would be what would be the new total for that employee, so that you can kind of save another column to add numbers and all that stuff, but you're doing it all in one cell for this calculation. So hopefully that is helpful. These were 3 different scenarios on calculating percentages in Excel, and it should cover pretty much most of the scenarios out there for you. In this next session, we are going to learn about using logical functions as part of a formula in Excel. We are going to learn about 3 different ways of how to utilize the if statement within a formula. The first way will be that if the employees here reach $20,000 in sales, then for those that reach 20 or more, then they can get $250 bonus. And then in this case, we are going to say, yes, that is true for George, and Michael, and Darius, and so on. Then the next set here in the next column, we're going to display yes or no. We're going to represent it with a yes or no, the words yes or no. And then in the third column, we're going to actually post the amount that they get as additional. This is how it works. So basically you have the sales that they accomplished as part of the worksheet. Then you have the criteria that you're determining. This is the criteria. It could be $20,000. It could be $100,000. And then here you're saying this is how much they will get if they pass that criteria. To use the if statement, we can do it by going here under Formulas tab, and then we click on Insert Function. You can also click here under Logical and use the if function as well. But we'll use the longer way to start here. So we go here under the if function, and then you could just type if. Now in our case, it's actually showing up automatically here, so if it was not, then it's going to bring it up. Now if, it says it checks whether a condition is met, and it returns one value if it's true and another value if it's false. So that's what we want to do here. We're going to say post the words true or false. So we click on it, and now it says, what is the logical test? The logical test, so we have to say, if the sales, if these guys here, for John, if the sales, that's if B6, is greater than or equal to the criteria, then if that is true, we want to post in there the words true. Because notice we have true or false. So we want to just put the words true. Or you could say it is true. So basically you can put whatever you want. If not, false. Now the other thing to do here is to keep in mind, notice that this bonus criteria here, we don't want that to change. And if you remember from the types of references, we want to make that an absolute reference. So you press the F4 key to put the dollar signs so that when you use the autofill feature, that does not populate the other cells incorrectly. So we want to lock it to the criteria of 20,000. So again, so far what we did here, if B6, this value, is greater or equal to 20,000, which is B12, then we're going to post the words it is true. Otherwise, we're going to post the words false. And then the other thing we did, we just used the absolute reference. Then we click OK. Notice it says it's true. He made $20,382. Now we use the autofill feature here to move down to the other ones, and it says George here, he got only 19,000, so he doesn't get the bonus, and so on. So that was one method. The other method is to post here yes or no. The words actually yes or no. It's going to be very similar to the previous option here that we did. So we click here on Insert, Function, under the Formulas tab, we click on If, OK, and then again we say pretty much what we did earlier. We click on the reference here, if B6 is greater than equal to the criteria, 12, we make that an absolute reference by pressing F4, then we put here yes. If it's false, no. And then click OK. Notice the first one they get a bonus, the other ones they don't get a bonus. Now, on the third option here, on the third reference, we are going to post the actual amount, which would be this amount. So, and if they didn't get it, then we put a 0 in there. So again, we go under the Formulas tab, click on Insert Function, and then the If function. Then we say if this reference B6 greater or equal to the criteria, make it an absolute value, then they get the bonus, which is B13. Now we want to do that as an absolute reference as well, otherwise they get 0. And then we click OK, and notice the first one gets a $250 bonus, the other ones they get accordingly. And of course, if we are doing additional calculations here, you could have another column here to calculate the totals and for their income and such. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to utilize pivot tables in Excel. Pivot tables are a powerful feature of Excel. There are a couple of requirements that you need to know before you start tinkering with them and finding that they don't work. The first thing is that the first row should contain the field names. for the data that you're analyzing and working with. The second thing is that the records or individual transactions must be in rows, very similar to this, for example, the region and all that type of thing. Then the third option is that there should be no blank cells or rows within the data that you're evaluating. So you have to make sure that there is something in every one of them. And fourthly, the data must be surrounded by blank columns, meaning you have nothing in the immediate space to where your data is. So to utilize the pivot tables, what you do is basically select the data, and then of course you can use this quick analysis tool here if you needed to. And once you select all the data, you go under Insert, and then you go under Pivot Table. You could also choose here, and this is new in Excel 2016, you could choose Recommended Pivot Tables. And then in this case, notice it's going to customize it by region, sum of costs of goods sold by region, or by sum of sales by specific individuals, or count by products, and so on. So you could kind of tinker with any of these options as well by using the recommended tables here. But in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just click on the pivot table here, so you get the idea. And what it's going to do is it's going to create, this is the selection that we're going to use, and it's going to create a new worksheet for us to work with and massage and tinker with this data. Click OK here, and now at this point we could tinker with any of these options. So let's say we want to see by region, and notice it built the table here by, it put all the different regions. Then let's say we wanted to see by customers. So now notice we have the region here, Midwest, and now we have all the different customers or companies for each one of those. And then we want to see, let's say, the cost of goods sold. That will be the next one. And then sales as well. So now we can kind of get an idea here. So we have that data all kind of in a big mess. Now we can make more sense out of it by sorting it out and utilizing, let's say, the first one we said here we used the region, then we wanted the company for each region, and then the sales within each region. Now of course you could sort this and do all kinds of other stuff. Now by clicking on this drop down here, you can also choose to exclude certain areas and so on. So that was one type of pivot table there. If we click here again, we can go and change this. And let's say we don't want it by region anymore. Now we want it by sales rep. So sales rep, notice first we have here the companies. And if we want to change the order, we just drag it further up. The sales rep, to make the sales rep first. If you wanted to filter by a specific region, you can add the filter up here. So I can drag a region, for example, and make it as a filter, and then I can pick here whichever region I want. It'll show me only that specific region, and I'm filtering it only for that specific region. And if I wanted to see only the sales by a specific salesperson, I can simply pick here the sales rep and then pick the additional fields that I want. So I can choose a product and see what product they sold and the totals and that type of thing. And then if I wanted a specific field to be sorted by or filtered by, I could even pick, add it to the rows here, and then choose to sort it at some point later to utilize that field for filtering. As you work with pivot tables, it's basically going to be a matter of what you want it to look like, what you're looking for in that pivot table, and how you want to sort and massage that table for the data that you want. Notice there's an option here as well for more tables, so you could click on yes to that, and basically in this case you can choose to analyze, for example, by industry or by company, and you can even choose to detect relationships if there were any, and things of that nature. Remember also that once you are in the pivot table already, you can choose here from the options for pivot tables. You can pick from one of those predefined ones as well. Maybe you want sales by region. Okay, there's a sales by region. Of course, you might want the sales rep. there is a sales rep as well that you just added, and you want to put also the customers then eventually. And now you have the sales by region, by salesperson, and the items that were sold. And then you can also add this product within each one of those. Notice as you're working with a pivot table, so let's say you have this type of table that you created here using the pivot options here on the right hand side. And what you can do as well is that you can create a pivot chart. So it's basically going to take the information from this and build a chart out of it. So notice I pick the pivot chart, pick any of those designs, click OK, and now it built a chart for us based on the selected data. Pivot tables, again, are very powerful. Tinker with it from the different angles and utilize even the charts within them as well. VLOOKUP is a very powerful function and a feature of Excel that comes in very handy whether you're a professional and using Excel heavily, or whether you're a student or some casual user of Excel, particularly one of those that wants to advance in the career. So it's basically the VLOOKUP. It looks up for values for any item on the right hand side or on any of the columns next to the item. For example, if we want to look up the price of apples, so that would be one way to utilize this. And it's also used commonly in large tables for getting data from one worksheet to another one in a custom way. So in this case, I'm going to explain it in a very simple way first, and then we'll move into the more complex usage of this tool. V, it stands for the vertical lookup of the data. So the columns here will be the vertical pieces. So let's say we want to look up the price of apples. So we type here apples, and then we just start with a formula. Now to enter the formula, I'll show you how to do this a couple ways. One of the ways is to go here under formulas, you go under insert function, and then you find the function here, VLOOKUP. You can type it up here, and then it should show up after you type it. Double click on it, and then it says, what value do you want to look up? So here we want to look up the apples. So you just click here on A4. So that's the value that we want to look up at this point. And then the next piece of data that we need to enter here will be the array, the table part of it. So we want to look up the data from the whole range here. Now, of course, we could have used also a named reference, which I'll try to cover in a moment, but for now, we're just picking the data. So we want the computer to look up the whole table with all the data. Typically, again, it would be much more data than here. Then it says, which column do you want to look up for apples? So in this case, we want to look up the price, which would be the fruit here, apples, it's the first column, and B here, the second column, and then C would be the third column. In our case, we want to look up column B, the price. So we put 2 here. Then the range lookup, if you want the exact data, you want to choose false. And in most of the cases, that's the most commonly used one, until you figure out true works, how the function or the option for true works. But for now, we are just going to pick false here and then click OK. Now notice it says apples, the price of apples is 5,000. Now also notice here the VLOOKUP formula, or we have the A4, it's the apples, we have the range here for the whole table, then we are choosing column 2. So if for some reason we wanted to display what the vendor is for apples, so you just put there number 3 to look it up on column number 3, then hit enter, and notice it's displaying us the data for the company in this case. Again, hopefully it makes sense here. The idea is a large spreadsheet and look up there are certain pieces of data that you need. The other way that you can do this is by using a drop-down. So this would be another easy example here. You could create a drop-down list here. So you could say fruit, and then to the right we're going to have a drop-down. Now to create a drop down, we go here under data, and then we go under data validation, and then we click on data validation again, and then we choose a drop down list. Now on the drop down list, you can specify the source, and you can use the source of those types of fruit here. So if we click here on source and then go and select here the drop down list, it's basically saying that I want all those items to be listed in my drop down list at this stage. Then you click OK, and then at this point notice we have a drop down list. So then next to it we want to specify, let's say, the price. Now we can look up the price of any of the fruits. Notice the fruits will be here in the drop down by simply using the VLOOKUP function. You can use the lookup function by, like I showed it a moment ago, or you can do it by using the formula manually here. So you do equal sign and then start typing VLOOKUP. Once it comes up, press tab to move to the next part of it. The next component is, what do you want to look up, basically. So here we want to look up whatever we choose from our drop-down list, which is this field right here at this point, the F3. So if we chose apples, then we want to look up the price of apples. So we are using a drop-down in this case, and the drop-down, whatever value we picked from there, that's what it will be. Then we put a comma here, and then we pick the range of the data. So the range here would be looking up all the data that we want, looking it up in a specific table or in a specific part of the spreadsheet. So we just put in the range in there. Then we put a comma, and then we want to specify which column or which piece of data do we want to look up for the item that we pick. So if we pick bananas, do we want the amount or do we want wow, which column is it? So here we put number 2 because that will be column number 2 for the amount. And then we put false, whether we want an exact match or approximate match. So exact match would be false, typing the word false. It kind of doesn't make sense how Excel is doing it, but that's how it is. Then you hit enter. Now notice right now it says, well, there is an error, there is nothing applicable. However, if you go here now to the drop-down list and you choose bananas, notice it gives us the price of bananas. Then if we choose a different product, let's say lemons, that's $4,000 or whatever. So this would come in very handy with looking up data by using a drop-down list. So this is one way that you can use VLOOKUPs in business. Now, you can also create here for the range, that if you see here that we did the range by using the C, A4 and C2 and such, you can give it a name. So we call it fruit data. Now, if we go and create here, for example, another VLOOKUP, because we can use it for multiple options, let's say we want also the vendor. We do equal VLOOKUP, tab, then we want the item that we have, the type of fruit, then press comma, then you can put the reference by using the fruit data that we specified earlier for this range. So basically we are representing the range by using a name for that whole selection. Then comma, then we specify we want the column 3 data. So we put 3 and then false and then close parentheses. So now if I go and choose here my type of fruit and I say, okay, I want to look up bananas, where do we get bananas from? And notice it's displaying the data. So again, the idea is that you can have a large spreadsheet here with lots of data, and you can have one of those lookups to get you the data that you want. Now, another way to use VLOOKUP is, let's say you have a spreadsheet like this, and again, you can use here a drop-down, so you can look up employees' information by using a drop-down, very similar to how I did in the previous example, or you can generate a custom list with specific pieces of data from this sheet. So in this next example, I'm going to demonstrate how to pull data from another worksheet and post on this sheet only the fields that we want, specifically for a mail merge or for whatever reason. Now, one of the things to keep in mind is that it's typically best to give a name for the range of data that you're searching or utilizing in your search. Select the first row here, hold down the Control and Shift key and hit the down arrow. That will select all your data to the very end. Then you go and give it a name. In this case, I called it employee data. You can call it whatever you want, but it's called. So whenever we call it up or reference it, it'll be employee data. So the first thing, let's put the employee IDs. And this can work the same with a chart of accounts or whatever else that you might have on that referencing worksheet. So here, we are first going to post the employee IDs. So we'll hit the equal sign here. We're not using a VLOOKUP so far. We're just posting what's on the other worksheet here for the employee ID number. And then we hit enter. So this ID, employee ID is 1001. Next, we want to get, now using a VLOOKUP function, we want to get the actual first name for that employee ID. So we want to go here under first name on that cell and then start our VLOOKUP formula. Do the equal sign, then the function VLOOKUP, then tab. Then after we do VLOOKUP, we want to look up this field, this data, this piece of data right here, for customer 1001 or employee 1001. And then we want to look up in the range, so we put a comma here. Then we put employee data, which is our selection of data from the spreadsheet. And then we put in there the column that has the data that we want. If we go back here and look, it's going to be column 2. So we have 1, 2 for the first name. So we put in here number 2 and then false in order to get the exact match, and then close parentheses. And notice the customer's first name is Owen in this case. If we go and look over here, it's Owen. Now, we get also the last name a similar way. So we do equal sign, VLOOKUP, tab, the reference point in the range, it's going to be our employee data. Then it's going to be column 3, if you remember from the spreadsheet a moment ago, and then false. Close parentheses, hit enter, Owen Hayes. That's the last name. Now we want to get the email address posted. So notice it's going to be, we need to determine which column it is vertically here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's the 9th column. So if we go back here again, we can create again another lookup for the email address. So equal sign, VLOOKUP, this is our reference point, then the employee data, then the column was the 9th column, and then false. If for some reason you make a mistake, you can always choose a different column and hit enter. So notice we have the email address now. Now we could have gotten this as well by copying the formula and just changing the column. Now, in this case, you can actually, to duplicate this across for all your other customers, you can select these cells here and then just drag these down. And now the system is going to replicate the same data. And notice now we have the data here posted, and we can use this for a mail merge. We can send it to whoever. So it's kind of like creating a report from a larger spreadsheet. We are looking up data from a larger spreadsheet or a worksheet. Now, if we change somebody's name and such, that data will be updated automatically in my lookup here. So notice it has been updated. So this is another cool way of utilizing this to replicate the data from one worksheet to another one with just the pieces of data that you want. Now, of course, you could use here a drop-down menu if you'd prefer as well, and have, for example, employee number, and then right next to it you can have a drop-down menu. Let's say in here we want the salary, first name, last name, salary, and then you'd put in there the employee number. The way to get the first name again would be equal sign, VLOOKUP, And then we want to look up whatever we enter in here, the reference point, then the range. I'm double clicking to move to the next thing. Then we choose there the second column, because if you remember from earlier, the second column was actually the data that had the first name. And then false, close parentheses, hit enter. Notice right now it's not happy with us because we have not entered anything in the employee number. If we go here and look at the employee numbers, notice 1001, 1002, and whatever, we can go here and put in 1001 for the employee, and it gives us the name Sally. Then if you go and do a VLOOKUP again for the last name, so you can do that again with the formula here. So VLOOKUP, we want to look up whatever this is a point of reference, comma, the range, then last name, it was the third column, and then false, close parentheses, and then you post also the salary. So if we have here 1005 at this point, notice it's bringing up the data. For the salary, we have to count the fields here, so we go here on the VLOOKUP, and we do another VLOOKUP here, equal sign, VLOOKUP, the reference point, the data, the column, false. Then hit enter. Now in this case it did not work because we didn't have the data in the right fields. Notice we have a couple empty fields here. So the salary data is actually on field 10, 11, 12, so number 12. So that's why it did not work. So we go and change that to number 12, and now we have the data for that. Then format this appropriately, and there it is. So basically this is like a lookup form for you for specific types of data. So far we did 3 examples. So you're looking up prices up here by using a drop down on the type of fruit and such, and getting the data. We looked up specific columns of data, and we built a new list using data from another sheet. These could be account numbers and such. And then this other example here was entering a specific employee ID. Another final tool here would be this example. So let's say we have the April expenses or donations, and then we go to, and we got some additional data for May donations, and we want to kind of merge those. So one of the ways to do that would be just copy this data and create another sheet with the May data here. And we can just refer to this as May. You can also select this data here, and that whole range of it, just call it May. Now here we want to the May donations. So we are merging the data from 2 separate sheets in this case. And we do VLOOKUP. The column or the field that we want to look up is this right here. Then the data that we want to look up is basically what was in May, that whole set of data, so we named it May data. And then we want column 2 because that was the donations for May in the May worksheet. And then we say false, close parentheses, hit enter, and notice for the first one it's saying not applicable. So the reason for that is because Tracy course does not exist on this May sheet. Now if we replicate this, or we use the autofill feature, notice it's posting the donations from May. So for example, notice Denise, she donated $30. If we go over here, that's $30. And then we can format this in currency and clear that out. That doesn't have any data. So that's how you can kind of merge multiple data sources or sheets to build a new one by looking up the data on various other ones. In this last example, we are going to learn how to use VLOOKUP, the closest match, and that is utilizing the true option here at the end of our formula. In this example, we're going to use determining commissions for our sales individuals, and this has multiple other uses as well. It's important to note here is that first we have to have a commission table, so we're going to determine what the tiers are, and then those numbers here as well need to be within the specific ranges. Let's go ahead and test this. Also, these numbers need to be within an increasing number. They need to be in a sorted order, basically. So here we have the individuals and their sales for the month, and then we're going to post in here via VLOOKUP their commissions for that specific month or the sales. First, our data range that we are going to use as the searching criteria to compare it against, let's first name that as a named reference. And you can name that to whatever you want. Now at this point, we are going to enter the formula over here. So basically, we're going to look up the values that are in here as a point of reference. And then we're going to compare it against the values in our commission table and then have the system determine what commission they will receive. And we'll do this, of course, with a VLOOKUP function and using the true option, getting the approximate or the closest match. So we'll do the equal sign, VLOOKUP, tab. This is our starting value, our point of reference, basically, the value that we are going to compare. And we're going to compare it against this range over here. We called it earlier commission range. Then we are going to have the system post what's on column 2. So this will be our payout rate. So that will be in column 2. And then the function here is going to be an approximate match, because unless we specified 50,000 or 100,000 and such, it's not going to work otherwise. So we're going to use here the true function. Or you can double click here on the approximate match, true, close parentheses, hit enter, and now we have here the value for VLOOKUP for Melissa. Her sales were higher than $200,000, therefore her commission is going to be $400,000. Then of course, we can format this range into currency, and then instead of doing this VLOOKUP for all the other cells, we can just use the autofill feature, and now we should have the determination here for all the commissions for each individual. And that's how using VLOOKUP for determining the commissions works. And also, this is utilizing the true function, because the other examples that we utilized were using the exact match. This is the approximate match from the specific range. Now, of course, if their sales changed, so let's say she got only 110,000 in sales, notice her commission will change as well. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how you can use predefined drop-down lists as somebody or your assistant or you're entering data in Excel, so that the data that you entered is consistently spelled and it's consistently listed correctly based on a previously defined list. So in this case, let's say we have a sales rep and you have 4 or 5 salesmen, and you're constantly entering and re-entering those names, and you want to make sure that those names are all the time spelled appropriately. So what you can do is, and you can use this for products and other things as well, what you can do is, in another sheet in your spreadsheet here, you can just create the names, define the names. So we have Hubert, Mark, John, Samantha, and Mimi, and so on. So now here, when you're entering it, you want always Hubert to be spelled correctly, or to have a drop-down list of names. So we have this column here. So now what you do is you go under data here. Under data, we want to do data validation. So basically, data validation in this case is that it picks from a list of rules to limit the type of data that can be entered in a cell. It can be numbers, it could be a list of names, and so on, like I mentioned earlier. So we click on data validation and we choose data validation here. And then under what to allow, right now it's to allow any value in this column. However, we can go here under choose and choose a list. Only a list of predefined names can be allowed to be entered in there. So then we go here and it's saying, where is your source? Where is your list of data? And then you simply go to the sheet that has the list of names. In this case, it's sheet number 4 for me. And we go over right here. Now, you could pick a little bit of extra space here so that if you add another name in the future, you have the capability without having to change the design of the spreadsheet. You can leave some of blank areas here. So then we click OK. And now, notice we are back to sheet number 3. So now we are entering sales reps. Instead of you typing Tom, notice it doesn't allow you to do that. It says a user has restricted values that can be entered here. So now you have this drop-down list. You have Hubert, Mark, John, and so on. So we click on Hubert, and then you put the date and the item and all that type of stuff. Of course, date shouldn't be allowed like that either. So you can customize that for the next one. So you go to the next one, and so on. Now, if for some reason you wanted to add another client or salesperson, remember we specified a couple extra cells here. So we go here, we added it on the list. Now we go back, and over here, Jonathan is listed as one of the salespeople. So you could use this for products, predefined products for your salespeople, and so on. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use one of the simple but yet important features in Excel, particularly when you're using a lot of data that you want to navigate. So, for example, let's say that we have this data file here, or this worksheet, and as we scroll down, notice how we lose track of what the headers are here. Also, as we move from left to right, notice that we lose track of what the first column is here. The question is, how can we make it so that actually the header and the first column stay put? Well, there are a couple ways to do it. The first way is basically we could lock only the header row here, just the top one. So what you can do is you go under the View tab and you go under the Freeze Panes, and that is the feature that you want to use in this case. So you could choose Freeze Top Row, and in this case, notice as we scroll down, the top row stays put and we can navigate up and down. However, if we were to go left and right, in this case, it's still not locked, this first column. So to correct the problem, what we do is we go here to the very top again, and then we click right below the first row that we want to keep locked, and also right to the right on the next column for the column that we want to lock. So once we select the cell that we want to keep as a key point for locking both the column and the row, then we go here under Freeze Panes, and then we simply click on Freeze Panes. At this point, we can scroll up and down, and the top row will stay locked, and we can scroll from left to right, and the column on the left will stay locked. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to set the print area in a worksheet in Excel. Typically, in a Word document, you press print and either the whole document prints out, or a selection or a specific page prints out. In Excel, it's slightly different due to the spreadsheets being quite large, and typically a worksheet can contain up to 1 million records. So if you wanted to print only a specific area of your worksheet, you need to set what's called the print area. Right now I have not set the print area yet in this one, so if we wanted to look as to what it will print out or look for printing, if we go here under File and then choose Print, this is how it will print out, and it's going to print those pages just like that. But suppose I want only a specific chart or a specific area here to be printed out. In this case, what you have to do is go and select the area that you want to print out here. So let's say I want only this portion right here to be printed out. I can simply select this, then go under Page Layout, and then choose under Print Area, and then click on Set Print Area. And at this point, if I go to File and Print, notice that my preview, it'll print only that specific section. Now to clear the print area, if you do not need that any longer, you click here on Print Area again, and then choose Clear Print Area. And then you'd have to set it again for other pages or other sections of your worksheet. In this session, I'll briefly show you how to link data from an Excel spreadsheet into a Word document for the purpose of reports and so on. So there are a couple ways to take data from Excel and then utilize it in Microsoft Word. So let's see if we can demonstrate it very quickly here. So we go to Word, and let's say this is my report. Let's say I have to do this report monthly, and I have to take data from Excel and put it in my report for whether it is expenses or it could be whatever else. So one of the ways to get the data from Excel into Word is by simply clicking on saving this, so copying it from Excel, and then I'm right-clicking and choose Copy, or Control-C, or however you copy stuff, or click on Copy and Paste up here. And then I go back to Word, and then I'm going to paste it. Now notice, by simply pasting it in Word, it does not look anywhere close to what it was in Excel. Of course, I could go here and choose to use the destination or the keep the source formatting. So that's one way. It's not the greatest way. Now what you can do is you can actually link the data with the Excel spreadsheet. So once you link it once, as the data is updated from time to time from Excel, from your assistant or whoever else out there, that report, it's always up to date. All you have to do is open up the document and it will be up to date. So for that to work, what you do is you go into Excel, we copy and we select and copy the data. So I'm just copying it again. Those bars were there because I had copied it from before. Now we go back to Word, and we click here under Paste, but instead of just choosing Paste, we are going to click on Paste Special. So choose Paste Special, and then we're going to paste it as a link. So we are going to link it with Microsoft Excel. So it's linked to an Excel spreadsheet object. So basically the data is not really residing. It's of course posted in the document, but it's linked with the Excel document. So I'll demonstrate in a moment here. Since we pasted it, we can assume that the report is done. We're going to save it. And we're going to save it on the desktop. I call it, this is my monthly report. Now a month has passed by, or whatever time has passed by, and notice my, let's say my training expense for January in the previous report was $100 before. Now I'm going to make it $123. Now if I go to my document, and let's say I'll save it. Let's assume that a few months passed by. Now I go into my report. Double click on it. Notice the first thing that you'll get is it says this document contains links that refer to other files. Do you want to update this document or the data from the linked files? It's saying it's linked to Excel. Do you want this to be updated? So I say yes. And now this is my older junk here that I had from before. But notice the expense here for January for 123 has been updated. So the idea is that whatever you change here in Excel, as you're keeping track of things, it will be automatically posted and linked with Microsoft Word because we linked that data earlier. So if I go into Word, close it, and then save the Excel changes that I made, open it up again, say yes to update it. Again, ignore this part. Notice even the formatting has been updated from Excel. So it's a pretty neat tool. It's highly recommended that you utilize it in your work. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to import data from a CSV file or a text file. The CSV files are used quite a bit in larger businesses and corporations for transferring data between systems. It's a common file format that is utilized for transferring files. This is an example of a CSV file. It's called CSV because it's comma separated values. So notice these would be the columns. The system will know where the columns are separated by the comma when we bring this into Excel. So let's go back and we'll try to import that. Let me take note where it is located. Now the way you bring it in is by clicking on File, click on Open, and then go and find the file basically. So we'll go under My Computer or Computer, click on Browse, we'll go under Downloads, go wherever it is located, and we're going to choose here to show us all files. So notice it's Invoices List. Double click on it. Now you'll be presented with this wizard. Basically it's saying this is a CSV file or comma or delimited text delimited file. So we are telling it, okay, it's text delimited. Usually you'd know that by wherever you got of course the file, to tell you whether it's comma delimited or tab delimited. It could be either one of them. Now you check this option here for My Data has headers. What that means is that the first row of your data actually has the labels as to what that column stands for. Then we click on Next. Then we tell the system that this is comma separated values. So the commas are what separate each field. If it was tab delimited or semicolon delimited or something else, you choose that. But most of them are usually comma separated. Then you click on Next. Then you could specify additional types of formatting here. Usually it's not necessary. And then you click on Finish. Now at this point, that data from a text file has been imported into Excel. And notice I'm double clicking between the columns to make them fit correctly. Notice it's much cleaner. And now you can tinker with this data. You can create charts. You can create whatever you want to create, filter it, and all that type of stuff. You save it, it's done. Let's choose Save As here. Browse where we want to save it. And then we don't want it as tab delimited. We want to save it as an Excel file. So we go here under Excel Workbook and give it a name. It's going to name it listed as Invoices List, which is fine. And now it's in Excel format, just like any other Excel spreadsheet. Now at this point, if for some reason, let's assume this is a spreadsheet that you created in Excel. Now you want to send it to somebody in comma separated values, very similar to how we got it earlier. Now we click on File, choose Save As, and then click on Browse. Under this, the Save As file type, this is where you tell it that it's going to be CSV, comma, delimited file. Click on CSV, give it a name, and then click on Save. And you want to keep using it, say yes. If we were to go back to that folder, notice it's with commas. So that's how you bring a file in. You bring it in from CSV and you export into a CSV. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to perform a mail merge in Microsoft Word. The process is actually very similar to other versions of Microsoft Word as well. It's not identical. However, I'm going to go over it here in Office 2016. So let's say I have this long document here, and I want to do a mail merge and send this to individuals. For now, I'm going to create a new page here. I'm going to insert a new page, and I'm going to put their information in there for my clients, let's say. So in this case, I'm going to go under Insert, and I'm going to insert a page break, so just so that I have a blank page here to start with. And then in here, I'm going to make it so that this document can be customized for each individual. It has their address and their name and some kind of information as well. And by the way, this doesn't have to be a document like this. It can be a blank document, a letter that you sent. It could be invoices. It could be whatever notices that you send out there. It's very similar to letters that you receive from various companies out there that have your name on top of it. You have to have a document in Word, and you have to have an Excel document as well. And that's best to use Excel. Of course, you can have other options as well. So let's assume this is the list of my customers. I have their first name, last name, the street address. Of course, this is all fictitious, the zip code, and then a bunch of email addresses. And you could have also comment 1, 2, 3. So this would be customized, personalized comments. So this is what the comment that I could write, for example, for customer 1. Now, customer 2, I would say, and so on. Now, one key thing to remember as well as you build your list in Excel is that the first row here needs to have the field names, or it's best to have the field names. So first name, last name, telephone, street address, and keep those separate as well if you can. Keep as many fields as you want here, or columns with comments, because you can utilize this for multiple mail merges. And the way you'll be doing it is that you can link the same data file, and you keep on updating this from month to month, and you link it to the same report or the same mail merge that you do for your customers. So in this case, let's say we are all good to go here. We have maintained this list. This is our customer list, and so on. Notice that the tab here on the bottom, it says customer. So now I'm going to save it, I'm going to close it, and then I'm going to go back to my document. Now in here, I want to create a new mail merge. So I go under Mailings, and then I go under Start Mail Merge. And the best thing to do is, or what I'd suggest that you do is, click on Step-by-Step Mail Merge Wizard. In here, notice that there is pane in the right-hand side shows up, and it asks you, do you want to create letters, email address, email messages, envelopes, labels, and so on. You can do emails, and that's a powerful feature, and I'll try to demonstrate that in another video here. Or actual letters like the old days that you used to do, print them in a paper and stuff them in an envelope and send them and that type of thing. So for now, we're going to learn how to do letters. We click on Next Step to start the document. It says, do you want to use the current document that we have opened here, or do you want to start from a template, or do you want to use an existing document that you have from some other time? So I say I want to use the current one, and then the next step here is to select the recipients. Now it says, do you want to use an existing list, or do you want to create a new list? In our case, we are going to use an existing list, that Excel file that I opened a moment ago. Also, you can use Outlook if you use Microsoft Outlook as well. Now, type a new list. You can do it from here from Microsoft Word. However, I'd recommend create a list in Excel if you're going to have to create a new list, because it's much easier to manage in the future and update. So we click here on Use an Existing List. We click on Browse, and then we have to find the file. So now we scroll up here, and I'm going to go to Word 2016, and this is my customer list for the mail merge. I click on Open. That's my Excel file, basically. And here is my customer table. Notice there are 2 sheets in there, but I want to use, remember I mentioned earlier, customer. Click OK. Now notice this is the list of all the customers in that Excel spreadsheet. You could also sort them a certain way if you wanted, so you can sort them alphabetically by first name, by last name, and all that type of thing. And then you can also filter them if you needed to. So let's say you want only by a specific zip code or by a specific criteria and so on. You could basically simply click on Filter and choose the field name. And let's say here's a zip. And you would say zip equal to some number or greater than some number and so on. So in this case, I'm going to cancel that. You could find duplicates to avoid sending duplicates. And then you simply click on OK here. At this point, we are ready. We have told the system that we're going to use the existing document and an existing list. Now the next thing it says, write your letter. Now in my letter here, it's saying, well, put in your address block. I could put this by clicking on it, or we could insert the fields manually. I would recommend that you tinker with it manually. So you could say, dear, and then choose here the insert field option. So dear first name. The computer will put the first name in there. Then you go to the next line here, and then you start writing your letter basically. Now the other thing that you could do is in here you could put their address so that it will be part of the envelope, or however it's going to show up. So we click here under insert field, first name, space, last name, and then insert field, street address, city, comma, state, and the zip. Now those look coded, but the computer is going to pull them one by one and match them with the Excel spreadsheet, so don't panic on that. Now in here you would write your letter. You'd say below is the annual report for your investments. Let's assume this is an investment report. And if you have any concerns, please contact us. You could also insert here, remember in Excel we had a comments field, you could put a comments field in here. Now at this point you put your name there. You could also insert an image if you needed to, or a logo, or whatever part of your, it's going to be duplicated across all the pages. Now at this stage you could simply actually save this. If you were to save it at this point, and you'd give it a name. Now the next step is, the reason why I saved it is because you could at any point open this and it's going to pull your data automatically from your Excel file if you needed to do another mail merge in 6 months or whatever. Now the next thing here, notice it says preview your letters. So notice it says this is the address, Alex, and so on. And you could kind of preview them right here. Next, next, next. Now a lot of people, they stop here, but you need to finish to complete your merge. You can click here under complete merge, and then you can either choose to print them or edit individual letters. Notice there's also a finish and merge option on the top here as well. So in my case, particularly what I usually prefer to edit individual letters, and then I'm going to choose all of them. Now it's going to take a little while because I have 29 pages here and I have a lot of customers. So notice now we have one letter or long report for every one of the customers here. So notice we have here, the first one is for Alex, and now we have to keep on scrolling because this is a long report. And now here's Amber, it's the next customer. And again, like I mentioned, it's going to be a long one. So suppose you have 2 or 3 pages, and this would be much more meaningful. But basically, we're creating a personalized report here for each one of the customers. And here's for the next third one. Keep in mind, again, the key there is that this is the output at this stage. If we were to look at the documents that I have opened here, and apparently I have many of them, but this is the one with merged results. It says letters, one word. This we can actually trash it after we are done with it. We don't need to save it unless you need it for documentation purposes. This is our form. So at this point, if I close this, open this again, notice it prompts you, it says this, opening this document will run the following commands. Select from customer order by first name and last name. Do you want to update it? Yes. And now it's linking it to the Excel file. Now at any point we can go here under mailings and it's ready. We can simply click on finish and merge and it's going to merge all of those just like it did earlier. Keep in mind again before I end this session that you can always update the Excel file and you can always reuse the form file. The results page, the merged results, you don't necessarily need to save them unless you need to keep them for documentation purposes as to what you sent out. In this session, we're going to learn about using financial functions in Excel. And particularly, we're going to focus on 3 of them at this point, as we know there are hundreds of them, and for the sake of time, we can't cover all of them. So the first one is PMT, which is the interest payment for a period on a loan. Then the IPMT is the interest payment over a period of time. And then the PPMT is the principal payment for a specific period that you are calculating. As we learned earlier, the way to find out how to use that specific function is by going to, let's say over here we want to insert a function, and then we search as to what we want to search for. So for example, PMT first. And notice PMT, it says it calculates the payment for a loan based on a constant payments and a constant interest rate. So we click, you can also click on help on this function. It'll go to Microsoft and it'll explain this further by explaining the syntax for it and some examples and remarks and all that type of thing. You can explore these for yourself as well, but the way it will work here is that for PMT, for example, it needs these values in black here. So we need to figure out the rate. What is the interest rate per month? So the key there is going to be per month. So notice I have this working area down here. So the interest rate when you get a loan, it will be, let's say, $19.99 or 5% or 30% loan that you're receiving. But yet the rate that the computer needs, it's per month. Therefore, we need to do a little bit extra calculations here. The NPER, it is the number of payments that you are going to be paying. For example, if you're getting a loan for 5 years, that would be 60 months. And if you are getting a home loan for 30 years, that would be 360 months. And then the PV, it's the present value. And that means how much is your loan. You're getting a $100,000 loan or a $10,000 loan and so on. So the actual total amount that you are borrowing. But before we do any of these calculations, we need to have some sub-calculations. For example, for the rate, that needs to be for the month. The easiest would be to utilize something very similar to this to lay this out. So you say my interest rate is, let's say, 5%. And you have to format this in percent before you forget to do that. Click on percent here. Then it says interest payments per year. That's like your number of payments that you're going to make. For a year, that would be 12 in this case. And then the interest payment per month. Now you're calculating this by dividing C13, which is the percent rate, divided by 12, or by the number of payments. So we could actually, instead of using 12 there, we could have used the actual reference for it, which would be C14. And then we hit enter. Now notice the other trick here as well is that we are calculating this with a bunch of increased numbers or values here, because I think in the business world they use up to 5 digits after the period. So here we have a little bit more than that, but we could kind of control it by this right there. So that would be our payment interest rate per month in this case. Then the number of years. We are taking the loan for 5 years, and that means it's going to multiply C14, which is the number of payments per year, times the number of years, and it's giving us the NPR, which is the number of payments. And then the PV is the total amount that we are borrowing. In this area here, we are going to calculate the PMT. So now what we do in this case, we go here under Formulas, Insert Function, and we find the PMT option. Click OK. And then we go here under rate. Well, rate, all we have to do is click on the C15 because we calculated it already. NPER, it's 60 in this case, so we click on C17, and then the PV, we click on the value here for the amount, and then leave everything alone. We click OK, and it comes to $188.71 for $10,000 for 5 years at 5%. Now, if we were going to borrow this for 15%, notice it went to $237 over 5 years. Now, if we were borrowing a loan for a house for $300,000 and we are paying it over 30 years, our payment at 15% would be $3,793. But yet, for mortgage rates at this point, they're not 15%, fortunately. They might be about 5% or 6%. So at 5%, you'd be spending, if you're borrowing $300,000 loan, you're going to pay every month $1,610. That's why it's important to be able to get that good interest rate. So that's one way to calculate this. Now, the other way to calculate the PMT in this case, without having to do all this work sheet here, which is actually, I strongly recommend that you utilize it this way. It would be by using the formula this way. We go under Insert, and then we choose here the PMT function, and then it says rate. We want to get the rate, but the rate has to be calculated per month. We click here under rate. The interest rate is 5%, and then we need to divide that by 12 for each month. The NPER would be the number of payments. So if you know that you're getting this loan for 30 years, then you could do 30 times 12. So you're saying there are going to be total number of payments for the loan. It's 30 times 12, 360. Then the PV would be the present value, the amount of your loan, and then you hit OK here, and we get the same value. So this is a little bit more work to set it up initially, but it's more useful in the long run. This is quicker to get it going, but you're embedding specific numbers and values within the cells. Interest payment for a particular period. That means that we want to know how much interest are we going to pay on that first payment. Our payment was $1,600 per month. Now we want to calculate the interest that we are paying for that first month. So we go here under, and we find here IPMT, and then click OK. And then we want to figure out what the rate is. So the rate, fortunately, we're going to use this worksheet that I have prepared, or you can do the calculations like I showed you earlier. So we have C15, that's your rate. The PER, it wants to know the period in which you want to find out your interest rate, what you're paying for interest on that period. So in this case, we said we want to find the first payment that we make. How much are we paying on interest? So we put just number 1, first payment. The NPER here, it would be the number of total payments. And then the PV, it's actually the value that you're borrowing. Then we go here and click OK. And now notice that on the first payment, if you're borrowing $300,000 at 5% for 30 years, on the first payment you're going to pay $1,250 in interest. If you're going to change this to the second payment, notice it's probably going to be a little bit less, $1,248 for the second payment. Of course, that interest, it's going to drop from payment to payment to payment. So on the, let's say on the 359th period, you'd be paying only $13 in interest. That's why it's important to have as much money up front to pay for a house or something if you can, because you're avoiding a $1,200 interest payment of the first one. So now let's calculate how much your principal payment is going to be for this loan and specifically in this case for month number 1. Of course, we could do it by deducting 1600 by doing the subtraction from here, but we're going to do it using the function here in Excel. So the way we do that is by going here under the insert function, and then we want to find the PPMT. Click on OK, and then again we're going to use the same thing. So it's going to be rate, PER, the period, so the rate, the period, the number of payments, and the present value. So we have the rate, the period, the first time or the first payment that we are making to the loan company, then the number of total payments, then the present value. And then when we have filled out all of these values, we click OK here, and notice it comes to $360 that we are paying monthly toward our principal, toward our $300,000. So in the first month we are paying $1,600 in total, but only $360 is applying toward the $300,000. So that's in brief how you can utilize some of the financial functions in Excel 2016. It's the same way that you can do it in the previous versions as well. Hello, my name is Kaceli. The following is a comprehensive tutorial on using Microsoft Access. During this tutorial, I will cover basic concepts related to databases and how to design and use a basic database using Access. We will start with the very basics of the application and of databases overall, and then we'll get moving into working with data in a database. The tutorial is designed to be concepts-based and simple to understand. The best way to learn is to follow the video hands-on on your computer. So let's get started. First, some general concepts related to databases and how databases work. First, we're going to start with the definition of a database. A database is a collection of data that is stored in a computer system. A database allows their users to enter, access and update, and analyze their data quickly and easily. They are a powerful tool that you see them all the time. When you go to the doctor's office, when you go to the grocery store, when you go online to purchase something, all that information is usually stored in what's called a database. The easiest way to understand a database is to think of it as a collection of lists. So think of it, for example, if you're running a business, you have a list of customers, you have a list of orders from those customers, you have a list of items that you are selling to your customers or services that you're providing to your customers, and then you might have a list of invoices and other purchases from vendors and things alike. When you put all of those lists together in a database, those lists are linked together and information is related from one table to another, and that's partially what is referred to as a relational database. So where does Access fit into this? Microsoft Access is a relational database software program or database management system, DBMS, that runs on Windows operating system. It is used to manage data that is organized into lists, such as information about customers, products, vendors, employees, projects. So basically, Microsoft Access is a relational database management system created by Microsoft to store, organize, and manipulate data, as well as to select and report on it. So some of the components, just to summarize them briefly, are tables, queries, forms, and reports. Tables, that's where the data is stored within the database. Then the queries retrieve specific data from the tables or other queries and displays only the data that you specify. Queries allow you to ask questions about the data in your tables. For example, I want just the first name, last name, and email address. Then the form is used to enter new records in a table. That's the data entry component of it. And to edit or delete existing records into the table. Usually the data is not entered directly into the table manually, but it is done through the forms. And then the reports, very similar to the output, they summarize the fields or records from a table or a query in an easy to read format. For example, that would be a report that you print out, something that you print out to give to your manager for the sales of that day. Now, what does all of this look like in an actual database? Here's a really simple database that we have. We have a database called customer sales here, and we have a bunch of tables. In this case, we have the customer table, we have the contract table, and then we have invoices. So think again about these as separate lists. So the customer table, of course, it would have the list of customers. We have here the customer ID, company, first name, last name, telephone number, street address, city, state, and so on. So those would be very similar to what we have seen in Excel. You can sort this data, you can filter it, and things of that nature, but think of it just as a list. Now, besides the customers, if you're running a business, then you'd probably have different contracts or different sales. So in this case, this is another example of a table, the contracts table. If we double click on it, we have the contract number, the customer ID, contract amount, the date, and then the type. And then notice we have another table here called invoices. And the invoice table has the date, number, and the item, what it was for, the amount, and whether it was paid or not. So those are the tables. Again, this is where the data is stored into a database. Think of it, when you hear tables, storage. The next component in a database, like I mentioned earlier, it is the queries. So if we go here, the queries, for example, are like we have the table customers. Notice we have a whole bunch of fields here. The fields are those names of the columns here. And let's say that we wanted to generate a list of only the first name, last name, and then let's say email address and some other pieces of information here. We create what's called a query, and we'll learn how to create queries momentarily here. So notice I have another entry here under the customer table, and this is a query that we have run that I defined earlier. If I double click on it, notice I have only the first name, last name, telephone number, and email address. So that, think of it, the processing of data based on a criteria. And this is an example of a form. The form is basically, instead of you going to the customer table, scrolling all the way to the bottom and entering the data manually here, which is not recommended, you'd go under the customer data entry form, for example, in a form similar or nicer than this, and enter the records right here. And you just basically fill in the data. In a real business, this is what the assistant would utilize for entering the data into the database. And then the final component, as I mentioned earlier, it is the reports. And reports are very similar to queries, but they are just designed so that they can be printed out and that they look nicer. So these were some of the basic components of a database. The tables are where the data is stored. The queries are how the data is manipulated. Then the forms are how the data is updated and added onto. And then the reports, how the data is printed out or output. Once you're in Microsoft Access, you'll notice it very similar to Microsoft Word, Excel, and other applications. On the left-hand side, you'll have the recent databases or files that you have been working with. Then below, you have here the option to go ahead and open a pre-existing database. And then on the right-hand side, here we have the option to create a blank database that you will be utilizing in a moment. And then further down here, we have different templates that are available in Microsoft Access. These are pre-configured Access databases that you can utilize. We're going to utilize one of those templates very briefly just to learn a couple of the concepts, but we are actually in the next session here, we're going to learn how to design a database from scratch so that we understand how databases work, how to use Microsoft Access. So in our case here, I'm going to very briefly utilize here this database called Students. Now here's a concept that you might want to keep in mind when dealing with Microsoft Access databases. Unlike Word documents and Excel, where you open a document and you create the document and then you manipulate it and all that type of thing, in Microsoft Access, as soon as you choose to create a database, you have to give it a name, and the first thing that you do is you save that database. So in our case here, we have to give it a name. Note the location where it's going to be saved, and then you click on Create. In this case, we're utilizing a template, so it's predefined with all the components and such, so it's slightly different or creating a database from scratch. So first thing you're presented here is a tutorial on how to use this. Not every one of them is going to give you this option, so we're going to simply click on Get Started here to utilize it. Now a couple of things here just briefly so that we get a couple of the concepts, and I will demonstrate these much more as we get started in the next module. And typically a database has 4 components, just like in a computer that you have the 4 basic functions of a computer, where you have the input, that the computer accepts input. It stores the data by storing it in the hard drive, it processes the data, and then it outputs the data. In Access databases, you have a similar concept as well. You have the tables, which serve to store the data. That's where the data is actually stored. You have the queries, which are very similar to the processing of the data on the computer. And for now, just keep those in the back of your mind. And then you have the forms in an Access database as well that serve as a mechanism to enter the data into that database. And then finally, you have the 4th component here, the reports, that serve for displaying the data in your database. So it's very similar to the output in your computer. So in our case here we have this form. So if we wanted to add a new student, we simply click on New Student and then we fill in the information there. You can add the picture, you can add additional information, then click on Save and then New. And then you add the next student and so on. Now this window, what we are using right now, this is referred to as the form. So this serves as an input for this database. Now that data is not really stored in the form. The data is actually stored in the table here on the students table. And we'll learn more about this in the next session. So now if we look here, this is how it will be stored. So it's very similar to like an Excel spreadsheet, but it's just a bunch of tables. And typically in a Microsoft Access database or in any database, you can have 2 tables, 3 tables, hundreds of tables, or even thousands of tables. And those tables are typically linked together via what's called primary keys and foreign keys, and we'll learn about those as well. They are kind of related. One table is related to the other table via those keys, and that's where you hear about the term relational databases, because the tables are linked. The other component here is the queries. The next one would be the forms that we just used a moment ago, and then if you wanted to create a report of all the students, you simply click on All Students and it will display a more visually pleasant report for you to print it out. So those are some of the basic concepts using a template. So now stay tuned for the next session that we'll learn how to design our database from scratch. We'll create the first table and then start building a couple additional tables. In this session, we are going to create a database from scratch, and we are going to learn about some of the various components of Microsoft Access so we can kind of understand how the application works and where the different components are. So once we open Microsoft Access, we click here on the blank database, and like we learned earlier, the first thing that we need to do after we click on the blank database, we need to give it a name. And take note where you're saving this database. Now, as soon as you open the Access database here, what we have is very similar to Microsoft Word and Excel and other applications in Office. On the very top, we have the Quick Access toolbar with a bunch of commonly used options. We have the File tab here, and then we have these different tabs. So Home, the most commonly used functions, very similar to other applications. Then we have here the Create tab. This is to create different components related to databases. For example, creating a table, creating queries, creating forms and reports. Then we have the External Data tab. This is basically for us to get data from other systems and import it and link it into a database here in Microsoft Access. And then Database Tools. This is another tab where we can design the database and define the relationships or define basically any tools related to the database here for whether to repair the database, to create macros, or other components. Then we have here this new tab called Table Tools. So Table Tools here, this is very similar to the contextual tools in Microsoft Word or Excel. Basically a new tab that shows up in the context of what we are doing. So right now we are creating a new table and it's giving us options for this new table. Next to it here you have also Tell Me What You Want to Do, or the Tell Me feature. If you wanted to learn how to use Query Wizard or how to create a new form or anything like that, you simply type in there how to do that. So for example, Query Wizard, and you just basically it takes you directly to that option in order to learn how to perform a specific task in Microsoft Access. And then notice on the bottom here you have a couple other options, and I'm not going to take the time to tinker with those too much. It's basically the design view and the normal view, and we'll cover those shortly. Now, creating our first database here. Databases, as I mentioned earlier, they are designed using tables. Typically, you'll have at least one or more tables. So now this is our first table that we are working with, and we'll give it a name shortly. So it will actually ask us to save and give a name to this table in a moment. Typically, the way tables and databases work is that one of the fields, by the way, these are referred to as the fields. So you'd have the ID field, the first name field, and then last name field, and so on. So the columns, we refer to them where you'll hear the term field. Then you'll also hear the term record. So you'd say this is record 1 or record 2 or record. The record is, think of it as the row here. So you have more than one piece of information related to a record. So you have, for example, first name, last name, address, and so on related to that specific customer. Here, this would be the field name. So right now it says ID. So we could change that to say customer ID. The type here for customer ID, it needs to be a number. So notice under the data type, this is an auto number. That means that when it goes to the next customer, it'll go so from customer 1 to number 2, number 3, number 4 automatically. The data type for each one of those fields typically has to be specified. The next one, it's asking us to what type do we want to make this next field here. So the next field here, we are going to make it text, and this will be first name. Then the next one, we're going to make this field type as well, short text here, and then we're going to call this last name. And then the third field, we are going to make this, let's say, the street address, and this would be text as well. The next field here, it will be city, and then the next state, and then the next one zip. Now the zip code, we want that probably as a number field, and then the next one, you can pick whatever other field that you're going to utilize, but take note here that it can be various other fields. So it could be, for example, a date field, when they signed up to be your customer and such. Or you could have an attachment for this customer. Or you could be able to post a hyperlink field as well. So in this case, we are going to create a field here for attachment, and that would be, for example, for the picture for that customer or various other fields. Basically, this step, it's referred to as the designing this table. So we are defining how the fields are going to be formatted. If we are done with the design at this point, we could do a couple of things at this stage. We could either enter the data directly from this table and by the way, the data that you enter from now on, from this point on, it has to be matching the type that you defined a moment ago. For example, the zip code has to be a number. It can't have letters in there and things of that nature. The other thing to keep in mind is that the data typically, for now we're going to enter it here directly into the table, but typically it's not entered from the table itself. It's typically entered from the form of the database, and we'll learn about this shortly as well. Let's enter just one record here for the sake of testing. And then if we go to the next record, notice it entered the customer ID automatically. So the concepts so far that we covered in this session, keep in mind when you define those fields, you need to specify the data type, and it's very important to think it through as to all the fields that you want in a table when you're designing your database. So then you want to make sure that all the fields that you'd want in that particular table, they are included in there. You can add them later as well, but it causes complications. It's best to think it over initially. The other thing is that you need to consider categorizing the data accordingly in various categories, and then these categories, they become your tables. So for example, you want to make sure that, let's say, customer information, anything related to the customer, such as the address, the preferences, and mailing address, and that type of thing, you want to keep it in one table. Then anything related to orders, you want to keep it on the order table. Anything related to payments, you would keep it in the payments table. Anything that you want to keep related to inventory, you want to keep it in an inventory table. And even the inventory could have all kinds of subtables as well. The key there is to categorize information in major categories. Those categories become at least a table of some sort. And then you define the data type for each field here. And then you have to make sure that whatever you enter in that field, you want to make sure that it matches that type of data. Also remember, as you design your database, you need to have some kind of a key differentiator between the records in your table. So for example, if you had two customers named as Hubert Sims and such, you want to make sure that how do they differ? And the way to differ from one customer, from one record to another, is by assigning them something unique. For example, a customer ID, a unique customer ID. And those are typically referred to, that becomes your primary key. The primary key, again, that is what will differentiate between two records. Once we are done with designing our first table here, you'll click on close here on the top right of this table, and now it will ask us to give it a name to save the design for this table. It will actually save the design along with the data that we just entered. And now notice here under the tables list here on the left hand side, we have customers information. Now to open this up, you simply double click on it and you'll be able to view it and enter new records in there as well if you need it. To change the design, you could simply click here to add additional fields. Or another method to change the data and change the design for this table is also by using the design view. So notice here under the home tab we have view, and there are a couple of views. There's a data sheet view, what we currently are seeing and utilizing, and then you also have the design view. Let's click here on design view, and this is a more a sophisticated way. It's a little bit more complicated if you're not used to working with databases, but yet it's actually a lot more powerful and a lot more useful. So here, what you can do is basically you can modify the structure of this table. On the left-hand side, you have the field name, which was the column for each column in that table that we saw earlier. So we could change the names here, or we could change the data type as well. If you have a lot of data in your table and you go and tinker and manipulate the data type, you might most likely get an error message. So keep that in mind as you design your tables, to try to do it as best as possible in the beginning, whether it's the data type, the layout of the fields, and such. Now from here, from the design view, like I mentioned earlier, you can change the data type. So you can say, okay, under the state, I want that instead of 255 characters, I want that to be only the 2-digit abbreviated version of it, or you can make it 40 characters long, or whatever the length of the field there, so you can define the field. You can also change the format and the mask and all kinds of default values, and you can control all kinds of additional settings here. So I'm not going to go into the more fancier options here, but for the big picture, you can change the structure from the datasheet view, or you can change it from the design view from here. Notice as well that you can change the order of those fields by holding down the mouse, and you can move one field above the other one as well and change the order of those fields. To add new ones, you can add them here in the bottom. And then you have to define the data type as well. So for example, this is a field for comments, so this would be long text. So you want to make sure here that the user can enter enough text. I believe that would be 64,000 characters that it will accept in that field when you start typing on it. Once you're done with any of the design changes, now we click on close here, and it's going to save the structure. Typically this save option, it takes place only when we change the structure of it. So one of the concepts here is that if you change the structure of your table and the design of it, then it's going to ask you and prompt you to save it. However, if you're simply entering data, the data is saved automatically into your database. So that's another concept to understand when using databases. The other thing is that databases are designed to be used by multiple users at the same time. So once you have finalized your design, you can have 10 users, 15 users, 50 users, or however many users access and update the table at the same time and work on the same file, the same database at the same time. So those are some of the very basic concepts on getting started with an Access database and an Access table. Now this is not all. Next we are going to enter some more data into this table, and then we're going to create a query, we're going to create a form, and then we're going to create a quick report with just one table. And then furthermore, so stay tuned, we're going to create multiple tables, and we're going to link those tables together, and then we're going to utilize the more intermediate functions in Access databases and using Microsoft Access. So stay tuned. In this brief video, we're going to learn how to add additional fields to a table in an Access database, and then we're going to learn how to create queries, how to create forms, and how to create a report based on a table in our database. Stay tuned, we're going to also learn later how to create multiple tables in a database and how to link those tables together and utilize additional functions in Microsoft Access. So we have our table that we designed earlier, and now we want to add, let's say, to make a small change. As I had mentioned earlier, you don't want to make too many changes after data has been entered in the table, but this is just for demonstration purposes. So to enter a new field, we could do it a couple of ways here. We could either click here on click to add and then choose a type of field that we want to add, or we can go here under view and then choose the design view. So design view, it's this next one. Now we scroll all the way to the bottom here, and then let's say we want to state whether this is a new customer or not. So it's going to be a yes or no field. So we say new customer, and then we want to change this on the drop down here to be yes or no. What the system is going to do there is going to allow us to put a check mark, basically have a checkbox. Once we have tweaked that, you can add additional fields in there. By the way, you have under description in the design view, you have an area where you can actually put notes, design notes for you as a designer of this database. So you could say, additionally, you can go up further for any of those fields and such. As we covered very briefly in the last session, each table needs to have a primary key. And the primary key can be a number field, it can be anything, but it has to be something. Typically it's a number and an auto number, something that increases, or some kind of code. And it is what differentiates one record from another. So if you have two people with the same name and the same address, then in order to differentiate them, the best way would be to simply assign them a new ID or to have different IDs. So the primary key typically in the database design here, since we are in this view, it's represented with this little golden key. If you wanted to change it to a different field and make that the primary key, you can. However, it has to be the right kind of field. If you changed it to this one, then that means that there can be no two people with the same name on that table. So you want to make sure that you set the primary key on the correct field. And that's why typically it's an ID or something, a number that is generated by either the system or you assign it manually, but that number has to be unique. So I'm going to make this back as the primary key. And now let's suppose that we are done with the design here. We can click on close, save the design changes, and now let's learn how to create a form. Forms typically are utilized for entering data. You could enter the data in here, but if you have a lot of fields here or those columns and you have a lot of data, first it would be very dangerous to delete records that you're not supposed to delete, but secondly it's not the most user-friendly interface to enter new data. So therefore what we can do here is we can go under the Create tab, and you want to create what's called a form. The forms, you can create them from scratch, you can design them from here, or you can use the form wizard, and I'd recommend that you utilize the form wizard. It's much simpler, much easier to do this. Go under form wizard here, and basically the way it works is that you tell the system which table you want to use. In our case we have only one table here, so then you pick here what fields you want to include in that form. By the way, you can design multiple forms based on the same table. You're basically saying, I want to feed data only for first name, last name, and address, and you give access to a specific individual to just utilize that form, while other individuals may have access to update more areas of your database. So here we are just picking the fields that we want. You can pick them one at a time, or you can simply add all the fields in one shot here by clicking on this double arrow icon and then click on next. Then you can choose how you want your form to be displayed and organized, and you can play with this on your own, but typically columnar is basically going to go up and down in a sequence basically. Then click on next, and then you give it a name. And then it says open the form to view or enter the information, or open to modify the design even further. So in our case here, we are simply going to click on finish. Notice it has designed our form for us to enter the data. So notice it's displaying the first record that we had entered already in our table. Now, you might say, what about this field file 1, file 2, file 3? This is because we chose one of the fields to have attachments, and these are just the attachment fields here. Also keep in mind that you can design this form, and we'll learn about changing the design of forms later as well. But for now we're just learning about the basic concept of how forms work in a database and how they relate to tables. So stay tuned for the other functionality there. So in our case here, the form here serves to display information that is already stored in the tables, or it also serves for us to enter new records and add new customers here. So if I click here, add a new blank record, we leave the customer ID alone here, and then we just fill in the information. Now notice that it's not quite lined up properly and all that type of thing. I'll show that in a moment, how to readjust the size of those. And then you basically just fill in the information. If we go to the next record, it's stored what we just entered, and then you can just create a new one and keep on doing this. So typically, it's the forms that your assistant is going to use to enter data and look up information. Typically, your users do not really need to touch the tables and entering data and such, because the system will enter the data using the forms. So hopefully you get the idea there. Now, if I'm to go here to my table, by the way, you need to close any of those other things that you might have opened here in the main area. And we open the table here. Notice that I have now Jim Smith, my new customer that I entered manually, or that I entered through the form. So again, the forms are very similar to the input function in the computer. And you utilize them to view what's stored in the table and to store new data in the table. Now, to modify this form, just very briefly here, you can click here under View and then choose Layout View, and you can kind of just simply resize this stuff if you need it to. So this is one way to resize it or to adjust the design of it. It's somewhat simpler. The other method to modify the view of this form is by clicking here on View, just like we used the design view to modify the design of the table. We can use the design view to modify the design of our form here. So if we click on design view, now it becomes a little bit more complicated and such. That's why I said that the other method was slightly simpler. Here is where you can change in a more precise way the design of this. So here you could actually go and say, instead of first name without the space there, you could simply go ahead and change it, put the space in there. You can format that to be in bold, and you could change the design of those fields and such. Additionally, from this view, and it's not time for us to learn about it, but if you needed to, it's these second fields here, the ones in white, that are basically connecting. So you don't want to change this wording here to put it a space. That's the code that it links to the table, because basically it's saying it's going to pull from that first name field on the actual table. So you don't want to change these. If you right click in here, and unfortunately I cannot display it here for you to view it, but if you go to properties in the bottom, because of my recording, the way I have the recording of the screen, and notice that the control source, it says here, so it's pulling the data from the customer information table, and it's pulling from the field first name. So this is more complicated, but just for your information, you don't want to change this second area here. Then once you're all set here, we can close this, save the changes to it, and then if we go back to our form, notice first name here, it's in bold. So hopefully this makes sense on how the forms relate to the tables in an Access database. Now let's create a quick query here and see how queries work in a very basic way. So if we go here to our table and we click on Create, and now we go here under the query wizard. And the way queries work is basically you can connect to a table and you are saying list all the customers from that table, or list only the customers from a specific zip code or a specific city or a specific state. So you're putting criteria within that query or that question. So basically you're simply asking a question. Give me limited information based on this specific criteria. So here, let's say we want the first name, last name, and then the street address and the city and a zip code. Then we click on next, and then it says customer information query. Click on finish, and notice we got only what we requested. So we have first name, it's listing all the customers by first name, by last name, street address, city, and zip. The concept to keep in mind here is that there is no data stored within this query itself. The data is still stored in the table. The query just stores the parameters of what our criteria is. So to run this query, all you have to do is you double click here on the query and it pulls the data right away. If we were to go and change specific data here for a specific customer, let's say we had a fourth customer, and I'm entering this using the form. Now if I go and run this query, notice I have customer 4 listed here. So the idea is that you can create as many queries as you want, whatever options that you want. You know, the manager might say, I need to know how many sales you did today. So you could say, okay, give me all the customers, give me all the items that were sold, but based on a specific day of the week or such. So that's very briefly the queries. If you needed to change, and we'll learn how to modify the queries, so just check the next tutorial on customizing and working with queries in the database. Now next in this session we are going to learn how to create a report. Reports in a database are a key element as well. It's very similar to outputting information. You want to print it out, particularly it's to organize the data in a certain way. It's very similar to queries, but the queries are displaying the data in a very Excel-like worksheet here. The reports are designed to look nicer so that you can print them out and hand them over to somebody. So to create a report, again, you'd go under the Create option here, or the Create tab, and then you want to go under Reports, and my suggestion would be that you utilize the Report Wizard. So here you're picking what table you want to pull the report from. Notice that you can pull a report from queries as well. So the reports are built from tables or from queries. Whenever you build a report on the query, the report is actually going to that query and pulling the data. So for now we're going to use it directly from the table. And then we say I want the customer ID, let's say the first name, last name, and the street address, and whatever else that you want here, zip code and such. And then we click on next. Next, and then we can choose how to sort those customers, let's say by first name or by last name or by customer ID, and you can put different searching options here or sorting options. Click on next, click on finish, and now notice here we have the report called customer information. Notice it's slightly more visually pleasing here, and you can also adjust the design of this very similar to how we did earlier for other components here. So we can go and adjust the design by going to the layout view and then resize those fields accordingly. Now typically the numbers here, this number sign, that means that it does not fit in that field, so you need to still resize this. Or the other method here to adjust the design of this is by going here under View and then go under Design View. So again, the concept is whether you want to change the design of the tables, the forms, or the queries or reports, you have the different views that you can change the design of them. And particularly you want to use the Design View for designing any of those components of the database. Now when we are done with this report, we close it. Since we tinkered with the design here, just click on Save to save it. Close the other elements as well. And then go here under Customer Information. This is our report. And that's the data that it's pulling from the table here. So hopefully all this makes sense in how a database, or a very basic database with one table, works, and how the various elements of the database, particularly those key 4 components, there are other components that you add as well, such as macros and things of that nature, but these are the main key components of a database that you utilize typically. Now in this session we are going to learn how to create additional tables in our Microsoft Access database. Typically an Access database or any database out there will have more than one table, and you can have hundreds and thousands of tables depending on how big your database is. For this tutorial you should have access to a link to download the working files. The working file is a zip file here. And what you need to do is you need to double click on it after you have downloaded it, and then you want to click on Extract All. Once you extract them all, take note where it's going to extract this stuff. Click on Extract here, and then you'll see 3 files in there. So we'll utilize those 3 files to build an Access database, or to basically build 3 additional tables by importing the data from those files. In order for us to get a better understanding of how Microsoft Access works, if we had to enter the data manually, it would take us a very long time. So we're going to build 3 tables. One of them is going to be based on customers, like the contact information for our customers. The next one is listing the contracts for those customers, and then a third table is going to be the invoices. So stay tuned how we do this with the next session here. Keep in mind that this data, it's 2 of those pieces of data are in Microsoft Excel, so it looks like this, and you can have that data in Microsoft Excel already in a system of some sort. So basically we have the customer, the company, first name, last name, and the information related to the customer. Notice the customer ID here is a unique number. Then the next one, the contract list. Notice you have the contract number, the customer ID, you have the contract amount. It's another Excel spreadsheet. And then you also have this invoices list, and I have this on purpose here as a text file because you can import data from a CSV file or a comma separated values file, and this is what that would look like. So you have the different values here, the invoice, and all the fields are separated by commas. That's why it's CSV, because of the comma separated values. And then notice that each value here, it's in quotes. So we'll learn about how to import this into Microsoft Access database and create 3 tables from these. So in this session we're going to learn how to create tables in an Access database by importing the data from another system. We'll import the actual data and also the design for the tables in one shot from those systems to save us time. You can import the data into an existing table in Microsoft Access as long as the fields, these columns, and also the data type matches from the external file with your current design in Microsoft Access. Since we are starting here, understanding the concepts here and using Microsoft Access, we're going to bring both the design, because I hope you understand how to design the table and the fields and such by what we have covered so far in our tutorial. If you wanted to do this on your own and such, what you'd have to do, basically design a table. If you wanted to bring it into an existing design, you'd have to take, let's say, the customer list, and when you design your table in Microsoft Access, when you go to those fields here in the design view, those fields have to match. So you have customer ID here from your Excel file or external system. It needs to match along with the data type. Then you'd have to have another field in here called company, and you'd have to create that. Then first name, last name, telephone number, street address, all of those have to be in exactly the same order if you're going to use an existing table in Microsoft Access. In our case, we are not going to use the existing table, so we're going to create a new table by importing the data from an external data file. So here's how it works. We go here under external data, and then since we know that our data file was an Excel file, we can go here under Excel, and then we go and locate that file that we extracted earlier from the working files. So we go here under Browse, go under the working files, and notice we have here customer list. Click on Open, and then here we want to import the source data into a new table in our current database. If we wanted to add just the data, then we'll choose the append option here to just simply add it to the existing table. You can also link it to an external table or external data there as well, but that's beyond the scope of this tutorial for now. So we are going to click on import data to create a new table. We click OK here, and then it says show the worksheet. So this is our worksheet, this is what's in that table. Then we click on next, and then this is very important. This is where a lot of users get lost. So we want to choose here the first row contains the headings. So the first row in our Excel spreadsheet had, for example, the field names, customer ID, company, field name, last name. So this is just that label. That's what we are telling the system that that's what that is. Then we click on next. And then here we say you can now specify about each item that you're imported. Select the fields below. And do you want to allow duplicates, yes or no? Now, typically in a database, for example, for the customer ID, we don't want to allow duplicates. So you'd say no duplicates. In our case, we're just bringing this to play with so that we minimize any issues, and we'll just leave it alone. Now, the data type here, it says that it's going to be short text. Typically, you want to make sure that your customer ID, it's actually a number field. So we can change that at this point and say the number. So it would be, typically it would be a double here that you choose the data type and such. For the sake of keeping it simple, I'm going to leave this as short text. Then we click on next. Now it says, do you want to choose the primary key? Notice it's trying to create a new one for you. You could create this manually or automatically here. The system will create it for you. Or you can go and say, no, I'll use my own key because I already have the customer ID here. However, keep in mind, it cannot have two records with the same customer ID. So you need to be sure that the data that you're bringing in from an external system to create this new database, it actually does not have any duplicates in it. Then we click on next here. So our name for this table, we'll call it customers. And then simply click on finish. Notice we can save the steps if we want it, but we don't really need to save at this point. We click on close. And now you have another table here, and if you double click on it, you have all of those customers. There are 38 of them that it brought from that table. Notice that the table now, it has the field names on the very top here, and it also has the various fields, such as the email field and all that type of thing. If you needed to create additional fields, then you simply can go here under the Home tab, and you could go and add a new field. So if you wanted, for example, a field called comments, it's going to add it, and then you choose the type here. So we're going to make the comments field to be a long text here. And then we close the design. And now if we go back to customers, you'll notice that you have another field called comments. So that's how you create a table by importing the data from an Excel file. Let's create another table, a contacts table. So again, we go here under external data, we go under Excel, and then we choose the file that we want to import. We're actually going to get the contact list. We're going to create a new table along with a structure for that table from your external data file, from our Excel file. And then we click OK, go next here. We tell it that the first row has the actual information. Next. Then the contract number. Right now we are choosing to allow duplicates, but typically you don't want to, because this is going to be our primary key, the unique identifier for each record here, and we're going to leave it alone for now. Then we click on next. Then you want to make sure that you're choosing your own primary key and you're making the contract number as the primary key for here. Then we click on next, and then we just say this is going to be called the contacts table. Click on finish, click on close, and now if we close this, we'll have contracts and customers. And notice there are 65 contracts at this point. And then we also have the customers. Now in this next session we're going to learn how to import data, or how to create a table by importing data from a CSV file. In this session we're going to learn how to create a third table, including the structure, from a CSV file in Microsoft Access. So we have here this invoices list. We're going to create a table called invoices, and that data we imported from some kind of system out there that's comma separated values. So to create a new table, we go here under external data, and we want to import the data from a text file. So we click on next here, locate wherever our file is, and notice it's under my working files, and this would be also in your working files if you expanded it. We choose invoices list, we click on open, then click OK, and then we want to tell the system here that this is a delimited type of data file, which the values are separated by a comma. And you'll know that when you receive the file from whatever system there, it'll typically be a CSV file. Then we click on next, and then we want to tell the system that this is a comma separated values. So the values here for each column, they are separated by a comma. I'll go next again, so we choose comma, and then notice here it says first row contain the field name. So make sure you select this one. If you skipped it, go back and try to follow it. So we want comma, first row contains the field names, click on next, and then we leave these the way they are for now. Click on next. Then make sure you choose your own primary key, and the invoice number is going to be the primary key. Next, and then this is going to be invoices. And then click on finish. So now we have an additional table here. In this new table, it's called invoices. Notice one key aspect here. If we go to customers, we have here customer ID. This will be our primary key for this table. So even if we went over here under design view, notice customer ID has this golden key here. So that's our unique identifier for this table. Now, if you go to another table here, so if we go, for example, to contracts, and open this up and go under design view, notice that contract number is the unique identifier for this table. Anytime you're designing a new table, that table has to have some kind of unique identifier or primary key. Now notice as well here that this table also has another field called customer ID. And the customer ID here, we saw it that it was the primary key for the customers table that we saw earlier. So it was on this one. What that means is that for the table contracts, the primary key is contract number. That's the main differentiator. And now customer ID is what's called a foreign key. Basically, it will give us the option to link customer ID from this table to the customers table with customer ID field. So the concept there is that in a database, in a relational database, the tables are linked together one to another and such using primary and foreign keys. The foreign key is the common field between two tables. It's that field that is the secondary. It's not the primary key on that second table. So for example, here we are saying we have a contract with this number, but then this contract is associated with a customer of a specific number. So if we go here under, for example, customer 1105, and we go here under contracts, and we see 11005, that's saying that this contract 3033 belongs to customer 11005. The concept to remember is when you're designing this, you need to design also for foreign keys, the common field that will connect one table to the other. And we'll learn how to connect those tables in a moment here. Now, even if you went here under invoices, you'll notice that the invoices has an invoice number. That's a primary key. But then you have a contract number, which will eventually connect to the contract number here from the contracts table. And in the invoices table, so the primary key is this one, but then this is the foreign key for this table. So primary keys and foreign keys are two very important concepts that play an important role when you're designing the database because they'll need to be linked together. And that's what we'll learn in the next session here. We'll learn how to link the tables using the primary keys and the foreign keys. In this session, I will demonstrate how to link tables in a Microsoft Access database in Access 2016, or how to define the relationships between tables in Access 2016. So a relational database like Microsoft Access 2016, it requires that the tables are linked. And typically, the key component for linking tables in a database is the proper design of the tables to start with. And typically what you want to do is that you want to have the primary keys and the foreign keys properly defined in the tables. Before I further explain this, I'm going to clean up our database here. So I'm going to first delete this table that has nothing to do with what we are planning to do in the next couple minutes here. I'm going to delete these queries as well. By the way, you don't want to do this on a real database unless you're sure that you want to delete these. And at this point we have three tables. So we have the customers table, we have the invoices table, and the contracts table. To learn how we did this, please refer to the previous tutorial. We have the primary key for customer ID. This is the primary key for this table. And then under contracts, we have the primary key being the contract number. And then the foreign key, it's the customer ID, which is supposed to match with the customer ID, which is the primary key on the customers table. And then the same way under invoices, we have the invoice number, which is the primary key for the invoices table, but then the contract number, which is the foreign key in this case, goes to match with the primary key of the contracts table. So as you design the database, you need to factor in and plan on what the foreign keys are going to be and how the tables are going to be linking with one another when it comes time to link them. And this has to be done during the design process. Now at this stage, we need to close the tables. And then the next thing that we need to do here is we need to go here under Table Tools, and then we're going to define the relationships. So we go here under Relations, and then we choose to add the Customers table, we choose to add the Contracts table, and then the Invoices table, and then close this. Now notice, you can even organize them any way you want here. You want to organize them fairly logically if you can, so that you see the structure depending on how you organized your database. To link those tables together, notice we have here customer ID from the customers table, and we have the foreign key here under contracts for the contracts table. So what you do is you click on customer ID from the main table and you drag it and you hold the mouse directly on customer ID on the contracts table here. And then you let it go. Now at this point, notice it's saying it's going to use the customers table linking to customer ID in the contracts table. It's going to be a relationship of one-to-many. What that means is that you can have one customer with multiple contracts, and that's hopefully what you want. If you have a small business, you want multiple contracts from the same customer. You could also enable here what's called referential integrity. I'm not going to check it for now to keep this simple, but that means that if you deleted a customer you're probably never going to have that customer again, then you want to delete also their contracts. That's what their referential integrity is. It's going to do a cascade update and cascade delete. If you remove the main source, it's going to remove the items that follow with it. If a student drops from college, you want to drop also the courses and things of that nature. Then here we click on create and notice that you have a line between the two. The next thing that you want to do then is, notice now we have the contracts, primary key here, could link with the foreign key from the invoices table. So we want to say from invoices here, we want to drag this to the foreign key from the invoices table. Again, the same idea, contract number to contract number, one-to-many relationships. That means that you can have multiple invoices for the same contract. That's what that means. And by the way, you can move this however it makes most sense to you. If for some reason you chose the wrong thing, notice that they have to match here. Customer ID has to be under customer ID. It can't be linked to a different field. If for some reason you had it improperly matched there, you can right click or select it once, and then you can choose either edit relationship or simply delete. And then if you want to delete it, you say yes, and then now it's disconnected. And then you can redo it again. So you just drag here customer ID to customer ID and then click on create again, and now you'd have it the way you wanted it. Once you're all set with this, you need to click on close, and that's where the system is going to save these links between the tables, because unless these tables are linked together, we cannot get data from one table to the other. And when we link these tables through this relationship, that we can actually go and say, I want, for example, a query here or a report of some sort that I want the first name, last name, and then I want the contract number, and then I want the amount and the date and the contract type. That's when you can kind of cross and pull the data from multiple systems. Then we click here on close, and then it's going to ask us to save the relationship. Here we say yes, and now the relationship has been defined, and now we can actually create queries, we can create reports, we can create forms to pull data from multiple tables here. So this is where the beauty of Microsoft Access actually takes place. Let's very briefly learn, just for the sake of testing at this point, how to create a quick query on pulling data from 2 or more tables just before I finish this section, so that you get an understanding of how the relationship connection here between the tables, what the advantage is. So if we were to look here at customers, notice I have the customers table, but I don't really have any contract information for this customers table. And if I go to contracts, I have only contract information, but I don't really have any customer information other than this ID. So now what we want to do is we want to pull the customer information and the contract information and have it displayed a certain way. So here's how it works. You go here under create, and then you go under query wizard, and then we click on OK. And then we want to pull here first from the table customers. Notice that we have 3 choices where we can choose from. So we choose customers, and then now it's just a matter of whatever we want here. So we say I want the first name, the last name, and then let's say I'm interested now from that table, I'm interested on only these 2 fields. The next thing that I want is I want to go under contracts, and then I want to pull here the contract number. I want to pull the contract amount. I don't care for the customer ID because I know I have their first and last name already. And then I want to see the date and the type of the contract. So notice it's about 6 fields here from 2 tables. Now I click on next, and then click on next again. And now we give it a meaningful name. So whenever you're defining the queries, you want to define it with a meaningful name. Contracts by first and last name. Click on finish. And now notice that we have a new query created, and now we have the data, first name and last name, and the contract number, and then the amounts, the date, and the type. So notice, so we pulled the data from 2 tables. From here you can create all kinds of other things, whether it's reports or new queries or forms, and we'll cover those in the next few sessions. One other thing before I finalize this session, and I should have mentioned it earlier, is that in order for you to link those tables correctly, you need to make sure that the fields that are going to be linked through the relationship are of the same data type. And this is where a lot of users get frustrated because this does not work. What that means is that on the customers table, when you go to design your table, you need to make sure if that is a number field, if it's numbers, you need to make sure that this customer ID over here on the next table in the foreign key, it's actually a number field as well. It's the same type of field. Again, here, the contract number on this table, in the contracts table, that needs to match exactly the same data type formatting. Otherwise, they will not link and you'll get errors on your linking. And more concretely, you can see that in my case, if I go here to design view for the customers table, I have it under customer ID, I have it a short text field. Typically, it's not going to be a short text. You want that to be a number, an auto number typically. I'm not going to change it right now, but typically it's an auto number and needs to match number and auto number. They can be used as one type of data, so that's fine. But you just need to be sure they match. So in my case, I have short text here. And if I go to my next table under contracts, if you look for my customer ID here, it's going to be short text as well. That's why I didn't run into any problems. So those can be numbers or auto numbers, but they have to match on both corresponding tables. Remember that in your design, and it will save you a lot of frustration. So that's how defining the relationships in an Access database works. And it's one of the key aspects of designing a database successfully. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create a compound form to input data between two or more tables in Access. So once we have linked the tables and defined the relationships in a database, then you can do a lot of wonderful things and you can enjoy working with Microsoft Access. And now we have linked those tables together and we have defined the relationships to basically create a form. Forms, they can be created either on an individual table. For example, if I go here under Create and I go under Form Wizard here, and let's say I want customers and I want to create a new form for all my customers, click on Next, and then Next, and then Next again. So there's my form for the customers. So this is a simple form in Microsoft Access. To create a compound form, and by the way, the form now has been saved here under Forms, Customers, go under Create here, go under Form Wizard, and then we choose Customers. Let's say I want everything from my customers table, and then I want also data from our contracts table. And here under the contracts, I want to make sure I have the contract number. I don't need the customer ID because it's going to be in the customers table. Then I want the contract amount, and then the signing date, and then the type as well. And then click on Next. At this point, it asks us, how do you want to organize the data? We want to see basically, since our customers are going to have more than one contract, it's a one-to-many relationship, we want to organize it by customer. So we have customer 1, and then you can see 3 or 4 contracts, customer 2, 1 contract or 5 contracts or 15 contracts or whatever they have. And then we leave everything else alone here and then click on Next. Then here we click on Next again, and then we give it a name. So we could actually say contracts by customer, and then click on Finish. By the way, make sure you give a meaningful name there. And now at this point, notice what happens here. So you have the customer on the top here, their customer information, but then right below this customer, we also have the orders or the contracts. You could go and add new contracts if you wanted here, so you could have and such. So now for this customer, we have a new contract created as well. So basically, at this point, your assistant can use it to look up customers and their information, or you can use it to update new contracts or new orders related to that customer or your customers. Notice you have also these controls here, so you can go from one customer to the next. So you go next here, and by the way, you'd have to adjust this. So if you click here on customer, on the customer area, now we can go from one customer to the next and so on. If we want to go from one order to the other and add new orders, you have also those controls for this subform. This form here is a mechanism to enter new data, view data. You have the main form, which is contracts by customer, but then right below it you have the subform, which is pulling from the contracts table. So we have the data from two tables being displayed at the same time. And then you have the main controls for the main table over here, and you can create new records as well if you need it by using this button right here. And then in the bottom here you have the actual orders or the contracts for the customers. To update data in here, whether you want to change to add new comments, or whether you want to add new forms or new customers from here. Now remember, all the data that we enter from here, it actually goes and gets stored in the actual tables. So if we go here under customers, we should have this new customer that we just entered earlier. So that's how compound forms work and how you create them and update them and use them. In the next session, I'm going to show you how to customize the form in Microsoft Access 2016. Earlier in this tutorial, I created a form called Contracts by Customer. This is what it looks like so far, and the purpose of this session is how to customize this form. There are three different views for customizing anything in Microsoft Access. Here on the left-hand side, you have the layout view, and then you have also the design view. One thing that you can do definitely is you can customize this and make it smaller or bigger, or however you want to resize this. So let's say you want to make the text there formatted slightly different, and you have the formatting tools, and basically change it however you want, very similar to Microsoft Word. Now the next thing that you might want to do here is that you don't really need this customer ID data so big and such, so you can resize it, and we are doing this by using the layout view. The next one is go through each field here and customize this to your liking. Additionally, you can change the formatting for this so it will be a little bit easier to read. You want to make sure that you adjust only the stuff here on the left and not elsewhere. And basically you're formatting this to whatever you want. So you're customizing it to your liking. Since we are formatting this and changing the layout view, notice that we have the form layout tools. These are the contextual tools related to this form in Microsoft Access. We have these different tabs here that you can change and tweak and such. But one of the cool things here is that you can apply themes. Instead of you spending all afternoon tweaking this and changing this, probably the width of these fields, customize them manually here. As far as the colors and such, what you could do is you can go and simply apply one of those themes. So you pick from one of those themes here, and notice it's going to change the design, whether it's the font or whether it's other components related to this form. So pick one of those themes and then further adjust it. And then notice that you have also various color schemes here that you can apply. Didn't change too much, but you get the idea. And then you can apply also the different fonts as well. So that's one way to customize this. If you wanted to tinker and insert images and such, you can utilize this, and you add logos and such. And then you could click here under Property Sheet, and this tells us where this field is linked to. It controls the linking to the table itself. So for example, right here it says that it's linked to the comments field on the customers table. And then notice there are lots of controls here that you can change. Typically you don't want to tinker with this or to change this to something different, because then it will break that link and then the data will not be updated. This is one way to customize this form. The next way to customize it is going into the design view, and this is another mechanism. So I'm going to save these changes first. This is a little bit more in depth. It shows the data where it's linked behind the scenes with what fields, and you can line things exactly the way you want them appropriately and all that type of thing. Notice that you can change here colors and alternate rows and background image and all that type of thing, and the fill and all that type of stuff. That is more advanced. You can resize stuff, move things around if you needed to. But in a nutshell, that's how you customize it. You customize it by going through these different views that we just went over here. Once you're all set with the design and such, then you can close your design, save the changes, and then open it up again, and it should have applied the changes that we made earlier. You want to make this forms as nicely as you can so that your staff that is utilizing these forms is actually using them effectively, and also it's pleasant and easy for them to enter the data. Keep in mind that you can create more than one form based on the data. So if one of your assistants needs access to only a couple pieces of data here, then you create a form specifically for them. And for others, you create a more complete form and such. So hopefully that makes sense and that it was helpful. In this session, I'm going to briefly demonstrate how to search for specific records by a specific field via a form in a Microsoft Access database. So supposedly this is our form here, and we have contracts by customer. And now your assistant is keeping track of your customers and also keeping track of orders and such. And now a new customer called, and how can she pull up the information for a new customer? So you can pull up the information by using a variety of methods here, by using any of these fields. All that the assistant would have to do is click on a field that says searching by customer ID. She simply needs, or he needs to simply click on the field here, click on find, and then type the customer number. So for example, 11040, then click on find next, and then notice we have that specific customer in here. The other thing that you can do, or she could do it, or anyone could do here, is searching, let's say, by first name or by some other field. So I'm going to go back here, and let's say by first name, you can click on the field there and then choose Michael. Find, and you can have this over here as well, and there is Michael Ingram, phone number and information related to that specific user. Then you can find additional ones if needed as well. So notice there are 2 records with that. You can also filter the records by a specific field. So let's say you wanted all the records to be displayed, the customers that start with the name, first name Michael. So you can select it here and go under filter, and then notice you have all the different options here. So you can simply uncheck them all and then pick what you want here. So let's say Michael, and unfortunately it's beyond the recording area here, but you get the idea. It's going to be Michael or whatever, but let's say Jessica here. I'm not sure that there is more than one Jessica, but let's say Jessica and John, and then I'm going to uncheck Michael here. Now notice there are 3 filtered results that showed up here, and we can go from one to the other So there were 2 customers with the name John here. Keep in mind, whenever you have filtered stuff, it's going to display only what you filtered by, and then this field right here where it says filtered, it's going to be highlighted there. You can do that with any of those fields by either searching and finding records from up here, or by filtering from this option over here. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create queries from multiple tables in an Access database. We'll create those queries using the query wizard, and then in the next session, we are going to do the advanced query method. in order for us to create queries from multiple tables, we need to first make sure that the tables have been linked via these relationships here. So you can check that from the database tools and then relationships, and you should see these links. And notice here that we have the customers table, which is linked to the contracts table. So let's say that we want to create a listing, or a query as the technical term is, of the customer ID, the first name, last name, street address, and then the city, zip, state. And then we want to also list the contract information for these customers. So here's how we do that. We'll close this first. And now we go here under Create. And then we go under Query Wizard. And then click on OK. And then we are going to go first to Customers. We're going to pick Customer ID, first name, last name, street address, city, zips. And then we go to the next table. Here we go under Contracts. And then we'll pick up the contract number, and then the amount, date, and type. Then we click on Next, and then click on Next again. And then here we could have some kind of meaningful name, and then Finish. Notice at this point we have the list with the data that we requested, customer, first name, last name, and such, and the data has been pulled from both tables. So that is creating a query using the Query Wizard. You could do also the similar thing as well if we save this. Now we can go and create one for invoices. So let's say we want to see the contracts and how many invoices remain to be paid. So we go here under Query Wizard, and then go under Simple Query Wizard again, and we can do this with two other tables. So we can go under Contracts, we can get the contract number, and then we can go under Invoices, and then pick the invoice number, the date, and whether it was paid or not, and then Next, and then give it a meaningful name, click on Finish, and here we have the contract number, the customer ID, the contract amount, date, the type, the invoice specific number, the date that the invoice was issued, and whether the invoice was paid. So next we are going to learn how to utilize the advanced queries in a database. In this session I'm going to briefly demonstrate how to utilize the query design in Access 2016. So far in our Access tutorial we have learned how to use the Query Wizard in defining and designing a query, but in most cases in Access 2016 and previous versions of Access, a more effective way to utilize queries and design queries is to use a query design. The way that works is that instead of you going through step by step and adding specific fields in a query, you can actually design this query using this method. So to utilize the query design, we click here on Query Design icon, and then the big idea here is that you pick the tables that you want to work with initially. So in our case here, the tables have been linked by using the relationship module that we saw earlier, and now we'll pick the tables that we want to utilize, and then click on OK. Typically the relationship looks like this. So we have customers, then we have contracts, then we have invoices. The way it works is that you have these tables here with all the different fields from each table, and you pick specific fields from each table and you're creating a new query. So for example, we want here first name, last name, and let's say the invoice number. And typically you can either double click on these fields that you want to add to the query down below, or you can simply drag these fields down here like we did a moment ago. If you double click on this asterisk sign, it will insert all the fields that are part of that table. Now here we want, for example, the invoice number, the contract number, and I'm double clicking at this point, the item, and the amount. And then we want also whether it was paid or not. Now let's assume that these are the fields that we want in our case. Now you can run this and see what it looks like. Notice you have the first name, last name. Actually, they are kind of backwards. You can readjust that. We can go back and readjust it. And we have invoices paid or not. If we want to tweak this query again, we go here under Design Mode and go into Design View and then tweak this again. So if we wanted, for example, first name to be first, simply drag this to the left. And once we move the fields the way we want or customize this view the way we want, then we can run this again. And now notice first name is in the beginning, and then you have last name and so on. So that's how you briefly utilize the query design in Microsoft Access 2016 and Access database. Notice as well, if we go back here to the design view, you can define the sorting order. You can define specific criteria, whether the criteria is either or different various criteria by various fields here. And that's what we'll learn next. And before I finalize it completely here, notice also there are additional parameters that you can utilize here, and we'll cover these shortly as well, such as the query builder and the totals field and such. In this session, I'm going to briefly demonstrate how to utilize criteria, how to define the criteria within a query in Microsoft Access 2016 using the query design. So here's how it works. Let's say we have this query here called invoices and contracts. Actually, we have not named this yet. It's query number 1. We go here under query design view. And now let's say that we wanted to see, for example, only the invoices that have not been paid. If we go under the invoices table and notice here that this is a yes or no field to enter a criteria, so we see only the invoices that have not been paid. We go here under the design view, and what we want to do is here under invoices paid, notice there is an option for criteria. There is a row here that we can put a criteria for this specific field. So we want to display only the invoices that have not been paid. In that case, we want to display those that meet the criteria for no. So we simply have to put no in there, and now click somewhere else outside of this area and then run this query. Now notice it's displaying only those that have not been paid. If we wanted to display the text here, whether yes or no or invoices paid or with the wording no next to it, just to be sure, we make sure that this check mark, and by the way, that should be there automatically. Make sure that it has the check mark right here. Now if we go and run it again, notice it says invoice paid no. And it's displaying only those. If we want to hide that field, we go back to the design view and then just take out the check mark and then run it again, and it will not display it. So that's how you insert a criteria within a query using the query design. Now you can have multiple criteria as well. If we run this query right now, notice that there are invoices ranging from $1,000 to more than $30,000 here. So let's say we want to see only the invoices that have not been paid of greater than $10,000. So to insert that criteria, we go back to the query design here, and then under the amount for the specific criteria, we want to put them so that both criteria would be met. We say greater than equal 10,000. And then click anywhere outside of this field and then run this. So we are saying we want the criteria, all of these fields, plus the amount needs to be greater than or equal to 10,000, and then the invoice needs to be not paid. We run this, and now notice we have all these invoices displayed. The other thing that we could do is we could sort this, and we can go back here to the design view again and customize this further. So under the sorting criteria, we say we want to sort this in descending order. We want to see the largest amounts first, followed by the smallest ones. So notice we are doing 3 things so far. Click on Run again, and now notice the $105,000 invoice comes first, and then the rest are following that. Then if we go back to the design view, we could even insert as many criteria as you want, and I hope you get the idea. So you could sort, for example, by a specific zip code or by a specific city and so on. Under city, for example, if I wanted to add an additional field and I want to insert it right there, just simply drag it in there, and then we could have various criteria. So right now I don't have any criteria by city, and if I run it, notice it's just going to display the city. But let's say that I want the city Lansing or Holland. So I want to display those two cities. Now in my case here, I can go back to the design view and I'll enter two criteria. So one of them will be Lansing. Now you have to type that correctly, and I can say or Holland. So it could be either one of them, and then run them. Notice it is displaying only the city Lansing or Holland, but then notice that the criteria is not quite what we were expecting earlier. Notice that we have 2,500, so it's no longer just 10,000 or more. The reason for that is because we have here in our criteria stating that the criteria could be Lansing greater than 10,000 and invoice is not paid, or anything from the city called Holland. So we either have to move this up here or utilize the criteria either or that we were using earlier. But then keep in mind that it's not going to apply. So we have to put them like this with the or here, and then the additional two criteria. Then we run it, and notice these are the only clients that have not paid their invoices yet with a greater than 10,000 balance, and only Lansing or Holland just for those two cities. So that's how the query design works with multiple criteria within the query. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the query design and also define calculated fields or have calculated fields as part of the query design. Let's assume that we have a bunch of customers, they have not paid their invoices, and we want to calculate a late fee. So part of our query, we want to display what the late fee calculation would be. So here's how we do that. We go here under the query design, and then first thing we need to pick the tables that we want to utilize. So let's say we want customers, then we want contracts, and then let's say we wanted the invoices. So I'm just going to list those three tables that we are utilizing at this point, but in reality I'm going to use only customers and invoices in this case. So we want the first name, I'm double clicking on them, last name, and then let's say you wanted the street address, city, state, and zip. And then we want also the invoice number, the date, the item, the amount, and then we want whether it was paid or not. I'm going to resize this. I'm just dragging it up so we can see this a little bit easier. And now if I go and run this query, notice it's going to display the data that we picked. However, it's not filtering yet, or it's not giving us only the unpaid invoices. To fix that, we go under Design View again, and then we go under Invoices, we say Not Paid. So whether it was paid under the criteria, notice the criteria row here, we say no. Now, the next thing that we want to do, and by the way, if we run this again, notice it will be displayed. Now, if we go back, we want to create here a new field that will say late payment. And then part of that field, we want it to calculate what the late payment would be. So the way you do that is by clicking here on this option that is called Builder. So we want to build a new calculated field. We click on Builder. So first I selected the new field where we want to do this, and then secondly we want to utilize the builder function. Before we can utilize the builder function, it's best to save this query first. So we could say, just click on the X here on the top right, and we'll say yes. Then we'll call this late fees, and then click OK. Now we go back here to the late fees, and we run this query. Then we go under the design view. By the way, you could right click on it and choose design view as well to get to it. And then we scroll all the way to an empty new field here, and then we want to click on builder. On builder, by the way, once you save it, notice we have all these fields right here under the expression categories. That's basically telling us that these are all the fields that are being utilized as part of this query. So all that we have to do is we click on the invoice amount and double click on it, and notice it's putting it in brackets and such, and then we do the asterisk, which is the multiplication. So we want to say the amount multiplied by some kind of percentage. So you could say it's 5% late fee for any unpaid invoices past 30 days or whatever. So then you do that by times 0. Or as part of your database, you could design another field in there or column to say late fee, like how much the late fee would be. And then in that way, you don't have to enter the 0.5 manually. You could just multiply the late fee, multiply it by the actual amount of the invoice. In our case, we're just going to do it this slightly manually. So we have the invoice amount times 0.5, and then we click on OK. You could have simply selected another field there instead of 0.5, like I mentioned a moment ago. Now we click OK, and then notice now it enters all kinds of codes here. Now instead of you choosing to have that as expression 1, we could have that called late fees or late fee. And then simply run this. And now notice if you scroll to the right, you have here the invoice was not paid, it's $12,000, and the late fee is $600. And it has calculated this, by the way, for all the amounts. Now, if you don't want this invoice paid, no, you can just simply hide it, like, and I'll show that in a moment. Let's say we want to format this in currency, in dollar amounts. We can do that as well, and we go back here under design view, and then we want to choose to not display whether it was paid or not, just that column we want to hide it. And then the amount here, if you click on the actual field and go on the property sheet here on the top, or you could right click and choose property, and then under the format we want to click on the drop down here, and we want to choose the currency. And then you can even choose the decimal places, let's say 2 decimal places, and then you can close the property sheet here. Now if you run this again, notice that the late fee will be in currency. And that's how you calculate the late fee using the query design in Microsoft Access 2016. Now we save this, and then at any point for any of the customers, as you enter and change data, this will be generated automatically. In this video, I'm going to demonstrate how to create reports and customize reports in Microsoft Access. This process is going to start with the very basics, and then we're going to move into some of the more advanced features, customizing reports in Microsoft Access. So in this case, we have a database with 3 tables. And if you wanted to learn more as to how to work with an Access database, please refer to the previous videos on this tutorial. So we have 3 tables. We have a contracts table. Let's assume we have contracts for customers. Then we have a customers table. And then we have an invoices table. So the tables look like this. Now in our case, we also have those tables linked together, which is a common feature of an Access database or any of the relational databases out there. So as such, if we go here under Database Tools, and then we go under Relationships, you'll see that we have those tables linked together. And if you want to learn more about these, you can check the previous tutorials as well. And now we can create reports based on each one of those tables individually, or we can create reports by pulling data from multiple tables. For example, if we wanted customer ID from the customer's table and the first name and last name from the customer's table, then we can also pull, for example, the contact number. We can pull also the amount and signing date and the contact type, because those two tables are linked together. So let's learn how to do this. To create a report, we need to go here under Create tab, and then we can click here under Reports, and notice we have this whole section with reports. So we can create using the Design option, the blank report, start from scratch, or we can use the Report Wizard. If you're just starting with the databases, I would suggest that you start with the Report Wizard, as that is going to be the simplest way for you to learn how to do this. So we go here under Report Wizard, and then you'd basically pick the first table that you want to pick the fields from. So in our case, we go to the Customers table, and let's say we want the first name, and we want the last name, and let's say we want the street address, the city, zip, state, and email. So these are just some of the fields from that table. Now in our first instance here, we are going to simply create a report just from one table so that we get the idea. And then we are going to pull the data from multiple tables. So we go here under Next, and then we choose how do we want to group those, if we wanted to create groupings of those customers. In our case, for now, we're just going to leave this alone. And then we click on Next. And then here it's asking us, do we want to sort those customers? So we could technically choose to sort those by first name or by last name or by zip or any of those fields here. So we're going to just say we want to sort them by first name. Then you can also choose additional sorting criteria as well, subsequent ones. Typically the first option here is going to take priority, then it's going to go to the second priority, and so on. So we click on Next, and then it's going to create the report here in the tabular format, and then you can also choose whether you want the orientation to be portrait or landscape. If it's a lot of fields that you're going to have in your table, it's best probably to choose landscape. But for now, with the number of fields that we have, we just can create it using the portrait view. And then we give it a name here. So just a customer list. We can call this whatever we want, customer list, and then it's going to give us a preview of this report. We click on Finish here, and notice the preview has been created. So if I close it here on the right hand side, now notice under Reports I have a new customer list report. If I double click on it, notice I can see all those customers here. Now you'd say, well, it's kind of cutting here the email field on the right hand side. How can I change that? How can I customize that? We can customize any of those reports that we create a couple ways, or you can do this in a couple ways. You can either go here under View. As soon as we have selected the report here, we can click on View, and you can change it to the layout view here. So that's one way to customize it, and this is under the layout view. We can go and simply resize the fields. So that's one way to do it. So notice I'm just readjusting the width of those fields. Now probably the address needs to be longer. Notice I'm going to the right here and such. The state doesn't have to be as wide. Then the zip, I can adjust this accordingly. Notice you need to adjust the labels here on the top as well. I'm pressing here Control A to select everything, and we can also go here under Format, and we can change, for example, the font for this to be a smaller size. So you can control how this will display by utilizing or changing the font visual aspects of it. That's one way for you to customize this. If you wanted, by the way, these fields here on the top, the labels, to be in a different format, notice I'm holding down the Control key here and I'm selecting all those labels. Now under the Format, then I can go here under Format and then make this bold. I can choose a different font size and all that type of stuff. Notice also under the Format we had this Select All option that I did earlier using the Control A key on the keyboard. If you wanted to change the top or the heading of this, you can simply go here and double click on the heading and then customize this any way that you want. So that's one easy way to customize this report that we just created here. Notice that there are different designs here that you can apply as well to this report. So notice you have these new tabs here on the very top. And these are typically referred to as the contextual tools, since we are tinkering and working here with the report module of the database and adjusting the layout and the design of it. Notice we have this like Design tab, Arrange tab, Format tab, and even Page Setup, so you can change the look and the feel of this specific report. Notice also under the Design tab, you also have these design themes. So if I wanted to apply a different look and feel to this, I can apply one of those themes. Now to go back to the normal view for this report, we go here under View and then Report View, and notice it has changed. It has been modified with the changes that we applied earlier. Another way to customize your report is also to utilize the design view, and I'll go more in depth about this shortly here. So you go here under Design View after we have selected our report, and this is kind of more complex. And again, notice you have here again the same contextual tools on the very top. However, you can change here. Notice it says Page Header. If I wanted to move this field a little bit farther to the left and adjust the width and such, again, these are the labels. Notice I can do them more precisely from here. So you can adjust the width of those fields here, and you get the idea at this point. Now these would be just the labels on the top, and these would be the actual fields in the bottom. Notice you can also adjust the footer, what will show up as at the bottom of the report, from here as well. So let's assume that I didn't need the email field. You can simply press delete from here and delete both the label and the actual field. The bottom stuff here, it's actually the field from the table that it's linking to the table. And then we can close this report here on the top, save the changes, and now double click on the report again, and notice we do not have that field for the email. Also, if you wanted to see a preview of this, you can click here on the top left and choose Print Preview, and this is how our report will look at this point. Notice you also have the footer here, the page footer. We can close the preview from here. And at this point, let's also learn how to add a field to an existing report. So let's assume that this is our report, and then somehow we missed adding the email field to an existing report. Of course, we could create something from scratch. However, in certain cases, your report might be fairly complicated and you want to add another field or a couple fields. So here's how you add the other fields to it. You can right-click on the report and choose Design View, or you can go up here under View, under the Home tab, and choose Design View. So you'll kind of want to do this from the Design View. Now, on the right-hand side, or on the very top here, notice how it says Add Existing Fields. So you can click here on Add Existing Fields. So notice we have the list of fields here from our table. And we can move this a little bit. And then we want to add here the email field. So we simply drag it, but we need to drag it, notice in this white spots here where the detail for the form is. We don't need to put it under page header. We want to put it under the detail area. This would be the content of our report. We are kind of linking this field with the actual table from the customer's table here. So this is not the label, it's actually the data from the table. So we simply drag it and we just drop it where we want it. Then adjust the positioning of it on that report, how you want it, how wide you want it, and all that type of stuff. And then notice at this stage it's not giving us the option to put this the label for it, because if I run this right now and I save the design, notice it's not going to have the label here on the top as to what this is. We need to basically go under the Design View again, and in this case the label is right there, but notice it's kind of like, if we move this a little bit, notice the email label, it's over here to the left. What you can do is you can simply click on that email label, the one that it came in or the one that it brought in, delete it, reposition your data field here how you want it and how wide you want. And then above it, under the header area, that's where you need to create a new label for this. So to add the label on the header, what you do is you go here under the label area, here on the design. Notice there's this icon label here, and then choose where you want that label and how wide you want it. And then type in their email. Hit enter, and then reposition it the way you want it. Realign it. Same thing with the one here as well. And let's go under View here and choose Report View. Notice we have this email field created. If we wanted to change the formatting and adjust the formatting again, you can simply go under View, go under Layout View, and then under Design, apply a different theme, or apply the theme that you had from before. Now notice in certain spots here we have this, or for this we might still need to adjust the formatting. Notice this has a border around it, this field, so we might need to adjust the formatting for it and get rid of the border. To change the border, there are a couple ways to do that. You can either right click here under the field, and notice I'm under the Layout View. You can do this also from the Design View. And if I go here under Properties for this object, so once I go to the property sheet for this specific field, notice here under Border, it says to use a border style solid, and I can change that so that it's just transparent or nothing. And then you can choose the border effect as well if you need it to. If I go here under and close this, now that border should not appear anymore. Notice it's gone. If I wanted to change the size of the font, of course, go back to Layout View, and for this field you can go under the Format tab and then change the size to match the rest of the form. And then if we go here under Design tab again, then if we go and view this report, this is how it will look at this point. Instead of spending all this time to customize the look and feel of this, you can also go back here and use what's called the Format Painter. So you can copy the formatting of a specific cell and adjust it for other cells. So if I go back here to my Layout View, and I'll go and undo some of those things that I had done earlier, so some of those changes, Notice right now, if I go back to view here, notice I have my border stuff again here. Go under Format Painter here from the layout view, and I can copy the formatting of an existing cell and apply it to another one. So I can go to any of these cells, go under Format here, and then use this icon right here, the Format Painter. That copies the formatting of an object and applies it to another object. So click on it, and then go to the other object, any of these here, and apply it. And now it's all changed automatically. So that's the easier way to do this. Then close it, click on Save Changes, and now you can double click on it, and this is your report. And this is the print preview of this report. So this is how you create a report, this is how you customize the report, and how you remove fields from the report, and also how you add additional fields to the report if you had an existing one. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to create a report from multiple tables in Microsoft Access. Reports are one of the most commonly used features of an Access database as a user. Most of the time, you're not going to be creating databases, and you're not going to be designing them, and you're not going to be creating new tables in a database, even though you can do that. However, most of the time you're going to be creating queries in a database, and you're going to be creating reports from the existing data from that database. Now, the reports can come in handy whether you're in a corporate environment where you have a corporate database, or whether you have an Access database, but the concept is going to be pretty much the same. Since the tables are linked, typically, and the linking of the tables, you can see it here under the database tools and relationships. We have customers, customers have contracts, and then for each contract there are invoices as well. So it kind of all this stuff, it's linked together. However, now in our case, we can create a report from fields from the customers table, for example, first name, last name, and contact information, and also include the contracts. So we want to see who our customers are, what contracts those customers have. So that's what we're going to learn in this session. So to create a report, you can go here under Create, and then we want to go under this section here under the Reports section. And we want to look here under the Reports section. My suggestion, if you're starting, is to use the Report Wizard. So we click on that, and then we are going to pick some fields here from the customers table. So we go, for example, if you wanted the customer ID, you can pick it as well. Click on Add Customer ID, first name, last name, and let's say we want just their telephone number and the email address. Notice you can pick only certain fields. Then you can also go here under the drop down before we move to the next step, and we can pick from the contracts table. From another table, we can pick fields from that table as well, because those tables are linked with primary keys and foreign keys. So we go here under Table, Contracts, and now let's say we want the contract amount and then the contract type. So that's all we want in our case. Then we click on Next. Since we are using multiple tables, the system is asking us, do we want to group the report results by customer or by contracts? So in this case, if you have a customer that has multiple contracts, you want all those contracts for that customer grouped together. So in my case, I'm going to choose customers, and it's going to list me the customer and then a sub-listing of all that customer's contracts. So that's what this is for. So you have customer up here, and then the contracts will be listed right below it. Then we click here on Next. And then, so what kind of levels do we want here? So we could say we want the customer ID, first name, last name, telephone, email, and then the contact information right below it. So then we click on Next. And then how do you want to sort those? So we could sort those records, and then you could also choose here the report summary options. And here, let's say you want to see what the average is or what the sum of all the contracts was and all that type of stuff for each customer. You can just choose here sum, and the system is going to give you the total of all their reports for each customer, or all of their invoices or contracts for each customer. So this option is going to be available if you have numbers in there, number values or amounts in there. Then we click on next, and then it's asking us, do we want to have the orientation as portrait or landscape? And you can tinker with that and check it out. But in our case, since we do not have as many fields, it's okay to have it as portrait. Then we click on next again, and then we have to give a name for this report. So in our case, we'll say customers and contracts. Or you could say contracts by customer. Now you can change this later as well, but it's important to give meaningful names as you start with a report. Then click on finish, and this is how our report will look like. So this is kind of a preview. We need to kind of adjust it a little bit. Notice we have these amounts or dollar signs here and all this type of stuff. So we'll need to customize this in a little bit. So for now, I'm going to close it. Here to customize this further, we go under View, and if you wanted a preview of it at this stage, you could do a preview, but it's not ready yet. Notice it's not quite ready with all of its stuff yet. We can go back here, close the Print Preview option, go under Layout View, and we can adjust the layout of this a little bit. So notice how we have the amounts here. We could actually move this farther to the left. So these would be the amounts. And then we can resize this field. Then we can go and get also the description of what the contract is, and then resize that as well, how we want it to look. Then also resize other objects that you'd like here. Now notice, we'll assume here we know what the contracts are and such, but notice that the actual labels are here on the right hand side. I'm going to delete them for now, just so that for simplicity, because we kind of know the amount here and also we know what the contract was. Now this over here, this is supposed to be the total for each contract because we had chosen the totals. So this, you might want to move it also right below the amounts area. And then notice you have here summary for customer ID and then 3 records and such. You could change the wording here. Notice it has sum. You can move that field closer, and instead of just sum, you could say total, and basically adjust the formatting any way you want. Remember, you can also apply themes for this to customize it so it looks slightly fancier without you having to waste your afternoon with this. And then if this is not very useful in your case, you can simply delete that specific field here. And then also remember that you can apply here the formatting. So let's say I wanted the formatting to be something like the previous cells here to remove this border. And notice you can go under Format, take the Format Painter, apply it to another field, and notice it's applied. So that's an easier way to apply the formatting. And again, you can take the time to customize this and make it as fancy as you want. Of course, you can also adjust the labels here in the very top. You could format that differently as well. And let's assume that you wanted these labels here on the top. You want them bold. You can, again, format them any way you want. Let's say that you wanted also the actual customer information, just the customer data, a certain font or color or whatever. You could format it however you want, and it would make it more visually pleasing. So this is one way to customize this using the layout view. So if I close this and save the changes, by the way, you have to save the changes in Microsoft Access only when you're changing the design of something. Otherwise, it will save the data automatically into your tables or into your forms. So now if I open this up, again, this is what it will look like. If I go to the print preview, this is what it will look like again for the print preview. Not bad. You have the customer 11 or 1115 here, whatever that number is, and notice you have all their contracts and also the total for each contract here, and you have also the footer for this page, or for this report. Now, if you wanted to make this and make more changes in a granular format and such, and go into more detail for tweaking the formatting of this, you can also use under, if I close here the print preview, you can use the design view. And under the design view, you can adjust here additional components. For example, the contract amount here, notice it's not fully lined up. I could adjust the size of it, could adjust how much space is between the amounts and contracts and the total here, and format certain things a different way. And let's say between each customer I wanted a little bit more space, I could adjust the spacing after each record, and so on. Now if I go and save this and run it again by double clicking on it, notice there's a little bit more space between each customer and the total and the prior customer's information. So that's one way that you can customize this and tweak this further. As you're working with the reports and such, and we learned about this a little bit in a previous video, sometimes you might want to add a new field to the report. So for example, we have this report here, but for whatever reason, we wanted to also know here what the actual contract ID is, for whatever reason, as part of this report. So instead of us recreating the report from scratch, we could simply add one more field to this report, to this existing report. So to add the field, you could either go here on Layout View, and then under this area right here, add an existing field. You could do it from here, and you could choose to add. So right now it's showing us the fields from the customer table. However, we could choose all tables, and we want it under the contract table, and we wanted, let's say, the contract number, and we want that contract number at the end of the contract information area, or wherever you need it. So we could drag it from here, actually put it in the very beginning, and place it basically wherever you need it, wherever you want it. I'm going to delete the little label for it in the top for now, so that we keep our report slightly cleaner. Adjust the size of it accordingly, how you want it. Change also the font for it. And that's one way to display it in there, using the layout view. The other way to display this field in there, to add this field, and this is what you'll probably use in most business environments, is by using the design view. So if I go here to my report, I'll close it for now, open up the report again, and go under View, Design View, or I could right click on it and choose Design View. That's another way to do it. Now at this point, notice these are my existing fields. I have the contract amount, I have the contract type. However, let's assume that right next to contract type, I want to add another field. In this case, I go here under Add Existing Fields, and I could add the field the same way that I showed a moment ago, and drag contract number over here. I want to delete the label for it unless you have a use for it at this point in this view, and probably don't need the number to be that long. And then that field at this point should have been added. So if I close it and run it, I should have the contract number at the end of each contract for each customer here. So at this point, let me explain how this data is actually linked to and how you control the linking of each field to the actual table. Because the data from the report is actually pulled from the tables. It's not really stored in the report. It's actually just at any time you run the report, it's querying, it's looking up the data in the table, and it's displaying whatever the criteria is that you had specified. Go here under Design View, And if you go to any of these fields or the data fields here, so let's say contract type or contract amount and such, you can select the field and then just go under the property sheet. Property sheet, it's going to do is it's going to bring up the property details for this specific field that we just selected. And then here it's telling us how it's going to format it and all that type of stuff. And it's the contract amount that we have selected currently. We could select any of the fields here we want to from this report. And we could customize here any of the details, how we want this to be formatted basically. So this is just the formatting currently for this item. So we're controlling how the formatting is going to display for that value so far. However, if we go here under the data tab, the control source is where is this linked to? It's telling us what the source of the control to, what table and what field is it picking. So in this case, it's actually going to the contract amount from the contracts table. And if you click on the drop down, if for some reason you needed to link it to a different field that you had selected initially in your report, you could just pick it from here. Or if you want to link it to a completely different field that does not show up over here under the list of fields for your current report, you can click on these three dots and then go under your database that you have opened, and you could link it to a different field within one of your tables. So for example, under contracts here, if I wanted to link it to the date or to another one, whatever it may be that I wanted, simply select it from here and then click OK and then run the report again, and it's going to link it to a different control source from a different field on that table that you select. So that's how we can create a report from multiple tables and also group the results and create a calculated field for the amounts within each order for each customer and group those orders together. So that's one way to do that. So if you want to further customize this report and add or change the order of those fields and such, you can simply drag those fields by going here to the design view. So you go here under design view, and let's say we wanted to change the order of those fields, you can simply shuffle the fields around here. So this will put the contract number in the beginning. You can resize this how you want it. The amount, now it'll be in the end. Also the total, we'll put the total on the right hand side at this point, right below the amount. Then you can readjust the spacing between them. And now if we close it, save the changes, run it again, notice we have the number in the beginning, we have the actual contract information, and then we have the amount on the right hand side. If we wanted to further customize it, in this case such as formatting and such, we can go here under View, Layout View, and tweak this a little bit more. Use a Format Painter and click on the destination cell, and it will apply the formatting of the previous cell that you had selected. Now if we close it, save the changes, run it again, now it should have been readjusted, the layout of it. If you want to see a preview of it, click on Print Preview, and at this point it will show up like this. Of course you can customize this stuff and make it as fancy as you'd like. You can make the reports very complex. It's very customizable basically. In this session I'm going to demonstrate how to create a query with user input. And as a result of that query, then we'll create also a report where the user will have to input data, some kind of data, and then the report will be created automatically or generated automatically. So first, we have here a table called contracts. And the contracts table has, notice, the customer ID, amount, signing date, and such. By the way, this works the same way for multiple tables as well, as long as they are linked together. So the concept, it's the same whether we are using a table here or multiple tables. So in our case, we'll want to create a query where the user will actually have to input, let's say, the date, a specific date. So we'll go here under Create, go under Queries, Query Wizard, Simple Query Wizard, OK, and then we'll go under Contracts and we'll put the number, ID, amount, date, and the type. Any of the fields that you want to include. Click on Next, Next, and initially we are not inserting any criteria yet. We give it a name and then Finish. At this point, notice that it ran the query with all the fields that we selected. And the query is listed down here. Now at this stage, we are going to go and change the design of this query where the user will be prompted to enter, let's say, the date. We are going to change the design. You can either do it, open it up here, this query first, and then go under the Home tab, and then go under View, and go into Design View, or you can right-click and choose Design View. Now notice here, these are the fields that we have selected that we are using for our query, and notice under there's an option here for criteria. So let's say we want the signing date. We're going to put a criteria in there where the user is actually going to input that. And the criteria, if you're going to use user input, you need to put it in brackets. And then close brackets as well. We'll close it at this point. We could of course run it, but we're going to close it so we save these changes. And before we run it, if we go here under Contracts, notice that we have some dates here. For example, 3/1/2010, or 2/9/2010, or 5/28/2010. So let's take note of 3/1/2010 and 5/28/2010. Now we're going to run this query that we created, and notice it says enter the date. This is looking for that parameter, so the user needs to just type 3/1/2010 and then hit OK. And notice there are 2 records with this from that table. If I go and rerun this again, and let's say I do, now I want to run it on 5/28/2010. And notice we have 2 more records as well. So that's how we create a query using user input, or with user input. From here you can actually create a report. So reports usually run from data based on the tables, or you can run reports from queries. So this, you're learning actually 2 concepts. You're learning how to run a report from a query, and also that query and the report, then it is going to ask for user input. So let's go under Create tab to create the report. Click on the Report Wizard, and then we are going to select the query here, Contracts by Date. Pick all the fields that you want. Click on Next. Choose whether you want to do any grouping or any of that type of stuff. For now, we're going to leave it the way it is. Next. You can choose to sort these by contract number or ID or however you want. Next, and then click on Next again, and then give it a name. Contracts by Date in our case. And you can name these however you want. Click on Finish. Notice it's prompting us for the date. So if we say 3/1/2010, it should give us only those 2 records that match that criteria. If we wanted to run this again for another date, we can simply go here under Contracts by Date, User Input, and let's say 5/28/2010. Click OK, and there is our data. Now, you can customize, of course, this report any way you wish to, the formatting and such. So notice we have these number field here and such. You can always customize that and choose to make that larger. And you can reference the previous video on how to do the formatting of the reports and customizing of the reports. And probably at this point you're wondering, well, how can I specify, how can I have this query so that instead of me putting 3/1/2010 date and giving me just for that specific date, can I have this query customized so I put the start date and it gives me all, and also I put the end date for a particular range, and then have the system list me all those criterias. So, and that is very doable, and all you'd have to do basically go back here to the design view, and we need to tweak and change this to include the range. So we can accomplish this by doing the following. So we enter the range, the starting range here. It has to be in brackets, and you can have those words be whatever you want them to be. You put also the end range in brackets as well, and you use the word "and" in capital letters. Now here we are saying we want anything greater or equal to the start date and anything less or equal to the end date. Then we save this by clicking on the Save button here on the top. We'll close the query and then run it again. Now it says enter the start date, and we enter 3/1/2010. Of course, it has to fall within the range of data that you have in the system in your table. We enter also the end date, 5/28/2010, and notice the system displays the data that falls within those parameters. We could run this for any date ranges. So we could say 1/1/2010. I want to see all the contracts from the January 1st, and then all the way for the first 6 months to 6/30/2010. Click OK, and notice these are all the records or all the contracts for that date range. Now you can do the same thing. You can create a report for this, where you can run this report at any point. The thing of the report, or the advantage of the report, is that you can make the data look nicer and such. If we go here under Create, and we go under Reports and Report Wizard, and we go under the Contracts by Date, we insert all those fields in there. I just clicked on all the fields, press Next, Next. We can order them by contract number or whatever there, or by date, however you want them. Let's do them by date. Next, next. We give it a meaningful name, click on Finish. Notice it's trying to run it at this point, so we say 3/1/2010 to 12/31/2010. Click OK. Notice we have the data for all of that date range. Of course, you can go here and change the look and feel of this, customize this report any way that you would prefer. And you can go into the Edit option here under Design, and then View and the Layout view, and adjust how this is displayed. Format this any way you prefer, change the look and feel of it. Close it, saving it, and you can run this report at any point for any sales or whatever it is, and it works exactly the same way with multiple tables as well, as long as they are linked properly. So that's how you create a report based on a query with user input, whether it's single user input or multiple user input. It's one of the powerful features that most users will use in Microsoft Access from day-to-day tasks and business tasks. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to export data from Access into Excel. A lot of times in a business scenario and such, you can run reports, you can run queries, or you want to export data from your database and put it into an Excel spreadsheet, and then work with the data and create charts and or use it for other functions from within Excel. So you can do it from the tables, or you can do it from a query. You can export the data from a query, or you can export the data from a report. So let's see first from a table, exporting data from a table into Excel. We click here on the contracts table, which looks like this at this point. We right click on it, and there's this option for export, and you can choose to export it in any of those formats. You could also go under external data here and choose to export from up here into Excel. So right click, export Excel, and then choose the location where you want to save this and how you want the formatting and the layout if you prefer. Click OK, and you could choose to save those steps. Those steps, by the way, will show up on the external data here under the saved exports. Click Close. Now that data should be in Excel. If I go here to my file manager, notice I have a file here called Contracts. I open this file, and now I can work with this any way that I prefer from Excel. And of course, there are two separate entities at this point, so if you change something in Excel, it's not going to update it in Microsoft Access. So that's how you export data from a table. The process is exactly the same for exporting the data from a query or from a report. So for the query, we run the query first. So in this case, I have the query here, the date parameter and all that type of stuff. So this is my data, and now at this point I can simply right click, choose Export, Excel, choose where I want to store it, give it a name, press Save, and Finish. And we can do this for the contracts as well by customer. Same thing with the report. This is our report. Right click, choose Export, choose Excel format, choose where you want to store it. Notice contracts by customer, report. Click OK. And now if I go to my the folder where I exported this, notice the data is there. And this was the query that I ran earlier for the dates from January 1 to June 30th from the query. So that's how exporting data works from Microsoft Access to another system such as Microsoft Excel. It's a commonly used feature in business. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to create a mail merge using a query from Microsoft Access. In order to create a mail merge, we can either use a table in Microsoft Access, an existing table, or we could use an existing query. So in our case, we are going to first create the query, and then we are going to create the mail merge. In that way, you learn both at the same time. So we go here under Create, go under Queries here, Query Wizard, and then Simple Query, OK. And then we are going to go under Customers, and let's say we want to use a customer ID, customer first name, last name, and then let's say the email, and also let's go under the contracts table, and we'll get the contract amount and then the contract type as well. So we are just creating a query at this point with those fields from two tables. We click on Next, we give also a name to this, call it, and then click on Finish. So the data is here at this point. Now to create the mail merge, we can do this two ways. We can either create the mail merge directly from Microsoft Access, or we can go to Word first and create the mail merge from there. Or the other option would be to dump this data into Microsoft Excel and then do the mail merge from Microsoft Excel. So we'll basically do it from Access from this point. And then I'll show you from Word as well. So if we go here to this is our query. And then we go under External Data. Notice you also can right-click. So we have our query here, and then we go to External Data, and the other option here is to actually create a word merge. So word merge, it says you specify the table and you create a mail merge wizard through Microsoft Word. We click on Microsoft Word merge here. It says, do you want to link it to an existing document or do you want to create a new one? We'll just create a new one because we don't have an existing letter currently. Click OK. Now the system is going to open Microsoft Word automatically, and here at this stage it's asking us as to what we want to do. Do we want to create letters, email messages, or envelopes and such? Once we are in Microsoft Word, here we type our letter. We could say dear, and then insert field, we put first name, comma, and we basically just type our letter, and then every so often in our letter we can actually include here various fields from our access table. Basically we type the letter here with incorporating the fields that we have in our access database. So here we could use their first name, last name, we could use their contract amount stated somewhere, and then a contract type. If we needed more fields, then we need to go and customize our query from the access database. So for now I'm just going to put the amount and the type here. So we say thank you for partnering with us to meet your needs with the recent contract, and then the computer will put the amount in there. Then you could put the contract type. Of course, it has to make sense. And then you basically finish typing your letter. Then we go here under the next stage here, or start your document. And then we can use the current document in our case, or we could have created, used an existing document if you have a letter from before. Then we go select recipients. We'll use an existing list. And then we'll select the existing list here, which is basically a customer query for mail merge. So we don't really need to select the list. It's already selected because we started the mail merge from Microsoft Access. So that's how it's linked automatically there. Now here we write our letter, which we actually just did earlier. And then it says here preview our letters. Notice Dear Owen, and then contact 1, and then this was the contract. And then the next step here is to complete the mail merge. So we click on complete the merge and then edit individual letters. Then click OK here. Now here we can see all the various letters from that mail merge from that specific query. Now keep in mind this, you don't need to modify. If there is something that needs to be corrected and such, you need to actually go back to the database and change the information in the database and then rerun the query. The beauty of this stuff is, and I'm going to close this mail merge results at this point, so I'll say I don't need to save the results, but the beauty of this is that if I save this form, and this is the form actually that typically has the codes and all that stuff linked to the database, if I save this, and then I close Word, and then I come back here to my document. So this was my letter, and 2 weeks have passed or something, time has passed. Now I want to rerun this again. Notice if I open it up again, it will ask me, do I want to update it for link to the access query? I say yes, and now I can go ahead here and go under mailings, go under mail merge, and then step by step, and pretty much here I don't actually have to do the step by step. I could go here under finish and merge and then edit individual letters, and it's going to actually rerun the whole query again. I know I did this fairly quickly, so you can rewind the video and see it again for your benefit, but the advantage is that you don't have to always create a new form. You can simply save the form from Word, open it up whenever you want to rerun it, and it's going to pull the data directly from that query from the Access database automatically for you. So this was the way how to do a query from Microsoft Access into Word. The other way to do it is that you can open Word first and then go to Microsoft Access and pull the data from a query or from a table, and that will work as well. So if I go here to Microsoft Word and I open a new document here, and then I go under Mailings, I go under Start a Mail Merge, and I'd recommend that you use the Mail Merge wizard here. Then Start Next, and we're going to use a current document here, or just this current blank document that we have in front of us. Next, here we're going to select the recipients. Now notice it doesn't link automatically to our table into the database, so we have to actually go in and link to it. So if I click here on Browse, now I need to find my database where I have it and double click on it, and now notice it lists all the tables and the queries, so you can actually do a mail merge from actual tables or from the queries within a database. Now I click OK here. Notice it shows all the records here, including the fields that we had selected as part of that query. We could filter and sort them if we wanted to do that furthermore, but for now we're not. Then we're going to write the letter, and we say Dear, and then insert field, and we say first name space last name, and then write the letter with the various fields. So put the amount. So basically you're just putting the actual fields that you want to use. Of course, I'm doing this fairly quickly here for the sake of time. You could put additional comments, and then you can preview those letters. So this is how it's going to look. Thank you, dear Owen. Thank you for your contact type and such, residential, number 1, and so on and so on. Next, you click on here on complete the merge. Then you choose edit individual letters. This just gives you an idea as to what they're going to look like. So right now we have 5 letters that have been generated automatically. So that's how that works. Now the other thing that you can do is from Access or from Word, you could do also email merges. So if I go here to my customers, notice customers table has an email field. So I could actually do an email merge for those customers, and I could either create a query that includes those email fields, or I could use my customer table for this purpose. So if I wanted to send them contact information and all that stuff, which is in a different table, then you'll need to use a query, and you need to include the email field in one of those queries. For the sake of time, I'm not going to create a query for that at this stage, but I'm just going to use the table customers, which has already a field with email in it, and we'll create an email merge. So as I have opened here the customers table, and I click on mail merge or word merge. So here's customers, word merge, and then it's asking us, do we want to link to an existing Word document or create one? We want to create a new one. So basically you're going to write the email in Word, and then it's going to use Microsoft Outlook to actually deliver the mail. So it's important here as well that the third piece of this puzzle is actually to use Microsoft Outlook and have Microsoft Outlook configured to be able to receive and send emails as well. So now notice Microsoft Word has been opened here in the bottom, and then we say, okay, I want to create email messages here. Then I say next here to start the document. Then it says, do you want to use the current document or do you want to use an existing document? So we'll use the current document, which is right here. Then select the recipients. The recipients, it's already linked to the customers table in Access. So we don't have to really select the customers at this point or type a new one. We'll use the existing list. Then we'll write the email message. And here we just write Dear, and then put their first name, last name, comma, and you're basically just picking the fields and being creative or whatever your need is to utilize those fields in your email to them. So in this case, we're going to tell them, okay, here's what we have on file with you or from you on our systems, and if you have any problems or anything like that, just let us know. So say a name, first and last name. Then we could put in there street address. And you basically format this a little bit nicer if you'd like. You can go here under the Home tab and customize this any way you want. And so next, you click on Preview your email message. Then you complete the merge next. And then we're going to choose here electronic mail. So this is the difference between the Word email merge and a regular mail merge for letters. Here for the email merge, you have to click on electronic mail, and then the other field here, the other important thing is that you have to tell the system which field actually contains the email address. So in this drop down, it has to be the field that corresponds with the email address from your Access table or Access query. For example, here is in Access, this is email. It's called email, the label on the top here. And then you type the subject line here. So this would be just like as if you were to type an individual email to somebody. That would be the subject that you want to write to them. And then the email format, HTML. You want to use HTML particularly if you want to embed pictures and things of that nature as part of your document here. But what we typed over here, it's going to be the body of the message that is going to be sent through email. Now again, it's important, if I press OK here, it's actually going to open up Microsoft Outlook, and it's actually going to try to send all of those emails that are in the table in the Access database. So it's going to try to email here 42 customers, all in one click basically. So I'm not going to press OK here because it's not going to try to send those, but that's how this system will work for sending email messages. It's a powerful feature. Again, you can actually go then back through Microsoft Word and do the same thing like we did for the regular letters and create an email merge. You can do it either from Microsoft Access, from the table itself and initiate the email merge, or you can do this from Word, go through the steps of the mail merge, and then pull the table, pull the fields, write the email, and press send from Word. And then in the sent messages in Microsoft Outlook, you'll see each individual email that was sent out. So that's how you do a mail merge and an email merge. And of course, you can also do labels if you needed to from here as well through Microsoft Access. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create a switchboard or a dashboard for your database so that whenever you open your database, you'd actually, instead of having a view like this and then trying to figure out as to what is where, you'd have more of a nicer view, like a dashboard menu type of system, where you'd be able to get to certain tables or certain queries or reports much easier and more user-friendly. So how do we create that? Unfortunately, in Access 2016, Microsoft hid that away. So the easiest way to get to the switchboard manager is by simply going here under the Tell Me feature, which is this little box right here telling Microsoft Access what you want to do. And then so we go here under the Tell Me feature and we type switchboard. And then click on Switchboard Manager. And it says the switchboard manager was unable to find a valid switchboard for this database. Would you like to create one? And that is great because that's what we want to do. So you click on yes, and then it's going to give us a default switchboard. So once it opens the default switchboard, here we click on edit, and then we want to add new items to this switchboard. Then we click on new. And then here is one of the options or one of the menus that we can define. So let's say we wanted to update customer records. And here we go under the command. Then we need to tell the system as to what we want to do. In our case, we want to open a form either in add mode or edit mode. So in our case, we want to update existing records. So we want to choose Edit Mode. And then we go to the form that we want to be editing. So we go under here, and we choose the customer form. And then click OK. Another option, so we click here on New, and we choose Add New Customer. And then go under the switchboard, click on the form for Open Form in Add Mode, and then we go over here under Customer's Form as well. So now we have two of them. Then we add another command that we want as part of our dashboard. Click on New, and then let's say we want to see the contracts by date. We want to open a report. So you can either open forms or reports in this case, or macros. So here we'll click on Open a Report, and we'll change this, let's say, contracts by date. And then you click on Open Report, and then you choose a report that you want to run. Click OK, and you can keep on adding more items like this as well. So you could go here and choose Then you can also choose a new item here, return, because you want to navigate back home. You choose go to the switchboard, and then the switchboard that you want to go is the default switchboard. So I close the main switchboard. Now I can go and create additional switchboard pages as well. So in this case, I want a switchboard just called Reports. Click OK. And now I go into the Reports switchboard. I create New to add a new item. Then I edit. Then I edit the report, the switchboard, and I add a new item there. So let's say I want in there View Customers. And then open a report. Pick the report that you want, and then keep on adding whatever components you have, because sometimes in a database you'd have hundreds of reports and hundreds of queries and such, and in this stuff here on the left it could get very messy. So the switchboard actually helps you categorize what you want in the order that you want them presented. Then whenever you create another switchboard, it's also important to create here a return to the main switchboard option as well. So return home. And then you want to go to the switchboard, and you want to choose which switchboard you want to go to, click OK, and then close this stuff. And then close it again. Now, whenever you define the switchboard, you also have to do one more thing in order to tell Microsoft Access in the database, so whenever it opens, which form to open. So in this case, we need to go to do that. We need to go under the File menu. We go here under Options. Then we go under the current database, and then over here where it says Display, right here, we want to choose to display. Whenever you open the database, you want to choose to display the switchboard. Then you click OK, and then it says we need to close the database for this to take effect, so we'll need to exit the database. And now notice it presents me with the main switchboard here. Of course, we could change the colors, we could make this fancier and all that type of stuff as well. Typically, you can hide all this other stuff here on the left and make it so it opens like this. So basically, if you wanted to add a new customer, you could click on Add New Customer, and now notice it takes you to your customer to add the new customer. If I wanted to view the contracts by date range, so notice it's going to prompt me for the contracts. And it's going to play me the report content that I had requested. I could review also the customer report if I needed to, and there it is with a single click. So that's how you create the switchboard items here. If you wanted to change the colors and all that type of stuff, you can simply go here under View, and then under either Design View or the Layout View, you can change the theme to something more appealing to you. And you could add more controls, and you could add more text in here as well. When you're ready and done, you could put a logo if you'd prefer and all that type of stuff. But basically, this is a mechanism for your staff and yourself to be able to access this and in a user-friendly way. If you wanted that switchboard manager tool all the time, you can either use the Tell Me feature over here, or you could actually go ahead and add it over here under the quick access toolbar. You can go and choose more commands, and then choose to show all the commands, and then scroll down here to switchboard somewhere, switchboard manager, and then you add it to the right. Then click OK, and it's going to show up here on the quick access toolbar on the very top. So that'll display you your main switchboard where you can make edits and change stuff if you need it to do that. In this tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to add a new field to your database or to one of the tables in your database. Suppose that you designed your database and now all of a sudden you have a need to add an additional field for your customer table or some of the tables there. So what you can do is go ahead and go to the specific table, and the easiest would be to go to Design View here and then add a new field wherever you want that new field. So for example, first name, last name, and then telephone number and such. But let's say I want to also post in there a picture for this customer. Then under the data type, what you want to choose here is attachment. And basically we're saying we're going to add a field called picture, and this is going to be an attachment. Now the reason why I'm choosing attachment is because I have not covered the attachment option earlier, and this is new in Access. So once you define this, then click on Close here for the table and save the changes. We are saving the changes because we changed the design of the table. If we open the customers table, notice one of the fields will be attachment. Like it has this attachment option right here. Now in order to add the attachments, you can of course double click here and add and choose to add attachments and such. The picture, and then choose OK. That's one way to do it. Or the other way to do this would be if we created here a new form. If we go here under Form, and under Customers we add all these fields, next, next, finish. We should have in here a field for the picture. So let's say for customer Owen here, we want to add his picture. Notice we click on it, and notice here it says Manage Attachments. You can click on it, click on Add, and then go and find the picture. Click OK, and there is the picture. So that's how you add attachments to an existing table, by adding the field first and then by creating the form next. You can also customize an existing form with an attachment field by editing and using the design view and the layout view. If you made it this far in the tutorial, thank you for doing so. I hope that this tutorial was beneficial to you, and that you can go ahead and check out also the other tutorials that I have on this channel. As we get started with this tutorial, I will first demonstrate how to set up a personal account, for example a Gmail account with Outlook. Then I'll demonstrate how to set up a business account with Outlook. So let's get started with a personal account. So I have a Gmail account. I have not set up any profiles on it yet, so we'll just open Outlook. You can find it from the Start menu, or you can simply type here under the search bar Outlook 2016. So typically you'll get this, and in this case I'll just add my personal email. In this case it's my Gmail account, and then I'll click on Connect. Then of course you'll need to add your password and click OK. Now in some cases it may happen like it does not allow you to use the password or to sign in like it's doing in my case here. In this case, go here to your Gmail account, go under the configuration for your Gmail account, and then go under Settings. And this might be the case with your Outlook.com account or Yahoo account and such. You'll try it first to set up your account through Microsoft Outlook, and if it doesn't work, then you'll have to go and sort out as to what else you have to enable. In this case, I need to go under Forwarding, POP, and IMAP, and then I need to enable here my IMAP. So notice IMAP is enabled. And we also might need here the configuration settings or the instructions for how to set it up in Outlook. So if we go here under configuration instructions, notice it wants all of these different settings for the outgoing server. So you'll basically need to set those in your Outlook. And it doesn't allow us to proceed any further. Now in some cases, particularly with Gmail, your account might be blocked for logging in through Microsoft Outlook and such. And the reason for that is because Google considers Outlook as a less secure app to access your email. So in this case, since I could not log in earlier, what I need to do is go here to my inbox and notice it says review your sign-in attempt. It says you can continue to use this app by allowing access to less secure apps. So we need to go into our account settings and allow Microsoft Outlook to access our Gmail account. So there are two steps to enable a personal account. We first need to go into the account settings and enable IMAP and POP3 if we needed to, but also we need to go into the account settings and allow less secure apps. And this is under the myaccount.google.com/security. So now let's go ahead and try it again. Here, we'll change the account and go to Google, and then IMAP and all these different settings. So notice it needs to be port 993, and then SSL, and then also for the outgoing server, smtp.gmail.com, and then port 465, and then SSL as well. Then click on Next, and then put your password again. And now our account has been set up and it's complete. We go here under Set Up Outlook and click on OK. And it's pretty much the same way that you'll set up any other personal accounts as well. And in this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to set up your business account or an Exchange account with Microsoft Outlook with your business email account. Here, in order to make sure that we are going to pick a proper account for Microsoft Exchange, I suggest that you click on Advanced Options and choose Let me set up my account manually. If you're already connected to the business network, you can simply press Connect and it's going to use Active Directory and the sign-in from there as well. All you'd have to put in is the email address from your company. Next, we click here on Connect, and then make sure that you choose Microsoft Exchange. Then put the password in there from your email account from your business, and the account is complete, and you can click OK. And also I'd suggest, unless you're setting up your mobile phone, I would suggest you uncheck the Set Up Mobile Phone option here. Then click OK, and you'll be able to access your business email. Now, one of the advantages if you're using Microsoft Exchange from a business environment is that the email and the calendar and the contacts, it's all transparent. It's connecting directly to the server, and if you delete a message from Outlook, it deletes it from the server as well, so it keeps all your messages intact. The older technology out there was to use what's called POP3, type of connectivity where the messages were downloaded to your local computer It's basically the messages were downloaded to your computer, then you delete them, and the copy would remain on the server. With Exchange, all of that, it's linked in real time. You delete a message from Outlook, it deletes it from the server, you receive a new message, it shows up in your computer, and also you can have it on your mobile phone and gadgets as well. The same thing is also the tight integration of the calendaring feature and the contacts feature and such that we'll cover shortly. Now that we are in Outlook, this is the business account, and let's assume that you wanted to add a personal account. You can also do that by going under File here and then choose Add an Account. Follow the same process that we did follow earlier for adding a personal account. And rewind the video for that. In Microsoft Outlook, you can have more than one account, your business account and any personal accounts that you want, and they will show up here on the left-hand side. So just for the sake of demonstration here, I'm going to do it very quickly by using my personal account. And of course, make sure that your personal accounts have two-factor authentication and all that type of stuff. In this case, I have disabled it temporarily just so that I can set this up. And notice now I have my two accounts here. This is my business account, and then this is my personal account as well. So that's how you get started with Microsoft Outlook to set up your accounts, whether it's a business account or whether it's a personal account. Next, we are going to go into some of the components of the user interface in Microsoft Outlook so that you can be familiar with it and effectively use it for personal use or in the workplace to enhance your resume. In this session, I'm going to go over the basic components of the interface of Outlook 2016 so that we can get an understanding of the major components of it and get started the right way with Outlook. So let's open Outlook first. In this case, notice I have set up two accounts here, one personal and one for business. Notice that on the left-hand side, we have the favorite folders. We have the business account here with all the different folders. Then we have a personal account as well with all of the different folders, and this is the Gmail account. Favorite folders are specific folders from each account that we can mark as favorite. To mark another folder as favorite, we can simply go to any of those folders here on any of those accounts and right-click and choose Show in Favorites. And that's how you'll add here another folder to show up under Favorites. To remove it from Favorites, we just right-click and choose Remove from Favorites. So that's the left-hand side. On the very top here, notice you'll have the regular menus just like any other application. You have the File menu with all kinds of options here. Notice also the Options option, Account Settings, Mailbox Settings, Rules, and such. Then you have the Home tab, and this is most commonly used functions within this application. Basically, it's giving you the general tools for the context of what you're doing. And this includes creating a new mail message, replying to messages, forwarding them, and dealing with meetings and general things that you'd be doing. Then notice you have the Send and Receive tab, the Folders tab, Viewing tab, and different viewing options as well that you can change and customize. Then you have the Help option, and also notice that there is a Tell Me feature here. Tell me what you want to do. So let's say that you wanted to know about the address book and you're not sure where the address book is. You just type address here, and then it's going to bring you that option. On the very top, notice that you have what's called here the Quick Access toolbar. These are a set of tools or icons that you can choose to enable or disable for you to quickly access. You can add other icons to it. So sometimes there are specific commands that you're very commonly using in your application. And let's say that you want the delete key to always be up here, or the hyperlink option, or whatever it may be. You can go to any of those icons, whatever that icon might be, that function that you want, and right-click on it and choose to add it to the Quick Access toolbar. And now that delete option will always be in the top left corner. To remove it from there, you can right click and choose to remove it from the quick access toolbar. So these are some of the components on the top here. So you have the Office ribbon, and then in each section here of the tab, you also have the subsections. For example, the delete section here, the new creating new stuff, delete stuff, responding to emails, then quick steps of what you want to do with your email, and then moving and various tags. So that's on the top. In the middle, this is the actual messages. So we are clicking on the actual folder here for the message, and these are the different messages that we have received so far. Now the message content will actually be displayed by default on the right hand side. So I click on this message, and there is the content of the message here on the right hand side. With these messages, we can either reply from right here or reply to all and forward from here. So these are the controls. So basically, we start with the left-hand side with our inbox, the message on the center column, and then replying and functions. We read the message from over here, and then we can reply and reply to all or such from over here from the controls on the top. So that's the default view. If you wanted to change the view to something other than what you see here, you can do that by going on the View tab and then choose how you want your viewing. So we have here the reading pane, and if you want to change it to a different viewing option, so let's say I want the messages to be viewed in the bottom, I can just choose under the reading pane the bottom option here. And now notice I have the messages on the top, and the preview of the messages will be in the bottom here. So I'm going to change it to the default. The View tab, since we are here under the To-Do bar, you can choose to show the calendar on the right-hand side, and most of the time that will be there automatically depending on your resolution and your screen. And also you can choose to show the tasks, and you can choose to show also the peep pane. Now on the very bottom here, the bottom right, you can zoom in and out for your messages. So if the zooming for a specific message is not large enough, you can adjust that as well by using the zoom controls. In the bottom as well, you have the normal view, and also you can change this to a reading view. On the bottom left here, we have the number of items that we have in our folder and how many messages are unread here. Now, a major component, which I probably should have mentioned earlier in Outlook, and the advantage of using Outlook is that you can actually use Outlook not only for email, which is this icon right here or this function right here, but you can use Outlook also for the calendaring features, and that's the beauty of it. You can keep track of your own calendar and view other individuals' calendars, and also make meeting invitations, and we'll try to cover those shortly. You can also keep track of contacts, and those contacts can be accessed then from multiple computers once you set up your account in multiple computers, and also in your smartphone. You can also keep track of tasks, notes as well from here. So notice all of these options are here on the very bottom left of your window. You can further customize this by going here under Options and choose a type of navigation that you'd like. So in my case, I might want to make this much larger so that I can view and switch from calendar to other tasks this way. Again, note that you can change this under these three dots under the navigation options. And I'm choosing here compact navigation. So from this application, you can keep track of your email, your calendar, contacts, to-do lists, and even notes, all from one interface. And we'll move on to the next session in covering more of the features of it. We'll first stay within the email component of it and then move to the calendaring and other tasks. So stay tuned for the next session. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the email component of Microsoft Outlook, how to create a message, send it, how to format it, and send it to one or more individuals. So let's open Outlook. notice on the left-hand side here we have our favorite folders and our various accounts. So we can click here on Inbox, and notice under Inbox here we have the mail that has come in to this specific account that has been received. Under Drafts, these would be messages that we have drafted and have not sent yet. So sometimes we start a message and then Outlook saves it automatically. We forget to send it, or we have to run to a meeting, and you can choose to save that message as a draft and then come back to it. Under Send Messages, this would be the messages that we have sent out to other individuals. Deleted messages, these would be what we have deleted. Junk email, this is if your company uses filtering. And then Outbox is messages that are waiting to be sent out. Typically in Outlook, the messages will be sent automatically. However, if something is stuck and not getting sent, that's where it will be temporarily stored in the Outbox. So we go here under Inbox, and at this point we are going to send a new message. So I click here on New Message, and notice we have the from and then the to, where it's sending it to. And then we also have a carbon copy that we might want to send to somebody else. So if we want it to send to multiple people, put a semicolon, and then you can put a space, and then type another email address, and so on. So you can send it to multiple people, multiple individuals, by using semicolon. That's the trick in Microsoft Outlook. You can't put a comma, you have to use a semicolon in there for multiple addresses. The other thing is that you can put a carbon copy here if you wanted to send it to somebody else, and then you'll type the subject. So this will be just the title of the message. Typically you want to make sure that the title of the message is meaningful, so you want them to click on it and actually read your message. Next, you want to start typing the message. This is basically the message that you want them to read. Now, one thing to remember as you're using email is that spelling nowadays matters. So try to make sure that your spelling and the email content is professional, and also try not to type everything in caps. Most likely you know about that. Try to keep the formatting at a minimum and not highlighting and bold and all that type of stuff unless there is a need to do so. For the sake of demonstrating the formatting of this email, I'm going to just go and type some additional content here. And notice if I wanted bulleted lists or if I wanted specific numbers, all I have to do is start typing A, for example, and now it's going to start creating the list. If we don't like ABC, notice we have these options here where we can format this and make this much fancier. So this is the basic text formatting tools, whether we want to change the font, the size of the font, and notice you can adjust the size of the font to increase the font size from these little icons here. Make this bold, italics and underline, and text color, and all these different options that you see over here. So these are some of the tools that have to do with the formatting of the text. If we wanted to use an address book and check the names and such, you'd use these tools over here. And then to attach a file for this, which I'll demonstrate in a moment, you'll use the attach file function here, and attaching items and things of that nature. So we type our message the way we want it. We can format this any way we want it. Then we want to attach the file. Now to attach a report, while we are in the new message area, we click on Attach Report. And one of the nice features of 2016 is actually that the most recent files that we have been using, they're going to be listed first here under Recent Items. So we don't really need to navigate where the files are. That's in the case of where you open the report and you worked on it for the last moment and such. So we simply click over here and then add it as an attachment. The other option is to browse my PC here for an attachment and go and find it under Documents, and notice there is Sales Report here under Documents. For now I'll show you the easy way. So we click here on Sales Report and notice it's attached. Next, we can double check how our message looks like, and we'll be able to press Send. Before we press Send here, I'm going to just show a couple of additional options here for tags. Sometimes the message might be of high importance, and this is where you can mark it as high importance while sending it. I would suggest, however, that you use the high importance only when it is really highly important. If all the messages that you send out are of high importance when they are actually not, it could frustrate the receiver, so use this feature wisely. Under the follow-up area here, you also have an option to choose when you want to have a reminder for this. So you could set this to follow up with this next week or tomorrow, and you basically just put a check mark on it, and it'll add it to your tasks to follow up the next day and such. It'll actually put a little flag next to it. And then when you're ready, you press send. At this point, the message should have been sent. Typically, it goes into the outbox first, and from there, if everything is working correctly, it clears out the outbox. And then, if you wanted to see whether it was sent and what was sent, you'd go under the sent items folder. So this is what was sent. If I go here to my personal email account and I go under inbox, and this is my Gmail account, notice I will have a message with a new report attached. And as a user in my Gmail account, I can go ahead and open this report and view the contents of it. Now I can go back to my inbox and review the messages. Now in the case where a message was not deliverable, notice you'll receive an automatic email that it could not be delivered. To delete it, we can do it a couple ways here. We can either click on delete up here after we have selected the message, or we can click on the little delete option right here. Obviously, this is very basic stuff. However, this is what you'll be using 99% of the time. That's why I'm kind of covering it a little bit more in detail. So that's how you compose a message, send it to multiple individuals, copy somebody as well on the message, and then checking where the send messages are, and then how you delete a message. So stay tuned for the next session that will cover how to use the email functions such as forwarding, replying, and using additional features related to email before we move into the other more advanced features such as the calendaring and contacts and tasks. Now in this session, I'm going to cover some of the other basic features of using email in Microsoft Outlook. These features might still sound very basic. However, this is what you'll be using most of the time in the business environment anyway. And particularly if you're getting started with Outlook, first how to check new messages. So when you open Outlook, the new messages will be marked in bold color like this one over here in the top. Then you'll click on the folder, for example, inbox, and then click on the actual bold message. Click on it, and then on the right-hand side, you'll see the content of the message that you received. Now, to delete it, of course, you could use the delete button here on the very top or next to it. And notice also you have an option here to follow up with this as a to-do item if you don't have time to deal with it. So all you have to do is click on this little flag here, and then notice it will add the message here to follow up with this later today on this specific message. Now, if this doesn't show up in your computer, this is available under the View tab here, and then you'll scroll down under the To-Do bar and you choose to show the tasks or not show them from here. So notice now they have disappeared. Under the To-Do bar, you can choose tasks. If you needed to open something that you had marked to view on it, you can simply double click on that component and it will open up that message that you had to follow up with from before or at any point. Next, reply to this message, and you can do that by simply clicking reply here on the toolbar on the ribbon, or right above the message, press reply. And from here, you're simply typing the message that you want to send back. As you use email, it's important to acknowledge the receipt of messages. You simply reply to the user, to the requester, that you have received it and that you'll be following up with them. It makes for better communication, and that's effective use of email. Today's workplace employees and supervisors and such, they want you to communicate effectively with them. And this is one way to communicate effectively. And then from here you'd press send. Notice that the reply address, it took it automatically. It placed it in the to address. And if you needed to copy somebody else, this is where you'd put in their email address. Notice that under the message tab here, there is this compose tools. This is where you can use the various additional tools for formatting this message. Also notice that there is this option here for blind copy, or the BCC, the blind copy. It's another option that can be added to your list of options for sending it out. The BCC here, the recipient is not going to know that you actually forwarded or send a copy of this message or reply to anybody else. So they're not going to know that you send this to the Gmail address because it's a blind copy of it. And then you'd simply press send. In the case, and I'm not sending it yet here, in the case where you want to do more major formatting of this message, you can also click here on pop out, and this is where you have the more flexibility to format this message in a fancier way, because you have a complete window that you can adjust and resize and utilize all the various other tools. And then once we are set and good to go, we press send, and that message will be sent out. As you receive messages and such, you might want to reply to all. Reply to all, I would suggest that you use it cautiously. Don't use it for all messages. Sometimes you get messages from a distribution list. It can be frustrating. So you want to use reply all only if you're part of a team, that you're receiving communication, and it is necessary for you to reply back to all the members of the team. If you're ready to press reply here, press send, and then it's good to go. And then the forward option here, notice it's in both places here. We click on forward, and this is where we can forward this message to somebody else. All you have to do here is just press to, and then under the recent people, put in their email address, and then press send when you're ready to send it. If you want to discard the message, of course, notice you have the option for discarding it. So that's how you reply to a message, that's how you forward it, and that's how you reply to all the individuals as part of a group. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to use rich text formatting of your messages. It's important to understand that some of those features are also available in the previous versions of Outlook 2016. So let's click here on add a new message. So we want to send a new email, and we type in the address here that we want to send it to. We have the subject in there. We type the message, and of course you want to type this as professional as you can. And then here under the message options, we can go and format this with a variety of different ways, whether we want to change the font, whether we want to change the indentation and the other components here as far as the basic text formatting is concerned. Notice you have the insert tab, and you could insert other components as part of this message. So we could insert an attachment. We can choose the latest files that we have been working with, an Outlook item. So for example, an actual message that we have received in the past, simply choose it from there. We could insert a business card if we had one created, the calendar. So today's availability, for example, I'm just going to send the availability as part of this message to a user. Could insert a signature. We can insert what's called illustrations. And the illustrations, it's very similar to it like in Word and Excel and PowerPoint, where you want to insert a table as part of your message. Just click here on Table, and then select however many columns and rows you want to use for this table. Once you have inserted the table or this object, notice that we have a couple new tabs that show up here. We have the Design tab and the Layout tab. Those are actually tools They are referred to as the contextual tools, tools that show up in the context of what we are doing. In this case, we are working with a table, and we have the table tools. Here we can change the design of this table and pick one of those designs. Instead of spending all afternoon formatting this, we can just use one of those styles from the table tools. You have all kinds of other options here in the style. You can change the shading if you want it manually, add a border, and other types of things. Then you'd fill in the information as part of this table, and you get the idea. And then we could still change the layout. We could add additional rows and columns. We could distribute the formatting of each cell here differently, and just put the numbers in there. Once we move out of the table, go back to the Insert tab, and we could add pictures. And the pictures could be from the web or wherever, or from the computer. So if we had pictures here saved, we could do that from the computer, simply select it. Or we could go and insert pictures from online here and simply search here for Outlook. We can also change the type of picture that we want, whether it's clip art or an actual picture, and click on it and click on Insert. Now remember, whenever you're copying and sending pictures from the web, keep in mind copyright as well. In this case, notice it's Creative Commons, which means we can use this, giving credit to others. And you can learn about Creative Commons licenses over here. Notice it put here the Creative Commons aspect of it, or the content. Notice now we have the picture tools, and this is the contextual tools related to the pictures. We can format this picture with a simple click on it and make it much more fancier. There's a drop down, and you can customize this further as well. The text wrapping and additional options such as cropping the picture and things of that nature. By the way, the best way to learn about this stuff is simply to tinker with it. Just click on stuff, look as to what the options are on the ribbon, and customize it that way. Additionally, you can insert shapes here. And one of the things with shapes is that you have to actually draw the shape in here. Then you can choose from here, you can choose styles for the shapes as well. And you can manipulate it however you prefer to change it. And all of this is part of an actual message that you are sending. Under the Insert tab, notice you could even insert icons if you prefer to. And this is kind of new in Outlook 2016 with the latest version of it. So click on an icon, and it'll just simply add a fancy icon in here. Of course, to move them around, so you need to, whenever you're using this stuff, you want to make sure that the formatting makes sense. Of course, we are adding too many things, so this is going to be slightly busy, but you get the idea. You're under Insert as well now in the later versions of it. There are also 3D objects that you could insert, and these would be from the web. And you could make this even fancier as you're sending it to your users. Now, because this is part of the email, we just need to create some more space here and insert this object however you want. Notice the smart art. These are just predefined infographics to illustrate an idea. Of course, these would be more useful in Word or PowerPoint, but you can use them in Microsoft Outlook as well. So you could define a process and all that type of stuff. Notice how the text here adjusts automatically. And again, for the contextual tools, you have the various color schemes that you can apply to this object. Now, if we add more components here, under Insert, and then we go and add, for example, charts. Charts sometimes would be very helpful. Now, this is very similar to Excel. You can pick the type of chart here, and then simply click on OK, and then work with the data. Here you change the data type, so put the actual sales for each month. So let's say we have January, and then we want to have the months, and then you have the online and on-site sales, for example. And if, let's say, you don't want to use one of those columns, you can exclude it by dragging this blue line. If you want to learn more about this stuff, you can actually check out the Excel tutorial or the PowerPoint tutorial. So once we are done with the chart data, we can close it, and then if we click on the chart again, notice we have the chart tools very similar to contextual tools for other components that we used earlier. Additionally, as you're planning your messages and working on your messages, under the Insert tab, notice you can do screenshots, and you can add smart art and even symbols and things of that nature. Now, the one other concept that I wanted to demonstrate to you is that for each one of those objects, whether it's an image or an object or text here, you can also insert hyperlinks. So if I select here this object hyperlink, I could link this to a tutorial on YouTube, for example, or some other object, or the sales report on the website, or a document, or things like that. So in that case, simply select the object, or it could be text, click here on link, and then I just post the address there. When they receive the message and they click on it, then it will take them to that URL. The same way, you could select part of the text, click on link, add the URL that you want to take them to. And notice now this is in blue. However, for the image here, the user most likely will not know it is clickable. So in a nutshell, that's how you create professional looking emails in Microsoft Outlook. It depends on the time that you want to invest in designing the message, how fancy you want it to look, and take the time to compose it. But again, the more professional it is, the better it is in the workplace. So once you're ready to send this, then you can click on send, and the message will be delivered. Now if I go here to my personal email and click on the sales report, notice that I received here my message, and this is to an external system. This is the image, this is the hyperlinked option for the text that I had hyperlinked earlier, takes you to the YouTube channel, and then this is also hyperlinked as we did earlier. Then we have these images and smart art and charts that we sent. So this is to an external system even outside of Microsoft Exchange. So that's how you send a message out from Microsoft Outlook. If you wanted to check what you sent out, again, you go under the sent items, and the messages that you send out will be listed in there. So stay tuned for the next session on sending a message using the address book in Microsoft Outlook. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the address book or the company address book in Microsoft Outlook to send messages out, to find the addresses, and then add them to the blind copy or to the copy field for sending emails out to other users. So to create a new message, we click here on New Email, and then we can simply either type the address of the individual where we want to send this message to, over here, and then remember you need to put semicolons to separate them, or you can use the address book. The address book, you can access it either from here under Address Book, or you can click on the To field over here, and then click on the Global Address Book. Under the Global Address Book, we can see the individuals, or we can search by last name. I'm going to search for generic accounts for privacy purposes, of course. So let's say we want to search by last name, and notice the email address will be displayed on the right hand side. Other information such as title and location, all that type of stuff will be displayed on the right hand side. To add it to this list of recipients, I can simply double click on it and it will be added under the To field, or if I wanted this under the CC field, I can simply click here on CC after having selected this address, or if I want it in the blind copy field, and let me search for another address here, I can simply search for it, press go, select the right address book, and then go under the BCC field or any of the fields that I want this to be inserted or sent to. So you can search by simply navigating, or you can search by more columns here and then typing in their last name or their first name and choose Go, and then put them in the right field area here, and then click OK. Once you have them in this view, then you can type your subject, and then type your message and all that type of stuff, and then press Send. I will also cover it in more detail, the using the address book, when we actually cover the contacts information here, or the people option within Microsoft Outlook. One other feature here that I'd like to demonstrate before I move to the next segment is how to save this message as a draft. So there might be times where you're spending quite a bit of time in developing and composing an email message, but then you have to run to a meeting or something, you want to be you're distracted. How can you save this message? To save the message, all you have to do is, while you have it open, you click on Save here, and then you can safely close this. Now, when you come back from your meeting, you can simply go here under the Drafts folder, in your Outlook folder, and then you'll see the message that you had from before. Now here you can either keep on typing and add more content to this, or you can click on Pop Out, and that'll bring it up in a bigger window, and you can still keep on working with this message. Once you're ready, you can press Send here, and it'll send the message out. So that's how you can use the address book from Microsoft Exchange at your company, or personal address books as well that you might have in your computer with a personal account. And that's how you also can save a message as a draft and be able to pull it back. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create a signature for your email messages so that whenever you send an email out, your signature will be automatically attached, as well as whenever you reply to a message, to create a signature for any replies to messages that you send out. A couple ways to do it, but the simplest is by clicking here and add a new email. And then the easiest is to go under the option here under Signature, click on Signature, click on Signatures again, and then here is where we create our signature. So we click on New, and then you give it any name. It doesn't matter what name, but this is just an identifier. Then you click OK. Then down here, this is where you can put anything that you want to be inserted automatically as part of your message, instead of having to type your name all the time. And you can basically put in whatever you want in there, so your title, your department, your contact information, and all that type of stuff. You can also insert here an image as part of your signature for your email. Note that images, by default, they might not be displayed on the other side as you use images as well. Here you can also paste, for example, your logo from your institution and such. So just simply go ahead and copy it from the web and then paste it in there, or you can use any of these options right here as well to upload the picture from your computer. You can also hyperlink so that your signature, when somebody goes to whatever your position or your department or your institution, you can hyperlink it to go, for example, to your address, and that will be automatically hyperlinked. So basically specify as part of your signature anything that you want to be inserted automatically. Then over here on the top, when do you want to use this signature? Here I want to use this for all the new messages. So I click here. Anytime I create a new message, I want to use this signature. And then click OK, and now that signature has been created. Now if I wanted to create other signatures for replying to messages, I could simply come here and choose a new signature, and then define your signature that you want anytime you press reply to a message. Now notice here it says for new messages, under the options, it's going to use the signature for new messages that I created earlier. For replies, I could use the signature for replies, assuming we filled this out and formatted it appropriately. Then I click OK. Now, anytime I go here to create a new message, Notice my default signature will be created automatically or added automatically that I created earlier. And then if I go to reply to a message, let's say I got this message from earlier, I press reply, notice my reply signature has been entered automatically. So that's how you create and define the signatures, and that's how you can make them part of your message, whether for new messages or for replies. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to search for messages in your email account. With the emergence of fancier email applications, such as, for example, Gmail, where the search capabilities are really powerful, Outlook as well has fairly good capabilities in you being able to search for messages. And the easiest to search for the messages is by going to your account, whichever account you're using here, and then notice you have search current mailbox. Now this will search everything in that mailbox. So you can change here to search only the current folder or subfolders. So let's search for the current mailbox. You probably noticed that I have a lot of Lowe's marketing stuff here. So let's say type Lowe's here and then hit enter. And all the messages from Lowe's will be displayed here. Or let's say I wanted the word report. And then this will display the messages that have the word report in it. Now notice that there is all kinds of other stuff here. That's because there are some other additional reports in there. Or if I do the word test, notice it displays the message. Now once you find the message, you see it here, you can simply click on it and it will be displayed on the right hand side. So that's how you search for messages. If you are getting too many results and such, you can pick to use the current folder. That means that in this case, it's going to search only the inbox for those test messages. If I wanted to search on a specific other folder, I can go to that folder here and then just type the word test. And notice there are 2 test messages for the current folder under the sent. If for some reason your search results are not working quite as well, start typing in the search area. And then notice also there is a recent searches option. And there are additional options here for defining the locations that you want to search, and then the advanced find option where you can specify additional parameters, whether it has specific keywords in the title or from a specific individual and things of that nature. So the search capability, it's actually quite powerful in Microsoft Outlook. If for some reason Outlook is not doing the search properly, then it could be potentially related to the indexing status here, the indexing option, that you might have to rerun the indexing in Outlook. Or my suggestion is that if you still cannot find what you need, check with a webmail application from your Microsoft Exchange server. So you just go to mail. Whatever your company name is, and then from webmail, it seems like the Exchange, Microsoft Exchange, does a much better job with the searches rather than within Outlook. In this next session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create folders in your Microsoft Outlook account and then move messages from one folder to the other. So notice here under each account that I have here in Microsoft Outlook, I have also these folders. So these are the default folders such as inbox, drafts, send messages, junk mail, outbox, and such. So let's assume that I wanted a new folder here. There you can right click on one of the folders here on your account and choose new folder. And then simply type in there the folder name and then hit enter. I could go also and create another subfolder by right clicking on the actual folder, choose new folder, and I could call it. When working with folders, you can actually move this folder at any other location that you want. If the folder has subfolders, notice that there is a little triangle in front of it and you can click to expand it and hide the subfolders. Additionally, any of these folders, you can make them so that they show up under the favorites, and you can right click here and choose show in favorites. And notice it will be displayed up here in favorites. If you don't want it in favorites anymore, you can right click and choose to remove it from favorites and it will just be displayed under the actual inbox or that account. Now, to move messages from one folder to the other, you can click on the mail message and then click on Move up here under the Quick Steps, and then choose to move it to a specific folder, for example, under Work Related. And then press Save. That's one way to do it. The other way to do this is by simply dragging this message and dropping it in that specific folder or subfolder that you want it. And now it's going to be displayed in that subfolder. So the idea is that you want to kind of organize your email. Even though you can use the search capabilities, it's kind of an easier way to identify and search for certain things, keeping them organized in folders and subfolders. Now, there might be times where you want to actually move multiple messages from one folder to the other. In that case, you can simply hold down the Control key and pick individual messages that you want to move. And notice I'm scrolling down here, and basically you're holding down the Control key and picking multiple messages that you want to move, and then drag them to wherever you want to drag them, and now they have been moved to that folder. The other option is to arrange your messages. You click here under All, and then go under Arrange By. Notice by default it's by date, and that's what you want typically. But for now, since we are just moving this stuff around, a manipulation of a bulk messages, go here under From, and the system is going to categorize all the messages from a specific sender, and then you can select a whole bunch of messages at the same time. And here I'm holding down the Shift key. I start at a certain point, scroll down to where I want to end here. So start at one point, move however far down you need to, and then click at the end. So now the system is going to select from where I started to the last point I clicked, and now I can simply drag those messages to the folder, where I can choose the Move To option right here to move them to a specific folder. And now if I go under the Work Related, I moved a whole bunch of them from here. And as we are messing with the folders and the views here, notice that you can rearrange the view here by simply dragging this to the left or to the right, and then it will display those folders accordingly here to save us space. But this is the default. So that's how you create folders, that's how you move folders around, and then move messages into specific folders. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate briefly how to create filtering rules in Microsoft Outlook for your messages. So for example, we have all these messages from a variety of sources here, and I want to move those messages when they come in to a specific folder automatically, or create some kind of rule to control and where they end up. So to create a rule, you go here under Rules, and I'm on the Home tab at this point. Go under Rules, and then you can create a rule. You can create the rules automatically. For example, I have this message here from Lowe's. If I go under Rules, I could just choose Always Move Messages from Lowe's Home Improvement, and then it'll guide me as to what else to do with it. So always any messages from here to move them to, let's say, junk mail. Choose the folder that I want them to go to, for example, junk mail, and then click OK. At this point, it's going to do that for any future messages that come in, as well as apply it to the messages that are in your inbox. So if I scroll down here in my inbox, I should not have any more messages from Lowe's. If I go here under junk mail, this is where the message it should be at this point. So there are 193 messages from Lowe's. The other way that you can create rules is by going here under the Rules area and then create a new rule step by step. So you could say, I want anything from a specific reply or email, or the subject contains specific words in it, and then I want this to be even sent to. So you could have it sent to somebody else. You could send it to yourself or forward it to somebody else. And also you could have display an alert or play a sound or do something additional. Now we could also again move this to a specific folder, Let's assume these are the business ones or work related, so you can go to any of these, click OK. And then you can also go under advanced options and pick additional options from here. So if it has of high importance, or if it has it's sent only to me, or any of these actions, notice it adds it to the bottom of this list. So it's doing multiple criteria to apply this rule. So you can get as granular as you want with this. Then click on next. Then you can choose what to do with the message. You can print it, mark it, flag it, do any of these functions. And of course, you'd want to use this cautiously. Then you click on next, and you can add exceptions here and pick those cautiously as well. And then you can run this rule already for the inbox messages, and you can turn this rule on or off. Then press finish, and now the system should have applied this rule for any messages in the inbox. If you go here under rules, you can also manage the existing rules that you have created and customize, enable, and disable those rules as well. So the idea here is to create rules to manage your email flow and weed out the junk mail, but at the same time also to troubleshoot if something is not coming in, your messages are not being delivered, then you might want to take a look at the rules and deactivate them temporarily to sort out what the problem is for you not receiving the emails. Test it out, and that's how this option would work. In this session, I'm very briefly going to cover how to mark messages as junk and add them to the junk folder. And notice I have these lost messages that I'm receiving. In my case, if I don't want to receive those anymore, of course, I could either choose to unsubscribe to their site and such, provided they unsubscribe you. But let's assume I don't want to unsubscribe to those messages. In my case here, I can simply right-click and then choose here the option to block the sender. Any new messages from that sender will be blocked in the future or will not be delivered in my inbox. The other thing is that I can go here under the junk mail options. I could say choose the level of junk mail that I want to enable in my inbox, and I can choose low or high and such, and it will add them to the junk mail. I could choose here under Save Senders to allow specific emails so that they never end up in the junk mail option, and Save Recipients the same way. And then Blocked Senders, I could add somebody manually here, the email address, to block them from emails coming in. And additional top level domains that you can block from here. So that's controlling the junk mail filters. For this specific message, I could choose junk and then block the sender, and then it says the sender lows@elos.com has been added to your blocked senders list, and the messages have been removed from the junk folder. So I click OK, and now those messages coming in the future, they'll be removed. Notice that there is one more here. That's because this was from before. Now we're defining this for new messages in the future. So that's how you define the filters, that's how we define them, and also that's how to block a specific sender in Outlook. The other function that I wanted to show you is how to follow up with a specific message. So let's say I have this message called test message, and let's assume this is an important message that I want to follow up with in the future. So I go here to my message, and then I could categorize this message under the categories here. I could put this in the blue category or green category or whatever. And these are the default categories that Outlook has. However, I could go here under all categories, and I could create my own new category. And I click on new. And then I want to mark all the clients, for example, the specific color code, dark green here. You can also specify a control key to mark that message using a shortcut on your keyboard, and then click OK. Now if I click OK here, I'm marking this message with a specific color code. If I go to another message here, I could mark that in the blue category or orange or red category or whatever category, but you're basically assigning categories to each one of the messages so that later you could go and sort these by category or so that they stand out. So that's one way to assign categories to each message. And notice there's a little green block here. The other thing that you can do is you can choose to follow up with specific messages, and it will put them in your task list here on the right hand side. So you can flag them, and with the flagging, what it will do is as you have your messages in your inbox, you have these little flags next to each message that you can follow up later or at some point. So it's kind of a reminder tool for you to view them. The other thing is that on the right hand side, if you have the tasks being displayed here, and the way you control tasks is on the home tab, you go under view and you choose under the to-do bar, you choose to display the tasks. Once you have the tasks enabled to be displayed, then you can simply double click on that task. Those messages will show up right here. You can double click on the task or in that email, and it will open up the email that you need to follow up with. And then from here you reply, you send it, forward it, or delete it, or whatever you need to do from here that you chose to follow up. So notice you have different options here to follow up if you need to change it. Follow up this week, next week, follow up today, and such. The other thing is that you can add reminders for those messages as well by clicking on add reminder, and then you'll have to choose the time and date when you want a reminder for this message. When you're all set and done with the message, you can either mark it as complete from here, or if you open up the message, you can choose to mark it as complete from here as well, and it puts a check mark. And notice you can right click, choose mark as complete, and choose to follow up with these whenever. So the way to assign this is either from up here under the toolbar, or right clicking on the message and choose to follow up at a specific time and date. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to set up out-of-office replies or automated replies for your email in Microsoft Outlook 2016. So suppose you're going on vacation for a week or two, hopefully two, right? We want to set up automatic replies. To do that, we go here under File, and then we go here under Automatic Replies. Now, under Automatic Replies, all you have to do is click on Send Automatic Replies, and then you can specify to send the replies automatically so it engages a specific time and date, and then it will disengage automatically on that. So you can set the time here, the date, and then you can have this for multiple days if you want, and then the end point. And then for people inside of my organization, so that would be anybody with your domain email address or the accounts on Microsoft Exchange, they would receive this automated message. So you type your message in there, what you want to be sent automatically. You can copy this as well, and then for people outside of the organization, you can choose whether to send automatic replies as well, and you can use the same one by pasting it in here. You can choose to send it to anyone outside of the organization or just contacts that are in your address book and such. Under rules here, you can choose to specify rules and conditions as well. So if it's from a specific individual, then to take a specific action to forward it to somebody else, or to reply with a specific template. So if it's from your boss, then you say, I'm on it. If it's from junk mail, then you can have a specific other template as well. I'm not going to get into that at this point because it's a little bit more complicated, but for the sake of what you'll be doing most likely is engaging and setting up the auto reply, specifying the dates, the start and end time, keeping in mind that the system will enable it or disable it automatically based on those parameters. Type the messages for inside of the organization or outside of the organization, and then click OK. And now at this point, the automatic reply has been configured, and when the time parameters kick in, it will be automatically engaged. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the calendar feature in Microsoft Outlook. The calendar in Microsoft Outlook, it's a very powerful feature that is integrated within Microsoft Outlook along with email, contacts, and tasks and such, and that's what makes Microsoft Outlook so powerful in a business environment. The calendar feature not only allows you to keep track of your own appointments for specific dates and times, but it also allows you to schedule meetings with others and invite them to meetings and check their calendar and all that type of thing. Once you open Outlook, you have your emails and such, but here in the bottom left, you also have the option for calendar. Now on the left-hand side, you'll have the dates and times for the calendar. Further down, you'll have the multiple calendars that you might have access to. By default, you have access to only your own calendar. However, if other users choose to share their calendar with you, you'll be able to have access to their calendar as well over here, and we'll learn about that later. So basically, you have the months and the dates here on the left, and then on the right hand side you have these different views. Notice you have the today's view, next 7 days. You have the view for just today, next 7 days. The work week, it's skipping the Saturday and Sunday here. The monthly view, and then just the scheduled view. So you're just looking at specific days and what your calendar looks like for those specific days. Manage calendars, where you can open somebody else's calendar, and group calendars, and you can email the calendar, share your calendar and publish it and all that type of thing, and check the calendar permissions. So typically in day-to-day work, you're going to probably use the day view first or the work week view, one of those views. Now, to create an appointment, there are a couple ways to do that. You could be on any of those views, it doesn't matter which one, but the day view, let's say I go here, it's about 12 o'clock, let's say at 2 o'clock, I select the block of time, and then I just type the appointment that I want to create. So for example, and then simply hit enter. At this point, notice that once I hit enter, the appointment has been entered. At this stage, I have additional options here that show up about my appointment. So I could choose to show this as busy or tentative, or I'm free and such, or out of the office. So free, of course, that means that somebody else can schedule an appointment with me. My calendar will look free to others, even though I have something scheduled for it. Working somewhere else and such, or tentative and busy and out of office, of course, that means what they say. And somebody will see that you're busy at that particular point in time for that block of time. Another way to create an appointment is by simply clicking here on New Appointment and then putting the subject. And then here I'm putting more details about my appointment. I could put my location, the date and time, how long it's going to be, and then I can put also additional details about my appointment. Additionally, you have more options, as you can see, and we'll touch on some of those other ones, such as the scheduling assistant and notes and all that type of thing shortly here. Notice you have this recurrence option, and this is how you can make a meeting so it shows up every, let's say this meeting takes place monthly on the 21st of every month, and then you want to end it after 10 occurrences. So that's how you do a repeating meeting. So pick your parameters here and then click OK, and then press save and close. Now, if we go into the monthly view, this will show up the same way from month to month. It's added to your calendar. So that's how you create a meeting for personal use, and also create that meeting so that it shows up from month to month. You can also create a meeting for a specific date by simply going to the date first here on the calendar. So let's say you want to create a meeting for the 18th of January. Click on the 18th here, it takes you directly to that date, and then pick the time, so 8 to 9, and the meeting has been entered. Also specify whether this meeting is private or not. Notice up here on the very top, there is this option for private. When you mark a meeting as private, that means that if you give access to an assistant or somebody else when you give them access, you can choose not to share the private meetings. It'll just show the time as busy for you, but they'll not see what you're doing. This would come in handy, for example, you're using your work calendar for personal meetings in the evenings and weekends, take out the trash or whatever. Your assistant doesn't need to know that at 7 o'clock you're going to take out the trash. You can just mark this meeting as a private meeting. So this is how you control it. You go right here under this and you choose to mark it private. As far as the sharing aspect of it, I'll cover that in a separate video shortly. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to invite others to meetings using the Microsoft Outlook calendar. Microsoft Outlook, besides using it for email, can also be used in a powerful way for collaborating with others and choosing the best times to meet and coordinate the meetings with others in your team and in your organization. And that's the main powerful features of Microsoft Outlook, particularly in the corporate environment. It makes it a lot easier to determine what time and when they are available without having to go back and forth with multiple emails as to when is available. For the sake of demonstration, I cannot use real accounts here for other users, so I have two accounts that we are going to tinker with, and hopefully you'll get the idea as to how to send the alerts and the requests. Basically, once you're in Outlook, then you need to click here on the calendar option. Choose any of those views. Right now it's on the work week. And let's say that for tomorrow on Wednesday, I want to send a meeting request with somebody else. Well, let's say I want my meeting to be at 10 o'clock. So I can either click here on New Meeting, or I can simply double click on this time slot from 10 o'clock, and I can put my details for the meeting right here. Specify the location for the meeting, beginning time, end time. You can put the different requirements for it, and then click here under the scheduling assistant. This is going to give you your own calendar. However, you can click here under add attendees, search the global address list in your company for another user in that company. So I'll choose here instructor. It's a generic account, and then I'll add them either as required or optional. So you can pick and choose multiple users in your company from here. And let's say I choose test here, and I have two other users, and I'll make them as optional attendance, and then click OK. Now the system displays their availability and their calendar. By default in Microsoft Outlook, all other users within Microsoft Exchange, they can see when somebody is available. They can't see what you're doing during that time, but they can see when you are available for a meeting with them. The spots in white, that means that they are available. The ones in blue, that means that they are not available. For these other two accounts, that means that they are not using the calendar feature here, therefore no information is available. If I wanted to make it an hour long, I have a conflict with my own schedule here. So you'll also notice some suggested times here on the right hand side. Notice that they are a little bit earlier in the day for those. However, you can also go and pick here additional times. You can see and pick here the exact block of time that would fit your need where it's available and open. Once you click a specific time that makes sense to you, you can choose a reminder. Then you and the person you're requesting a meeting with will be reminded at whatever time you specify here, and then choose whether this is recurring or not. Then once you have selected the appropriate time, you can go back to the appointment area and put additional notes that you want to put in this area here. Go here under insert and insert an attachment if you want it for the meeting. Then press send. At this point, the meeting will be added to your calendar, as well as the recipient will receive an email. The email will look like this, and it will basically say, please respond. And I'm accessing this via webmail. If we open this in Microsoft Outlook, it would be something very similar to this. It's basically saying that your request is from such and such an individual, and then the meeting is going to be on such and such a time. This is the attachment. As a user, you can choose to accept it, mark it as tentative, or decline it. If you choose to decline it, the sender is going to receive an alert that the meeting has been declined, and they'll receive an alert provided you choose that you want to send a response back. You can send a response automatically whenever you press the check mark here. Sometimes you can accept the meeting without sending a response. Other times you might be best, if you're not going to be attending the meeting, to just choose edit the response first. Then press send here, and this is the recipient on the other end that is sending this. And if we go back here to Outlook, notice I received confirmation that it has been accepted, and this will also be in my email here. So it will say accepted meeting for sales 2018, and also it will display the note from the requester. I could actually go here to my calendar and double click on it, and here it says that 1 has accepted it, 0 have declined. And so if you're planning a meeting with multiple individuals, this is a great way for you to coordinate when everybody is available, and also track who has accepted it and who has not. Now, the way to track the exceptions is by going here under the tracking option within your appointment. I just double clicked on the appointment. You click on the tracking option, and then you'll be able to see who accepted it and what the responses were. Now, sometimes there might be cases where you need to reschedule the meeting and you want to send an alert to the individuals and such. In that case, all you have to do is go back to your calendar, go back to your meeting, and then change the time and date for the meeting. Now, as you're doing this, you might want to check, for example, to use also the scheduling assistant. After you have picked the time and date, you check the availability here. Notice on the 24th, there's not much happening for either one of us here for Friday. Then you select the new time and you go back to your appointment, and then you can put notes and give more details. And then notice, press send update here, and then the recipients on their end will receive an email like this. The old date has been crossed out, the new one, and you need to respond to it. These are the responses from the user side of things. They'll press to send the response as attending it, and then you, as the planner and coordinator of the meeting, you'll receive an alert of the new confirmation from the individual that you invited. So it will be here under the email that they accepted it. And also you can go under the calendar location, double click on it, and then go under tracking, and you can see who has accepted it and who has not. So that's how the whole process works on inviting somebody for a meeting, coordinating the best time for everyone, and checking the tracking, who has accepted the meetings and who has not. In this session, I will demonstrate how to share your calendar with somebody else. There are times where in a business environment you want to share your calendar so that somebody else has access to it to either view the available times or to even manage your schedule. By the way, remember that this is recorded in 1080p, and it's best to view this tutorial in full screen for better quality and better resolution. So to share your calendar in Microsoft Outlook, there are a couple ways to do it. You can either go here under Share Calendar on the top, or you can right-click on your own calendar here and choose Share. Now, if we go here under Share Calendar on the top, click on Share, and then simply put in the email address of the user with whom you want to share your calendar. We'll share this with the online instructor account, and then you can also ask them for permission to view their calendar as well at the same time. As you're sharing your calendar, you need to define what permissions do you want to grant to them. So in this case, you go here under Details, and you can choose limited details, full details, and such. Just see the full details. They'll see all the details about that specific meeting. So you choose the proper options that you want to share, and then press send. It wants to confirm that we want to still share our calendar with these permissions. You say yes and confirm this. The recipient on their end will receive an email very similar to this. They'll click on it and they'll choose to accept the invitation to view the calendar. Now, and by the way, I'm using the web version or Outlook web for here to access the email account of the person that we shared the calendar with. So here they'll click on accept, and then notice under calendars here they can view their own calendar, which is this one, the one in blue, or they can view also the distance learning staff account. In this case, I don't have any appointments entered, but let me say I want to enter an appointment right here. And now if we go here on the web of the recipient's account, notice that that appointment now has been synced and it's available and accessible. So that's how you share your calendar with somebody else. You can also check the permissions for your calendar and assign multiple individuals multiple levels of access to your calendar. So the way you do that is by clicking, you click here on your own calendar, and again we are back to Outlook at this point, and then go under Calendar Permissions, or right-click and choose Properties. So either one of them, it should get you to the same thing. Now if we go here under Calendar Permissions or right-click on Properties, it'll bring up to this. Here notice these are the default permissions, and other individuals by default they can view the free and busy times for us. If you don't want them to view anything of your calendar, you can change the defaults over here. Now notice that Online Instructor, we shared our calendar a moment ago with them. These are the permissions that have been granted to the online instructor. If you want them to view also additional details, you can change the permissions right here. You can also add other permissions in there. And you can add another individual in here and grant them specific permissions to your calendar. You can give them full details to your calendar. They can create folders and subfolders and all that type of stuff here. So basically, you're giving them the reviewer permission in this case. To remove somebody from your permissions list, you can simply click here under that individual account and then choose to remove that individual from the permissions, and then simply click OK. So that's how you share your calendar with somebody else, and that's how you view the permissions of your calendar with other individuals that you have granted access to. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to give delegate permissions to someone else to your calendar and also your account in Microsoft Outlook. Delegate access is basically somebody creating appointments, managing your calendar, and creating entries as if it were you. So we go here under File, and then we go here under Account Settings, and then we choose Delegate Access. We choose the option for Add, and then we search for the individual. We find the account that we want to give delegate access to. We click on Add, and then click OK. We can give access in a granular way to various aspects of our calendar here. So notice, and also other options as well in Microsoft Outlook. So notice that you can choose whether the delegate receives copies of meeting-related requests. So this is where you can control whether somebody will receive those email requests on your behalf. Now for tasks, you can control the properties for here, whether they can create and edit and modify, or whether they get no access to your tasks. Inbox, this is for email. This is where you're granting them access to create and send email on your behalf and author and create items, so you can choose the appropriate option here. Then under contacts as well, the same thing. And then also for the notes. So you basically grant them specific access to each individual item. You can also choose whether the delegates can see private items. Private items are when you create in your calendar a meeting, but you mark it as private. This is how you can control whether they can view your private meetings or not. And then you can also send them a quick email that you have granted them permissions and such. Then you click OK here, and then notice you can see who has delegate access, and you can view the permissions and other properties in here. Then click OK. Now in the recipient's mailbox, they'll have received an email similar to this, and again I'm using the Outlook Web Access here, and it's summarizing the permissions that you have granted to that specific individual. So that's how you share your mailbox and the mailbox items such as the calendar, contacts, and tasks and such with someone else. In the next couple of minutes, I'm going to demonstrate how to open a shared calendar. So I'm going to start by first sharing the calendar with somebody else, and then opening that shared calendar. Because I'm using both Outlook and I need access to two accounts, I'm going to open the second account here via the Outlook webmail. The individual that wants to give me access in their account here. So we go under the calendar, click on the calendar, and then choose Share on the top, or you can right-click and choose Sharing Permissions. Either one of those, it's the same way. So then here under Share With, I want to share the calendar from the online instructor account with a distance learning staff account. So I go here and share it with the DL staff, and then here you can choose how you want to share your calendar. It's very similar to the previous session that we did on sharing the calendar from Outlook. We can choose to give them the specific permissions, including the delegate permission. And in this case, I'm just simply going to say full details. That means that they can view the full details, and then simply press send. Now at this point, the recipient will get an email with a link to open the shared calendar. Notice if I go to my email now, I'm the distance learning staff account, and then notice you have the option for accepting the invitation to open that shared calendar. Now, if I choose to accept it from here, it takes me directly to my calendars, or I could have gone to calendars here sometime later and notice the shared calendar for online instructor. If you don't want it, you can simply uncheck it here and it will be not displayed. Of course, as you're working with a calendar, remember that you have these different views on the top as well. If you're working with shared calendars, remember you can also overlay those calendars. I don't have too many meetings at this point in these calendars because it's just for the sake of the tutorial, but you can actually right-click on one of the calendars here and choose overlay, and it's basically going to overlay one on top of the other. If you don't want the overlaying anymore, you can simply right-click and choose to change the overlay. Remember as well, when you're working with shared calendars or any types of calendars, you can search for specific appointments and things of that nature here on the top right side. And it should display the different meetings and search your calendar for all the different meetings that you have. To clear the filter, you simply click on the X here on the top right. If for some reason you don't want access to that specific calendar anymore, you can just right-click on it, choose Delete Calendar. That's going to delete it only from your account from showing up. It's not going to delete that individual's account. If for some reason you didn't get that email to open the shared calendar, or the individual didn't send you the option for the email, you can also open a calendar by going to the Calendars option here, and then you click on Open a Shared Calendar or Open a Calendar. And you can choose from the address book or under the shared, open a shared calendar. And then you search for the name of the individual that has potentially shared it with you. And notice since they had shared it with you, the system just opens it and it will be added to your list of calendars. If they had not shared it with you already, then you can ask for permission to share it and they have to grant you permission first. That's how you share a calendar from Outlook Web and then open it here in Microsoft Outlook. The reason why we had to use the Outlook Web again, it was because of the dual account thing for the sake of this tutorial. In this session, we are going to explore the People Hub in Microsoft Outlook. One of the nice features of Outlook is that it incorporates multiple modules. We discussed so far the mail module. We discussed the calendaring option for making appointments and scheduling events and things of that nature. And now we are going to explore the People module. People module, it used to be called Contacts in the previous versions of Outlook, and it's still the same type of idea. You're managing the people or the contacts in your Microsoft Outlook. So we click here on People in the bottom left. Of course, you have the list of contacts. You can search for these contacts, and then typically it will display the information here on the right-hand side if there was further information. Now, in my case, I just imported some very basic information for each individual, but typically you'd have a lot more information on the right-hand side. You have the different letters of the alphabet, so if you have, if you want to list all the people starting with G, in this case it's by last name, so G, sorting them by last name. So we can skip to that specific letter, and then the details, once we click on each individual, the details will show up on the right-hand side. Now, if we wanted a different view for this, notice that right here under the current different views, current view, you can change this. So that default is the people view, and then if you want the business card, something like this, if you want to see the full card, it would be basically all the information related to that individual, and that we have entered. In my case, again, I don't have that much information entered, so not much is going to be displayed, but that's how you change it. If you want to just view their phone numbers, if you want to view a listing of them. Additionally, here on the left-hand side, you have the options for creating a new contact that I'll display in a moment, then creating a group, a distribution list, deleting the contact, of course, you can do it from here, and then scheduling a meeting with that specific individual from here, and so on. Then further to the right, you can create a mail merge directly from the contacts option. And some of these options, I'll cover them in a moment as well, but for now, we are just exploring this general hub or this module within Microsoft Outlook. And then if somebody shared contacts with you, you'd open those shared contacts from this option as well. Additionally, you can categorize those specific contacts by choosing specific categories or color-coded categories. And if you don't like some kind of code or setting here, you can create new categories from the All Categories option. Following up and also marking a contact as private, that typically is useful if you don't want your assistant, let's say you have given delegate access to somebody for your full mailbox or just contacts or a specific module, and you're marking a contact or an item as private. In that case, by default, the delegates cannot view the private contacts or items. Now, to create a contact, you click here on a new contact, and then basically just fill in all this information for that specific contact. So we put in the full name, the job title, the email address, and basically fill in the web page, the business address, home address, and such. Then you put in their phone number, the home number, fax, mobile, and all that type of thing. Additionally, you can place notes in here as well. So basically the idea here is to place as many details as you can for this contact. Notice you also can add a picture to your contacts by clicking on the picture item right there, and you have to locate the picture that you have for Hubert. Then click OK, and notice the picture will be placed as part of that contact. Then we click on Save and Close, and now that should be listed here under Hubert Sims. So notice it's down here. And notice at this point it's displaying all the different fields that we have completed or filled up for this contact. So that's how we create a contact within Microsoft Outlook, the People Hub or the People module. In this session, we are going to learn how to create a contact group or a distribution list within Microsoft Outlook. So we are here under the Contacts module in Microsoft Outlook, and we have these specific individuals. So let's assume that every so often you need to send out an email to a distribution list. To create a distribution list, we go here under New Contact Group, and we first have to give a name for this distribution list or for this contact group. So we'll call it New Faculty List. And then the next step here is to add the members to this distribution list. So we click on Add Members, and you can add members from the Outlook contacts that you have within the People module in Microsoft Outlook, or you can choose the address book. The address book is the company-wide address books in Microsoft Exchange, or you can just simply add one manually to that distribution list by typing in their email address. First, we are going to add this from the contacts that we have in Microsoft Outlook. So click on it, and then notice we have here, we can search by name, and it's going to display all the names here of our contacts. Or if we wanted to search by more fields, for example, such as last name and so on, then we can just still simply type it in there and then press go, and it will display the contact that we want. You can either double click on it and it will put it under the members list here in the bottom, or if we go back to here to under name only and we browse through all of our contacts, we could simply hold down the control key and pick whichever individuals we want to add to that distribution list or to that group. Once we have selected that by holding down the control key and clicking on each name, then we click on members. That basically adds them to the members list. Then click OK, and then those members that we picked have been added to the distribution list. The next thing that you need to do with this distribution list is to save it, because otherwise you're going to lose it. So we click here on Save and Close, and now the distribution list should show up in the list of contacts in here. Now if we wanted to search for it, notice I just typed part of the name. Notice this is our distribution list, and you can expand this list to view further more. You can double click on it and it will open up that distribution list, where you can add more individuals to it or take some individual out from here. Now to add additional members, you can go also and use the address book. If you wanted to add an address manually, you simply can fill in the display name and the email address. Of course, it has to be a correct email address. I'm making that up at this point. We click on OK, and the system is going to add it to the distribution list. Now to save it, you simply click on Close, and it will save it. Now to use a distribution list, you simply can either come here to Contacts and then open the New Faculty distribution list by just double-clicking on it, and then choose here to email them. So this is one option, and then just simply type in the subject and then the message. Simply press send, just like you'd send another email. Now all the members in that distribution list will receive the email. Now keep in mind also the distribution lists, you cannot make them with thousands and thousands of email addresses. That's because certain email systems, they'll limit the number of recipients within a distribution list. So therefore it's best to have those lists in smaller chunks or smaller parts if you're going to have hundreds of them. If you're going to send to thousands of users and such, you can either consider an email merge, or you can consider some other tool for mass mailings and such. You can also send to a distribution list from the email module as well. So if we go back to the email module here and we click on a new email and then just start typing in here new faculty. Now, right now it's showing up for me automatically because I had used it a moment ago. But if for some reason that does not show up for you, or you're not sure how to navigate to it, you can either hold down the Control key and press K, and it'll look it up automatically for you. That's a trick for using names. Or you can click here under the to and then search for your distribution list. And notice we have new faculty here. And then click OK, and now it's you can send the email that way. Or the Control K option is basically you type part of the contact's name or the distribution list name, you hold down the Control key and press K, it'll populate that automatically for you. And it'll bring all the possible options as well. So that's how you create a distribution list or a group of contacts, and that's how you send. In this session, I will demonstrate how to share contacts with another individual from Microsoft Outlook. So we are here in the Contacts module, or in the People module in Outlook, and notice we have here my contacts, and at this point I want to share this with another individual. From here, I click on Contacts right below my contacts, and then click on Share Contacts, and then you choose the individual that we want to share the contacts with, and then press Send. Notice we have to confirm the permission that we want to authorize here. Click on Yes. Once you have shared your contacts with that individual, on their end, they will be able to open the contacts that you have shared with them. And the way they open those contacts would be for them to go to the People module, to go under the Contacts option for them, and then they'll click on Open Shared Contacts, and then search for your name, the DL staff in this case. And then the contacts that you have shared with them will show up under here, under the shared contacts. I cannot demonstrate this for now because I've had to open 2 separate sessions of Microsoft Outlook in order to actually demonstrate it fully. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to update the contact details and also how to share your contact with another individual via email, how to send what's called a V-card. Let's say we have here the Hubert account. And to update that Hubert account, of course, we can search for it, get to this contact, and then double-click on it, and then update any of those fields and put additional information in there and such. So the idea here is to update your own contact and then send this as a V-card to somebody else whenever you're meeting with somebody and such. Instead of exchanging business cards, you're sending them in an electronic business card. Of course, it's important here not to include any information that you don't want them to have. So you want to kind of clean out and polish your business card with only the information that you want. Once you have updated the business card, you can click on Save and Close, or you can actually send it from here as well. Notice you can customize all kinds of other things. It's very similar to what we did a moment ago. You can change the image size and the background and all that type of thing, and customize it with all kinds of additional properties that you may want. Changing it just like a real business card. Click OK, and then press to save the changes. And then if we wanted to send this as a business card to someone, we can click on the card name here, and then you can choose to forward it, to send it, and send it as an Outlook contact or as a business card. Both of them, they'll be just like an attachment to that specific email. So if we choose as a business card, it will look like that, and then you can send it to that specific individual. Press Send, and they, on their end, when they go to their email, they'll receive an email very similar to this, and they can also notice they are getting the business card to download it as well. So if I click here to download, and then Once they download it, they can add it to their contacts, whether in Windows or if they're using Outlook, they'll be able to add it to my Outlook as a contact. In some other cases where the contact already exists with pretty much all the properties, you can simply click on Update here and it'll update all the different properties for that contact. So that's how you update a contact, update the business card for the contact, and send it to somebody else. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to track email correspondence with other individuals in Microsoft Outlook by using the People pane within the email module. We are interacting back and forth with a lot of individuals, and we want to make sure to see very easily all the correspondence back and forth, whether it's meetings or emails and such, with that individual. The trick here is to go back to the email module and then go here under the View tab in the ribbon, and then enable the People pane here under People pane. Typically by default that is off, so we want to choose here Normal, and that enables this stuff here in the bottom, all the correspondence, all the attachments, all the meetings that you have had with that individual. This is just another email, but basically for every email or every contact that you're interacting with, you're looking to all the interactions that have taken place between back and forth, whether they were mail messages, whether they were attachments, or even meetings. In this case, I don't have many meetings here, but that's where they would show up. You can also sort them either direction. Additionally, notice you can collapse this, and then when you need to, you can bring it up or down and hide it or unhide it. So this is a really powerful feature in identifying and keeping track of all the correspondence in one snapshot as you're navigating through your messages, and keeping track of what your correspondence was with that specific individual. In this next session, we're going to learn how to use quick steps in Microsoft Outlook 2016. The quick steps are a way for us to automate some of the processes in managing email and simplifying our workflow throughout the day in Microsoft Outlook. Here's how it works. Basically, let's say we have specific emails and we want to mark them with a single click as work-related, or to kind of categorize them, or have the system do something with a single click. So here in our case, let's say I want to mark this as work-related. I simply click on the message, then go here under work-related, and the system will categorize it under work-related automatically. You can delete and reply to it, or you can send this to the manager or a team, or mark it as done. So if I want to mark it as done, just click on Done, and then I choose to move it to a folder, and then press Save. Before you start using those quick steps, it's actually important that you tweak those steps to do what you want it to do. So if, for example, to manager, you have to define who your manager is. So it's going to forward the message to that manager, but the system first needs to know who the manager is. Or if you want to say this, I wanted to send it to the whole team, you have to tell the system who the team members are. So to customize those, all you have to do is you go down here to the bottom of this option here, and you choose Manage Quick Steps. Here under To Manager, notice it's going to forward it, but yet we need to specify who the manager is by clicking here on Edit, and then under the To, we need to specify the email address of the manager. And in my case, I'm going to use a generic account. It's going to forward it by default, but you can choose additional actions here as well as to what to do and such. But for now, it's just going to forward it by default. Then you can also specify a shortcut for this. So if you press Ctrl-Shift-N1, for example, that will take that action with a single keyboard shortcut. Then you press Save. Then for the team email, you need to specify as to what you want it to do. Here it's going to create a new message, but we need to still tell the system who the team members are. You just need to keep on typing the email addresses. And you can have multiple actions again, like let's say mark it as important. You can choose the action here under the drop down to mark it as important. Then you can assign also a keyboard shortcut as well, and then click on Save. You can create additional quick actions as well with that single click. So click on OK here. And now if I wanted to send, let's say, this message to my manager, you just click on Manager. Notice you can customize and add a little of additional detail here, and then press Send. So it knows who to send it to and such. It's going to copy the message and forward it to them. If you wanted to create a team email, you simply click on Team Email. It's going to have all the addresses of the team. You just type in the subject. You can even pre-fill that subject if you wanted by modifying the criteria there or the definition of the team mail, and then press Send. Again, the idea here is to use those quick steps to simplify your work. So first you have to define those steps, customize the steps, and then start using them by either a shortcut key or by simply clicking on those options. In this session, we are going to move to another module within Microsoft Outlook, and that is using tasks. So if we go here in the bottom left under the list of modules, we'll click on Tasks, and this is where you can see the list of tasks that you have to complete, or you can define, create new tasks and such. This is kind of the hub of all your tasks within Outlook. Tasks can be created as you're viewing the emails to follow up with something. So for example, in here, flag this item to follow up with it. And that will show up under tasks once I get to the tasks module. So notice I can go in here and also use follow up next week or tomorrow and such. So it's going to put the flag here, but yet those tasks then will show up in the tasks module in there. Notice we said to follow up with it tomorrow. It's marked here for tomorrow, and this is for today. So in the tasks module in the top left here, you have the option to create a new task, to create a new email, to delete specific tasks. Then you can manage those tasks and mark them as complete. So for example, this one, let's say I worked on it. Now I want to mark it as complete. I can mark it right here, and now it will take it off the list. Additionally, here on the right-hand side, we can view various options such as the detailed items for the tasks here, a detailed view, or a simple list view, or the to-do list, what remains to be done, or view the priority by priority, active tasks that I have to complete, and completed tasks. So basically, we're just changing the different views and sorting through those different views. Remember also you can search for specific tasks here in the top right by simply typing in there. So notice I'm searching for the word published, and these are the two tasks that have that word in there. To clear the filter, we click here on Close Search, and then the filter will be cleared. So you have here My Tasks, so you have the to-do list, things that are marked from your email, and then you also have specific additional tasks. Now to create a new task, we can either start typing right here, or we can go here under New Task, and then give it a subject. And then you can specify the start date and the end date, and then whether the status, what the status is, whether you have started or whether it's in progress and such. And then you can also set a reminder, the time as well. And then you can place here details, basically all the details that you want to know. You can also schedule it so it recurs at a specific time and date. And if you want that to take place, you go here under Recurrence, and then you choose, let's say, every week on Monday, starting from this date to that date, and then end it after 3 occurrences. Then you click OK, and now it's going to schedule it so that it takes place in the sequence that you specified. You can also categorize this to be clients or whatever it is that you want to specify. Then you can also mark it as of high importance, and then also mark it as private if you don't want your delegate with whom you have shared your calendar to be able to see that task. And of course, you can insert additional modules and additional things here, very similar to the email, to format this however you want. So this is kind of the fancy way of customizing your task content. Then click on Save and Close. And now the task has been listed here and has been created. You can choose the different views if you wanted to. Now, at certain times, you might also want to send updates for this task. So to send an update for the task, you can simply open up the task here. And then you can choose here the option to send a report. So send a report, you can put the individual's name in there, and then it's going to copy all of the details about your task, and just type a quick report, and then press send, and that's how you send a status report. Notice as you're changing the status report, you can also change here the percent complete. Notice also under the status itself, you can change it to in progress and update the status as to what you want. So basically, the idea here is that you're creating tasks, keeping track of those tasks and details on them. To mark the task as complete, click here and mark as complete when ready. If you're in the email module here, you can change the view so that the tasks will show up on the right panel here. To do that, you click here on View, and then you go under the to-do bar on the right-hand side, and you choose Tasks here. And then the tasks will be listed so that they are available to you from a In this next session, I'm going to demonstrate how you can assign a task to someone else within your organization. This comes in handy for you to keep track or to have other individuals with whom you work complete certain tasks and send you updates every so often. You can either use an existing task for this, or you can create a new task. So let's say we create a new task here, and then the start date, let's say it will be today. The end date, it will be 6 months from now. You can set it so that it sends a reminder, the day and the time for the reminder and such. And then the priority, you can specify whether it's high priority and such. Post the details down here. And if you wanted a recurrence as well, you can change it from here like we did earlier. To assign it, you simply click on the Assign Task. Then you specify who you want to assign it to, and then you have the subject, the details for here and such, and then you want to keep an updated copy of this task in your task list, and also send me a report when the task is complete. Once Hubert, in this case, completes the task, then you'll receive a report, and also you'll be able to see the details of that task from the list of your tasks in your task list. So we press send here. And in this case, the owner of this task becomes Hubert, since we are assigning it to him. The individual will receive the task. It will show up on their task list on their Microsoft Outlook account. And once it's completed, you'll receive an email. Now for you as well, it will show up over here under the task if you chose to have it along with your Outlook mail here, or it will show up on your tasks list. If you wanted to send an additional note or something, or an update, or request a status report or what, you can simply go here under Send Status Report and just add additional details about that task. So notice it's waiting for a report from the recipient. So that will show up on their account until it's completed and marked as complete. So that's how tasks work in a nutshell, in creating a task, in assigning a task to another individual. And the power of Outlook here comes in being able to assign those tasks to other individuals within your team and being able to keep track of them. In this next session, I'm going to go over the Notes module within the Microsoft Outlook application. If you go here on the left-hand side, next to the Tasks item, you should be able to locate the Notes option. If you can't see it and such, by the way, you can click here on Navigation Options and choose how many number of items to be showing in there. Now the notes are designed so that you can just create simple notes for you to keep track of things. This could be as simple as a telephone number if you don't want to create a contact, or a note to remember to do something. These are not tasks, but just a simple sticky note, basically. So on the Note module, you'll have the notes here on the left-hand side. You have the options to create new notes, to create new items and such, then to see the different notes as a list or as an icon. In my case, I don't have many or any notes at this point, but you can change the view from here and the notes that you have created in the last 7 days. Now to create a new note, all you have to do is click on New Note here and simply start typing. You can resize those notes, name it here, and that is one of the notes. Of course, when creating those notes, you can simply copy and paste the content from whatever other sites and such for the directions and things of that nature that you want to keep track of. You could share them with other individuals if necessary by just choosing Share Notes here, and then specify the email address of that individual that you want to share them with, and they'll be able to access them from Microsoft Outlook on their end. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to forward your email from Microsoft Exchange account to another personal email account. This is provided that your company allows you to do that. The best way to do this is by using Microsoft Outlook Web Access, or the web module for Microsoft Exchange. So to do that, you basically log into your Exchange mail over the web, and then you go here under the gear icon. And of course we are using here Microsoft Exchange 2016. Then go under Options, and then go under Inbox and Sweep Rules. Here we're going to create a new rule by clicking on this Add icon, and then we're going to say Forward Email. And then we choose one of the options, one of the conditions, apply it to all messages, and then do the following action for all the messages. So we want to forward or redirect or send it. So in this case, we want to keep an email in the mailbox, but then forward it to another account or another individual automatically. Here we click on forward the message to. And then if it is within the organization, you can search for people over here. If it's outside of the organization, you can just type the email address next to the word to. It's a little tricky there because you don't figure out that that's where you'd be typing, but that's how it is. So you just type the email address in there, and then we press OK here. Now at this point, all the new mail messages will be forwarded. Anything from Online Instructor here will be forwarded to DL Staff account. And also the email messages will remain in your email box. So you can use this to forward to a personal Gmail account or some other account so that you have one mailbox to manage, provided your company allows this. By the way, you can do these rules for specific messages, just if it has a keyword in it to take a specific action and such. And those specific rules, you can do them from Outlook itself or through the web module of Microsoft Exchange. Now, if we want to deactivate this rule, we go back here under the options, the gear icon, go under Options, and then under Inbox and Sweep Rules, and then choose to deactivate the rule, and then press Save Changes. Of course, you could delete it as well if you're sure you no longer need it. this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to work with the Outlook data. We're going to cover how to back up your Outlook mailbox. So to back up your Outlook mailbox, you go here under File, and then you go under Open and Export, and then choose here Import, Export, and then choose to export to a file. So we are going to back up to create a PSD file of your Outlook data. Then we click on Next, and then we want to choose the Outlook PST, and then you choose your whole mailbox with all the messages and such, including the subfolders. Then click on Next, choose where you want to back it up. Notice it's putting on the Documents, Outlook, and all that type of thing. Click on Finish, and then press OK. It's going to take a little time depending on how much data you have. In this case, it didn't take as much because this is just a test account for us to do this tutorial. Now, to restore this file, you could either go here under File and then choose Open or Export, and you could open a data file from here, so you can open that specific backup file. And now that backup file that we had from before, it has all the messages, all the stuff that we had from before in here. So that's one way to open it. The other way that you can do it is if you don't want a separate data file from here, and let's say you're setting things up from scratch, or the system crashed, or you want to get to those old messages to import, you can go here under File and then choose Open and Export, choose Import Export, and then you can choose to import from another program or a file. So we are just doing the reverse. Now we are importing. We click on Next. We choose the data file PST. Next. We find the backup where we had stored it earlier, and then click on Next. And then it will repopulate, it will recreate and add all those items to the same structure of your actual account. So I'm not going to do that in this case because there is no need for me to do it, but it will kind of replace all the stuff here on the left with items that you had backed up from that PSD file. Now the nice thing here is also from time to time, if you have a lot of contacts, you can export those contacts only to a PST file and restore them or have them as a backup and such. So basically the idea here is we are backing up and restoring only certain parts of that Outlook account. So we click here on File and then choose Open and Export. We go under Import Export. We choose Export to a file. Next. And then we choose PST. Next. And then here go and pick the contacts that you want. So we want just the Contacts module. Choose the subfolder for Contacts and then click on Next. And then you can call this just Contacts. Finish. You can choose to enter a password. There's typically no need to enter a password unless you want it to be really secure. And then at some point in time, or to restore it, you simply go under File, Import Export, Import from a file, PST, browse for it. So we want Contacts. And then you can choose to allow duplicates or not, and then just press Next, and it'll bring in all those contacts. You can choose where to place them, on what account and such, and press Finish, and then the contacts will be imported. So in this case, in the second scenario, we imported only a specific item from our Outlook account. So this is it. Thank you for watching and for making it this far in the tutorial. I hope this has been helpful for you. Subscribe to this channel first and view the other resources that are available within this YouTube channel and spread the word. That is one way that you can help with this work. My hope is that people from across the world will be able to use these resources to advance in their careers, to advance in their knowledge, and even for those that are disadvantaged that cannot afford to pay for a class online and such, that they can take advantage of these resources.